You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome.
Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And you know we're live if we're having technical issues, but I'm happy you all are here, and let's go ahead and get the show started anyway. So we have the one and only Samuel Hofman, of course, here with us. So let's go ahead and add him on so we can talk about this twin solar system. You know, there's other planets that are passing just really close by Earth, right, as we speak right now. So we're going to be seeing lots and lots of pictures of them as we go through the show today. So let's go here. Hey, Sam, how are you today?
Hello. Tolerable.
I know. Everything's great. I don't know why the music stops. It goes totally quiet. That's the second week that's happened, and it throws me off.
And Taylor gets cut off and goes, welcome, instead of saying, welcome to the show.
Yeah, it stops.
It's like normal.
Anyway.
We have to do up. We have to. It's live.
I just panic, and then I forget what I'm going to say, and then what I do say makes no sense. But we're here. It doesn't matter. So,
It's true.
Let's turn the music down. Now that it's playing, let's turn it down a notch.
Yay. I was enjoying it.
Oh boy. How's Montana?
It is crispy and 53 degrees, sunshiny with mostly clouds here and there. Yesterday it was really cloudy and cold.
Yes.
It's been very cold at night lately. We have been below freezing. It was 27 degrees and 29 degrees last couple of nights. Frost on the ground, snow in the mountains.
That's chilly.
Yeah. Burr.
Okay.
The leaves are all pretty much falling off the trees, and it's fall, and you know the kids will have a bunch of leaves to walk through on Halloween night, which is only 5 days away.
It's supposed to be 70 degrees Halloween night in Oklahoma. Wow. 70. So right now it's 75. Yeah.
A big warm up hot pressure system went through this week. Do you remember, I know you have to bring the other guys out, but do you remember last week's show? We were talking right at the beginning where I was doing the weather, and we were talking to the people that were in New Mexico. And I hope those folks may have been listening, because they immediately got bombarded with a very, very serious flood scenario as we were on the show last week. So, I knew it was coming, but I didn't know it was immediately while we were doing the show.
Canada, somewhere in Canada, got bombarded with a flood at the same time frame also. So that stood out. I got in trouble again for our flood video. I didn't tell you about that.
I if you're going to play those videos, don't run the sound. Talk over it yourself from the information that you gathered from the video. Yeah, don't play the sound. I think that's where they're getting you. So
okay, I'll try that. I'm just like
that. Now, that's why I stopped
natural disaster.
I stopped posting those flood videos and stuff like that, because I was getting in trouble for them. And never give out death counts or say a couple of key words these days. We're having to change our key words. We never used to have to worry about what we're saying now, but now we have to be very careful. And I have, speaking of strange, there's nobody even on my personal page anymore commenting or liking. It's literally like I don't get out to anyone anymore. And I post a bunch of stuff on my personal page, and granted, only my friends can see it, but I have well over 5,000 plus friends, and nobody's commenting. And then, of course, I looked at last week's show and the YouTube, and we had 6 comments down that, and the view count isn't any higher than it was the week before.
We should have way more people. At least just because you're scrolling through YouTube. And, I mean, there's how many people on YouTube at any given time? We should definitely have more people popping in and popping out.
I did see yesterday one of your shorts actually came across the YouTube short playlist on smart TV. So that was a good thing.
Really?
You were actually, you got promoted through the short.
Maybe I got some views. Wow.
So you probably got some views on it. Speaking of which, I did send Christopher's video around a whole bunch of sites today because he had such a short view count. And so I sent it to about 20 different sites today so we can up his view count. But anyway, I'm sure you have to bring those guys in. And here we are gossiping. And they're in the green room. Hey, are you guys eating the Doritos and all the green M&Ms and drinking all the Pepsi in the green room? Speaking of which, I'm going to go get a Coke while you bring them in.
Well, I see Gillian, and she looks like she's ready. She has a big smile on her face. Okay, Sam. Let's go ahead and get Gillian in here, and we can see how things are going in Scotland. So, hey, here she is. Gillian Watson, everybody. I'll give you applause. How are you today, Gillian?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm trying to keep puppy dogs off my lap because I brought my my Halloween tub in with me because it's got my sweeties in. My show sweeties.
Oh, good. The babies. Oh, yeah. You're all set.
No, for all of us, they've just eaten all their sweeties already. The only thing they've got left is their doggy chops. They're a couple of piglets. That's how it is in Scotland.
Well,
it's been raining. It was 7 degrees Celsius and it was raining. But in the morning, it was entirely different. But by the time I got out of work, as I opened the door to go out, that's when you see, no, it's raining. My weather app was right. It says rain by 3 o'clock. And what do you know?
Sure enough, there it is.
Sure enough.
Well,
yep. And what did I forget at home today? My waterproof trousers. What a genius.
Okay. Right. Well, I don't know what to think. You had to be out riding your bike in the rain. That would just be not fun. I mean, No. Well, shoot. I hope it stays clear for you on your journey to and from work.
Well, thank you. Well, but I'm not working for the next 2 days, so.
Oh, well, we can talk about that too. Yes. Good news. Well, let's go ahead and get Christopher in here. I see he's sitting there all by himself in the green room, and it looks sad. So let's go ahead and get Christopher
quite
here
lonely,
with us.
I know. He'll be eating all these chocolates and these scissors and stuff.
I know. Save us some munchies. Okay. Hey, there he is, Christopher.
Hey, everybody. How you guys
doing today? Vegas?
It's good. Yeah. It's still warm. It's like I think it's set at 85 degrees, but it feels a lot hotter than that.
Really?
Yeah. I just walked across the street before the show, and I'm just like all hot and sweat.
Hot.
Just, like my forehead sweating. It's still really hot here. So,
right.
I have to go and let these 2 dogs out, or else I'll get naughty.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say yesterday, it's nice. It's like in the 70s here, and I stepped out back to take pictures, and the sun was so hot. I mean, my skin, you know how it is. It starts stinging, and I'm like, this is not comfortable. I stood there, and I was thinking, I had a feeling of dread. Like, if it just gets unbearably hot, I'm going to be miserable. That's what I thought to myself, because it's already 70 degrees, and my skin is burning.
Right. It's weird. It's not
liking that.
Well, that would be that extra star that is not being seen by most of the population here. And if, I mean, we're feeling it. The animals know it's there. The plants know it's there. Those winter over plants that we've never seen before here in Montana, where, you can have a garden that actually turns to seed and is still living, sticking out of the snow. I've never seen that in Montana before, but we have seen it up here for quite a few years now. And then that if you have window tinting on your car and you roll down your window and you're driving down the road and that sun's coming in on your left arm, and within about 10 seconds your arm is on fire like it never used to be. It used to be that took a half hour when I was a kid. That took a half hour before you even got warm from the sun. And people don't realize that we have a big, huge red ball God, I watched a bunch of climatological videos this last week, and oh my God, and they're talking about CO2 sequestration and what we have to do and how we have to adjust our living and all this blah, blah, blah. And meanwhile, I'm just standing there shaking my head going, yeah, but you're not taking into a big ass thing that came up. From below. That's why we're hot. That's why it burns. That's why we get instant suntans now and all of that.
Right.
Anyway, and
right,
the size of the sun is way bigger star than we've ever had throughout my lifetime. So that should say, maybe account for something. But
I took a video the other day, either evening at sunset, and the sun was so big. I'll show you all the clip here in a minute, but it was just noticeably huge and flaring as I, moved the camera around. The sun would bulge out and do crazy stuff. So it was very noticeable. And one other thing, I don't know, the last couple of shows you've heard me complain about not having any good picture days, no clouds, that has still remained the same. We're going on about a month. Sam, I check. I check all the time. I keep looking because as soon as it's great, I'm going to go live. I want to go live and I want to have something to talk about. But what's going on? Everybody's getting pictures of clouds, but nothing here. Nothing.
We have whiteout going on again.
Not me. I have blank out.
Okay. Nothing. Well, I drove yesterday and I hardly saw anything in the sky either yesterday. I saw the asteroids. I saw a couple of tiny little star destroyers up there, but for the most part, I really didn't see a lot of planets. I saw a little bit of Saturn's yellow moon ion tail, going from the right-hand side of the sun and it was in the south at the time because it was the sun was in the southeastern/south sky, and which it shouldn't be. It's supposed to be overhead at noonish and 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, but no, it's in the south sky. Don't worry about that. That's just normal, not, and it blows me away of all the things that are happening right now, and nobody notices or puts these together. And they're so anti-normal in everything that I ever grew up with. And I'll just, tell everybody again, go watch an old Western that was filmed in the 70s. Look at the size of the sun. Look at the clouds in the sky. Nothing in comparison to what we have going on above our heads right now. And we started talking about this in the Gillian's here. Okay, she's playing with the dogs. Okay, just checking I wasn't going on too long. But anyway, we talked about Christoper's videos earlier, and we'll show those here in a little while. But I want to commend you for the series photographs that you put in this last video. Excellent job. I'm realizing I'm going, and then it moved, and then it moved, and then it moved, and I'm like, wow, he's doing it. Thanks, great job. I mean, I got goosebumps during those videos. I got goosebumps, and when you give me goosebumps, you're doing good.
Right?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah,
I thought that was important. To show just how, how quickly after you make a drawing, these photos start coming in that match. It's incredible.
Something like that.
Oh, just look at that. This is incredible.
I mean, you take a first glance and you're like, yeah, but then you really got to stop and look back and forth, make the comparisons, and even look at the shape of all the streaks above the trees there, and look at Sam's drawing. And it's like the drawing was released a few hours before this photo was submitted, and it was taken yesterday in Idaho. So, and also I want to point out, immediately when I saw this drawing, I thought to myself about how orange Isatum was. And I'm like, I saw in the drawing he had put yellow and whatnot into Isatum. That stood out, because Isatum's red. And anyway, within a few hours, this picture, I was scrolling and I'm like, oh my God, it's orange, just like the drawing. Anyway, incredible. I had that one of those moments, but it's perfect. And then here's another example. Let's see.
Yes.
Have it not orange, but still you can perfectly see the lead asteroid. You can see that darker blue rounded shape. Yeah, it lined up perfect too.
And it lines up perfectly. You don't have to make any adjustments. All you have to do is overlay Sam's picture and it fits exactly. Yeah. You don't have to resize it or crop it down to make it fit. It fits perfect. It's just incredible.
And I will point out again that I don't copy this off the computer or anything. I sit down in the living room at the living room table and next to my window, which has a north-facing view. And I don't copy it out of the sky either. I just sit down and with my dinner plate and I've got this plastic peanut butter top and a bowl. And that's what I draw the round shapes with. And I move them around in front of me on the paper until it fits what my brain is telling. Well, this is where it is, and this is what I see, and this is what I think, and then I draw it in, and it's completely freehand. It's out of my head. I don't copy anything, and that's why it gives me goosebumps because it is so unbelievably accurate. And I go, "Wow, I did it again," and it's amazing because this is what I see in my head. And so I draw it,
It's perfect. Again,
it's like, and we've been watching it, at least I've been watching it now it's been a year, but I think I've been able to visually see it for myself for about 8 months now. And just, we're watching it month after month. So we can kind of tell exactly what is in the sky, and then Sam draws these drawings and they fit perfectly. It's amazing.
Oh, I sent you mine that I just took now because I didn't think I was going to see anything. It's just been gray like the whole day. And when I looked out, because I was waiting for the Amazon man, I looked out and I seen it looked like on the horizon, but over to, I'm not even sure what that is anymore. Because I'm sure we tipped again. We're like sort of twisted round, like the sun's coming out even further behind the trees now. But I mean, I don't know how rapidly this kind of thing happens because
we're moving into our winter orbit far sooner.
Yeah, this is my first time actually watching it because last year I wasn't well when I came here. But this year I can actually look at everything and it's just amazing. And I sent you the pictures, Rebecca. I don't know if you found them. They're glorious purple with great big pink streaks in them. But they had orange. I heard you guys talking about orange now.
The base of Saru has moved far closer within the last couple of weeks too.
I'm sure it was Saru. Sam, sorry to cut in, but I mean, apologies. One of the dogs hurt himself when we were out now, so it took me a wee bit. But I did hear you say something to do with me, but I'm not sure.
Saru is moving in more quickly on the horizon to the mid-left, just left of the sun, and it got bigger even in the last week. And I saw a couple of shots earlier for the last couple of days, which we're going, wow, that's big, wow, that's big, wow, that's big.
Wow, that's big.
They're going over the top of us, and Nepesity is getting smaller, and Attu and Attu's moon are getting smaller, and we're actually starting to see actual facials of Attu. Now, generically, and we were talking about this prior to the show, generically, we're seeing Attu's moon is in front of Attu predominantly, but we are now starting to see the underneath and the bottoms of Attu as well, which is also in your videos, Christoper.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm sure I've seen ridges of something. It was really incredible.
This
week. I see ridges.
And Nicole got a couple of good captures today as well, showing the same thing. And of course, this is people around the world capturing the same thing because that's what's above us and that's what's real. And these aren't just clouds. These are planetary objects with clouds, their own atmospheres around them. And they continually, not continuously, but continually. I always hate that. They appear the same. Now, here's another example of a Saturn shallow moon in front of a Saturn, although it is. Yeah, and lead object, which is darker, dead center on the top.
Yeah, you can see it. Look at its nose.
Oh, man.
Flame-like base clouds and the flame-like micro clouding and the orange.
I was gonna say,
Oh,
mainly I
wow.
pulled this up because you were talking about Saru, and I just, the light blue at the very bottom, you said was
on the
Saru.
left-hand side, right? On the left-hand
On
side
the left
behind that
side.
rack, you see that circular rounded
that
cloud that
area.
is light baby blue just above the horizon on the left.
Yeah.
That's the open core bottom of Saru.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And then
And
the
that-
dark
I
blue.
see that a
dark
lot.
line.
I see it a lot.
That
Yeah.
thicker one line of clouds just above the light blue is the base ring of Saru, and it's very thick, and there's one of them. Where Nepesity
Wow.
has 3 rings, Saru has one very thick lower base ring. So the blue immediately above that base ring is the green blue of planet Saru,
Thought
which is
so.
on the left-hand side of the sun.
Yeah.
With an axis
Pretty cool.
tip. Atu's axis tip is getting greater now, and then Uri is getting sort of pushed out of the way and up and big, and I mean sort of there at dawn, and then does the big final reveal at the end of the day at sunset. You can finally really see Uri better, and it's weird how all of that rotates around us along with our sun, and strange. Hey, I see Hector Lopez is here. Hector, I got your letter. Thank you. It only took 2.5, almost 3 months. Thank you very much. I mailed you one back. I hope you get it.
What a relief.
Yeah.
Really. I was concerned.
I was concerned for him too, and it's like,
I know.
it was important to him that I get
mail.
that. I really appreciate your donation. Thank you. It was perfect timing, as always is. Of course, everybody knows out there we're all broke right now, me included, especially. And they I'm going to say it, they raised my damn internet bill $9.40 last month, and then next month, and then the next month, and it just keeps going up and up. And I'm paying $175 a month for internet now.
Oh wow!
Right.
Yeah.
These dogs.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
And it barely works. I mean, it's high speed wireless download, yeah, but upload speed just absolutely sucks. And the only thing worse than that, unfortunately, is that I find out that Starlink is even worse on upload speed.
Yeah,
So,
I've been hearing a lot of people talk about that, how it's just, it shuts off at random times and they just got to deal with it, I guess.
Well, there's a lot of political going on around the uplinks to Starlink right now. We might see a very serious argument over said services because some people who are involved in that are getting themselves into trouble on the political and economic commonplace of the market. And anyway, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to go into too much detail, but Elon Musk is making some mistakes. But anyway.
Yeah. Well,
and now that I've mentioned it, you can probably sue my ass over it. And it is merely my opinion. So, and I'm entitled to my free speech opinion of what I see happening on the public news service. Thank you. Anyway.
Okay. Right.
Not
right.
to affect
So,
stock prices or anything, because I am not a stockbroker and I cannot give out financial advice.
Okay.
Cover that one.
Financial advisors.
And no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
Let's see who all's here. Let's see who's here, because I see several actually. So I don't want to. Let's get back to the top here, and oh boy, look who's here! It's Nicole, first in line. It's been a while since she's been first in line. I think Nicole. Hello from. She's in Colorado, so good to see you. This is your friendly reminder that ET never left, always been here. She knows. She knows. All right. Good to see you, Nicole.
Yeah, by the way, I like that
here
video too.
Oh yeah, we'll play that too here in a short,
okay.
in a minute. That was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah,
right. David is here.
Great. Hi, David.
Hi, David. Good to see you. Good to see you. I like your little emojis; those are cute. And oh boy, Screaming Thin Man is here. I love that name. I wonder if he's thin. I don't know. I'm curious. You gotta send me a picture. No, good to see you. And Sabrina. Hey. Good to see you too, Sabrina. It's been a minute. Nice. Okay. Good to let's see here. Oh, and here's Susie in Slovenia. Nice to see you too, Susie. Always is. And here's Miss Tara Nelson. Hello, good to see you. She came in second place recently on some contest. I didn't really catch all the details, but that's pretty. I mean, second place is really, I'm impressed. So good to see you, Tara. Congratulations. And here is Brendan. He's in Ireland. I know that much.
Nice.
Hi, Brendan. Nice to see you. Oh, good. Experimental is here. I always can count on her being here on time. Good. She was here 2 minutes early, everybody. Awesome. Good to see you, Experimental. And what did I tell you? T. Racy, they always travel together. T. Racy and Experiment, they're like a pack. I know. But you can't tell me that's not planned. Right? Hi, T. Racy. You're right. It's cute.
Are you guys calling each other?
I
each other know you're going to comment?
Right. Are they roommates or what? That's cute. Audrey is here in South Africa, and it's 10 p.m. and 34 degrees Celsius. Hi, Audrey. Good to have you. And here is our good friend, Michelle. Good to see you, Michelle, in Indiana. Hey. Yeah. And we'll have to get her back on here soon. Yeah. I don't know what her plans are, but I miss talking to her, so we gotta arrange that. Okay. And Experimental said hi. Just to me. Hi, Experimental. Oh, good. Maria's here. She's in Alaska. Yeah. She's such a nice lady, too. She really is. Like, she's just a nice person. I like her. So, good to see you, Maria. And hi, Ninja. Peace be with you, too. I like your messages. They're always so sweet and positive. I like that. But awesome to see you. And Karen is here. Hi, Karen. Good to have you. Freezy's here. Yay. Hey. I was hoping I'd see Freezy in the list. She's here. Good to see you, Freezy. Freezy Peach. I wonder what the story is behind that. Everybody's got a name, a story behind why they chose whatever. I'm just curious. Yeah. Hey, Robert. He's here in New Zealand. Hi, Robert.
Cool. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah. I always look forward, and I like seeing his pictures. There's just something special about Robert's pictures. I know Sam agrees with that, so that's cool. Let's see here. Let's keep scrolling. I think, and here we got Hector. Hector is here, which I already knew that, but good to see you, Hector. Oh, good. Dennis is here, and he was apologizing for being late. 24 minutes. Uh-oh. Well,
oh, man.
I'll let you slide. Good to see you, Dennis. Oh, and Josie's here. Uh-oh, wait. Not that. Didn't click right. Hey, there she is. Hi, Josie. Good to see you. And we're all caught up. And Robert's giving us high fives ×3. So, but hello, everybody. I'm glad you all are here. Yep. So, I'll show y'all real quick what I'm talking about as far as sky. Here's my little TikTok from a couple of days ago. This is about 6:30 in the evening, and this is what the sky has been looking like. I'm not kidding. I take morning pictures and evening pictures, and there's nothing to see. Uh-oh. Wait. Let me try to play it again. But I still know they're there. You know what I mean? Right. It doesn't matter whether the sky is blank or clear. It does not matter. Yeah. Well, it's not letting me play it. I'll get to that. I'll play it in a second. Bummer. It keeps. Well, I probably am gonna have to back out and come back in.
That happens regularly. Yeah, you did fall once when you're talking just a moment ago.
Yeah. This is after every show. I send StreamYard a message with my list of issues. So I don't know. It's anyway.
I had no service this morning when I woke up at all. So
I'll be right.
Didn't know what was
that
going
makes
on
you wonder if the whole world has gone down, or is it just you?
Right. I know a few weeks ago Verizon had a total shutdown of their service for several hours, and I'm like, did I pay the phone bill? I didn't know what happened. So
We went the other night without power in the middle of the night, and I woke up and the house was really cold, and there was no lights on anywhere, and no clocks or anything like that, because we have digital clocks, and I don't even put batteries in the old-fashioned ticker ones anymore, and I need to, because now I have to go online and I have to wait for the online to come back on to reset the clocks, and that takes about 10 minutes. But yeah, we had no internet, no electrical, and that was one of the nights it was 27 degrees outside.
Oh.
Yeah, and you're sitting there, I got 5 candles burning in the living room so I can stay warm. Standing there with your hands out going, okay, electricity you can turn back on anytime now. And we had a pretty heavy windstorm the other night, and there was that brief thing that went through Montana and then up into Canada. But then that was part of the warm up and that cut off low that went through and over the top of Colorado the other day, and then over the top of you guys, Rebecca, and then has since left the country and is headed toward the UK.
Oh, happy days.
Yeah. Well, these storms are going across the Atlantic now from one continent to the other, and they're existing. And you guys got in the UK, they got hit with what was left of Hurricane Kirk. And that, that went into Spain and the UK and Ireland and everybody. And that's when London actually got flooded from that. And how quickly we forget all of these
France too.
Huge disasters that are happening week after week after week. And like 4 days later, nobody even remembers them.
Terrible.
It's like, why, these guys are going to be repairing this damage for the next 10 years. And, society has already forgotten 4 days later. It's like spooky. Let's not forget what just happened down in Florida and North Carolina, and in Asheville. And now because they're in the valley and that side of North Carolina never gets hit with tropical storms or hurricanes, and they got the straight line flooding in there, and that went all in those tight little valleys. And basically Asheville is gone.
It's gone.
And I'm sure
there's a whole bunch of them gone.
Yeah, there's, and there's still, and now the body count, and I hope I don't get blanked for this, but it's over 240 people and still 90 people missing. And that was the last I heard. I mean, that could be inaccurate by today's count, but they're over 240
it's not important
people
anymore, that stuff. So we don't know what's going on, really.
It's amazing how fast it
have. Yeah, the people that live there have a different story than what the
I've heard a lot from you go on TikTok and that, and you see these videos, and they're given to you on your feeds, and these people are all there. They're there. They know what's going on. And it's so sad. I mean,
right? Yeah. I'm annoyed because the media is so.
It's not even covering it. It's not
Northern Italy flooded last week. The week before, France flooded a couple of days before that because it was the same storm. Look what's going on in Africa, Northern Africa, which is hilarious. They're actually getting rain, and the desert is turning green, and it's happening quickly.
I think you can actually see that from up high, can't you? They're taking pictures.
They're getting satellite footage of the Sahara Desert is now turning green.
Right, and it's not just small areas; it's huge swaths.
To be seen on satellite, that has to be a big ass area that's now going green.
All of Northern Africa is changing, and it's getting greener. And now remember all the flooding in the desert in Saudi Arabia and Yemen, and all of those guys are all soaked, and they've got 20 years worth of rain this year and last year, and so all of that's going to change.
Wow.
Yeah,
I've seen videos from Greece on the 4th of October. These mad purple storm with lightning, and that was just going bonkers and pouring.
Right, and it was sideways storms. And we've already forgotten about the typhoon that went through Taiwan and North Korea and Vietnam, and that was a week ago.
No, there's something else coming, isn't there?
240 kilometer per hour winds sideways.
Wow.
And you couldn't even see across the street. Now, we had that here in Montana as well a couple of years ago. We had 70 and 80 mile an hour winds that went through, and you couldn't see across the street, and it tore all the trees down everywhere. And then we had that storm here a couple of months ago through Lolo, and that hit Missoula and Missoula County, and those were the top peak gust, I think, was 95 miles an hour up on one of the mountains.
Wow.
And I mean, local mountains, not a big mountain, a local smaller mountain, and the outside the valley of Missoula, or one of the mountains at the edge valley of Missoula at 95-mile-an-hour gust. And of course, the downtown area, the university district, just got wiped out from all the older trees that have been in the city for 40, 50 years, and those things just got trashed. So this is happening all over the world, and I don't think people are sharing that information properly. I think they're just calling it an isolated incident, and it's not. We are watching drastic, dire, extreme climate change go off right before our very eyes.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
You know how we were supposed to have Storm Ashley during the week?
Right.
Yeah? So here's the thing. About 3 days before the storm hits, they kept sending me SEPA alerts. Now, that's the Scottish Environmental Protection Agency, because I linked up with that when I started cycling further to go to work. And I always thought, well, you've got to know what you're facing, like winds, rain, sleet, whatever, because I've never been in ice and all these things before. But I mean, they filled us full of it the whole week, just about. And then the storm hit, and we're still waiting for the storm to hit, and that was the storm. And when I looked at my weather app, we're sitting in a shape like this. Mm-hmm. And this shape just kind of goes like that, and it changes, but we're always inside this shape. So we actually didn't really get much of anything.
So you were in the eye of the storm.
Winds.
Wow.
Yeah. So we were just
low.
Yeah. So we were in somewhere between 35 to 55 miles an hour winds. Wow. And in South Africa, they had a saying like, oh, well, if your dustbin isn't in the next street, then it wasn't a storm. It wasn't the southeaster.
Right.
So I thought, well, right, I've still got how many bins have I got? 6 of them. 7, 8. Yeah. I've still got them all. So, that's all right. That's a good count. I didn't even lose a dog, or cat. Because I thought, if my animals go out, I was really panic stricken about the weather. And then also, like, was it yesterday or today, like, I took pictures of the geese, and Maria was also commenting on our feed that they sound very distressed. Now the birds it looked like the form of Nepicity going over, like how she affects the sky.
Wow. So
she was over to the right of me here, and the birds were underneath her doing these figures of 8, like big clouds of them, like under there. And I actually seen that for the first time, and I thought, look at that. These birds are doing this massive thing,
Wow. And these are geese doing that?
As the geese were doing that, it's like they did not know where they were going, and they were severely agitated because Maria, being sensitive like she is to that, with with what she said to me, she knows animals, so she said that they felt to me, even in a video that I'm not even in the environment, but they feel agitated, severely agitated, like, what way are we going? And so it's obviously affecting the GPS. I mean, this electrical that's happening is very random. It seems like even the weather apps will 1 minute tell you one thing, and then you go back and it's changed within the 30 minutes. So you're like,
well, they're not taking into account the passing bodies and the weather that they cause and the asteroids below them and all of that, and planetary, none of that is being taken into account, and everybody has disconnected science, and they wonder why their equations don't work anymore. Nicole was talking about this, the Sahara. Rebecca had it posted there for a minute. She just pulled it down. Yeah. The Sahara Desert has not always been like it is. No.
Yeah, she's right. Yeah. I mean, they talk about the wadis and all that, and the Egyptians.
As a matter of fact, in the early Egyptian dynasties, that was, and they're finally coming to terms with some of the stones, even in the pyramids, etc., are actually concrete poured using limestone rather than carved. And they're finally starting to discover there's a whole bunch of stuff going on that they didn't look at properly, because they don't grant technology to reality. They grant it to the Western sciences, and Western science says this, and so anything outside that people don't talk about, because then they lose accreditation and then they lose their their respectability in the science community, blah, blah, blah. And we never worry about that here. I had a friend, as a matter of fact, said, well, why don't you write this paper and turn it into the Academy of Sciences so they could debate it with you? And I went, yeah, stick my head in the guillotine, you bet. I want to, raise a flag to me going, if you don't know about me, then I don't want you to. But, the Sahara Desert was not always what the Sahara Desert looks like now. This was a bunch of sand that blew in from the Far East. And that all had to do with climate change since the last cycle. And all of that dust and everything, literally, they'd have to do a lot of check. But if you go down deep enough, you'll find different colored sand from different eras and different areas where it just blows in through the atmosphere from other regions. And you have to remember, mountain ranges used to be taller and they get worn down. And one of the greatest contents on Earth is silica. And silica doesn't break down. It just gets small. And a lot of our sand is silica. And anyway, there's a whole research topic on that. Don't even get me started. But
if you look at sand under the microscope, that's also another kind of wonder, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and what's the difference between sea sand and desert sand? There's a big difference between and ocean sand, for example. Some sand you can't use in cement, some sand you can use. The sand you can use in cement is on very short supply, believe it or not. We don't have a lot of that available on planet Earth anymore because we've been using it all up. And that's a topic you can look up as well. That's an interesting dive down a new rabbit hole. But anyway, I digress. Are you ready to kick them off there, Rebecca?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to try that clip again and see if it will let me play it. And yeah, you're welcome, Nicole. You're welcome. For sure. Let's give it a go one more time and cross my fingers.
Come on, boys.
It says your browser is having trouble sharing your video.
What?
I'll keep working on it. Stay tuned. I'll keep working on it. Yeah. If anybody can find a way around something, it'd be me. So, okay, let's, what else? Oh, let's look at Christoper's videos. They're so good. They're so good. Let's start the show with Christoper. Hopefully it shows okay. Let's try it again.
Made during the week. So I'm like,
I was saying, all we have to do is watch Christoper's videos and then we can go home because he said it all in his video. We don't even need to do a show. Just watch Christoper's video and then we'll go home.
The mini show. All right, here we go. Let's click on those and see. It looks good. Yeah.
At least we know they're some of them are working for you.
Right. I know. I'm gonna resave it and try it again.
I even like the type.
Mm-hmm. Get a wee nose on it. No.
So amazing.
Yeah, look at that thing.
Yeah, the lines are even exactly right.
They're just I'm telling you, you just put the overlay on, no adjustments. It's just perfect. It's incredible.
It's like I took tracing paper and traced over the top of it.
Yep.
And I didn't. Of course, I don't even have any tracing paper.
Right.
I put that on my shopping list. I need graph paper.
I forgot about this. This was really weird. I was trying to find webcams to see if maybe we might find some good ones, but what was that? Like,
oh, I remember you asked what that was. That's the tan asteroid.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, that illumination on the left is the tan asteroid.
You could see I Saturn and Uri, and then I thought, well, that has to be an asteroid or it's a lens flare.
And I meant to answer you on that on your video when I saw it, and I clicked off of it and didn't answer you, and I apologize. Yeah, I saw that the other day, and that's the tan asteroid illuminating.
Wow,
and it's going to get bigger. It's going to get facially illuminated more. Yeah, right there. That big left blob there. That is the bottom of the tan asteroid and the salamander asteroid coming into around the rotational as Uri orbits or rotates, I should say, and rises. And as it rotates, those asteroids, which are slowly angling out of the bottom of Uri in the gas cloud mix, pop out, and then they become illuminated. And we've seen it years ago as well. And it's just back to being the cycle and October, and it's going to be illuminated.
I played this one so much. It is so perfect. I love it.
It's just the skies get wild here. It's like Rebecca's skies, there's nothing, and then when we do get something happen, it just blows up.
All right. Yeah. Right. Sorry, Chris.
That's okay.
You can see it with your own eyes. These clouds are not normal. When will you start to see the planets for yourself?
That's so good.
See the red asteroid right there in this shot? Right behind the death guy?
Yep. It's there's no doubt in my mind now. This just for so many months I just kept doubting it, and I don't know why. My brain just would not allow me to accept it at all.
Oh, we still argue with it. Everybody argues with this over and over again. It's not what we normally. I mean, when have you ever seen a sky like that or that?
Never.
Yeah, or that.
Oh, look at that! It's incredible.
And they've got curves, man. You can actually.
Oh, I remember that one.
Edges.
That shot is from like 2013 or 14. That's the lead asteroid crossing in front of the sun a few years ago. This, of course, is 2018. This is 20. Okay, I can't keep up. It's 2020, 2021. Planets galore. And it blows your mind to think that they're that. And how could this possibly be? But it's over and over and over.
That's the problem I have. It's that they're so close, and the fact that they travel so close together too, it just doesn't. I guess there can be that's totally normal, because there could be so many different combinations of how the planets can travel together in all sorts of solar systems. So
I think our outview is partially magnified. It's like looking through a glass of water.
Yeah,
it's the fishbowl effect. The fishbowl.
Yeah, because I saw in your videos and Nicole's videos and everything, these planets look like they're immediately right next to each other, and there's no way that they can be. And yet, in our out view, like this light pincher, this is light shining between the planets. Nothing else can do that. Sun doesn't suddenly change shape in the sky unless there's something cutting it off between us and the sun.
For more information on the binary twin solar system, follow Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
That's so cool.
And it happens over and over. And now, if it was just a one-time thing, we saw this, then we'd go, yeah, it's clouds.
Right.
But we see this every day, month in, month out, year in, year out. We watch the progression. We watch them get bigger. I do my drawings. The drawings perfectly match all the time. My accuracy rate is scary. And it even bothers me because I am that accurate. It's weird. And all I do is draw out of what I see in my head.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how you feel sometimes.
Oh, I there's days that I sit there and I shake my head and go, wow. And then there's days that I shake my head and go, oh God, I hope I'm doing this right. So,
I think you are.
Yeah.
I think we can say you're definitely
if it ain't broke,
doing
don't
it
fix
right.
it. I do have a lot of stress from this, though. I mean, it stresses me out. I don't want this to be happening, but it is. I don't want to have happening what I see is coming, and it is. Ugh, it's spooky what we're headed to. It's only going to get worse.
Feeling of dread. I had that dread feeling yesterday. Just thinking, no fun.
I will be so glad when this election season is over too.
Oh.
I'm so sick.
Hi, Colette.
Scream.
No.
I think everybody on the planet is under an excruciating amount of stress right now, from the planetary bodies going by and the asteroids going by and the electrical increase that's going on from the X-Class. We had another X-Class 2 flare today, so that'll be hitting us in a day or two. It's only a 2, but I mean it's an X-Class, so it's gonna.
Oh yeah, I've seen somebody saying it was a 3.3. That Leah Fox lady.
Oh yeah, well she gets a little bit carried away and worries a little bit much. Not that she doesn't do a good job, but she's just a little bit overly concerned. Or that's how I take it. This is, of course, merely my opinion. There could be an entirely different story to it. Anyway, I think all of us are feeling the planets. I think a lot of us are sick to our stomachs. A lot of us, our ears are ringing. Our body hurts. We're having new aches and pains, new emotional troubles. There's all these deep, dark, old, hidden, lost, long ago faux pas in our past that are burping up in our laps every day and thinking about things that we never even wanted to remember, and yet here they come back to haunt us. And there's a lot of that going on, and I'm experiencing it as well. And I try to work my way through it and go, it's okay. It's just something you're clearing the shelf. You're going to get through this. This is a positive thing, not a negative. Don't get depressed, blah, blah, blah. But I think we're all feeling some really, really unusual, very uncomfortable feelings around the world. I think everybody is feeling this, not just me.
Oh, I do have a question for you again. Some questions from Audrey in South Africa. She's got somebody asking her things about the planet. So she says, please ask Sam a question for me. A friend of mine asked me if it was possible for a solar system to have one group of planets and 2 suns.
Oh, it's possible. Depending on the proximity. Now, there are suns, there's stars out there. New stars are embedded, partially sticking out of old stars. So there's all kinds of different ways that the stars can facilitate. They can be really, really closely binary attached with one solar system. I would imagine it's possible. But generically, it has to do with, then you'd have to be looking at a 2-atom atomic structure with very low protons and very low count of neutrons and electrons. So it would be a very early solar system, because it would continue to add to the compounding as long as it's within its chemistry constraints. There's billions of solar systems. So yeah, you can have any kind of variation there in between.
Right.
It's like being a hybrid again.
Stars, distant stars that orbit around each other, very vastly different, but yet they're vastly far apart from each other, and yet they're still electrically attached because of whatever compound. I'm sure that there's solar systems out there with 4 stars or 5 stars, 5 atoms, 4 atoms, 3 atoms, 2 atoms. It's a rarity to have 1 star in one solar system. It's only let's see, 83, 70, it'd be 17%.
Wow.
So, in the billions of different possible equations, then 17% of them can have 1 or 2 stars and beyond. Watch Carl Sagan in the billions and billions of stars.
And that's probably a small estimate number too.
Oh, not only that, they're finding out how little they do actually know. Here they're talking about, they think the universe, the Big Bang and all is 8 point, I mean, you get two scientists in the room and they don't even agree on the dates. But anyway, 8.6, 8.2 billion years old. We talked about this last week on last show. And here they've discovered a star that is, 12.6 billion years old.
Right.
Well, excuse me, that shows you how little you do know. Now, remember, everything we're looking at is all shit in the past. All the light took all these millennium to get here. So we don't even really have an abject out view of reality. We're looking at only light emitted in the past. So we don't even have a concept of the now in space. And they're stumbling and going, yeah, we know. No, you don't. You assume you know. But I mean, if you're piggybacking off Einstein and gravity, then you don't know. It's that simple. Maybe some of your equations work, but the rest of them don't. And then they go, oh, well, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, because if we watch our experiments, they're not going to come out. No, that's an excuse. So you get your paycheck next month. And that was 1880, and we're still running off of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to get my tenure. I got to keep teaching as a college professor. So because I watched my experiment, it didn't turn out right. Okay, Skippy.
Lots of skippies.
Yeah, well, and then they say, well, the science is correct. No, the science isn't correct. We do not live in a gravitational universe. There is so much more going on than that. And we live in an electrical universe. Atomic structure, atoms, protons, neutrons, electrons. What works in the subatomic also works in the astroatomic. And that is the missing link that Einstein couldn't fathom. And that is the unification model. What works in chemistry, subatomic to astroatomic, one set of rules. It's that simple. And anything more complicated is it's absurd. It's ridiculous. It's simpler than that, and that's why they're missing it, because it's just right there.
She also had a question about that. There's this picture that you always show us. The king pointing at the things in the heavens.
Yeah. Love that.
Yeah. So she wanted you to describe what those objects are that he's pointing at again.
Well, we'll point at the second object up on the left-hand side. That's the lead object in the asteroid object cluster group.
I said that was the cluster group there.
And we have early evidence in the early years, the 2018 and the 2019 picture. It's on that Hopi picture.
Yes.
That Rebecca just showed a few minutes ago in your video, I believe, Christopher. That white, everybody thinks is a watermark. No, that's the illuminated object cluster group, and that's the second icon on the left that he's pointing to. And the bigger one, of course, would be Uri and Attu below it. And then you go up and you see there's a square on that as well, up toward the top there in the middle. And that would be the cubes. And speaking of the cubes, Afan had posted a really awesome photograph this last 2 days or so, because I just got it today.
I'll get that.
But Afan...
He's got some incredible pictures this week.
Oh, yeah, that was the lead asteroid, wasn't it? That monster on the right. Yeah. Wowzer.
No, the picture I'm talking about. Afan captures the two cubes parked next to each other.
Cool.
Oh,
yeah, I thought I saw that this week.
Long box and the Texas cube were in the same shot, one right next to the other.
Wow.
And I didn't comment on his page about that because I didn't, want to stick my neck too far out, but I guess I'm publicly doing that in voice. So, there are times I say something and other times I just hold my tongue until I think about it for a while. And usually I'll come back to things 2 or 3 times and look at something. But I looked at it a couple of times today already and I went, oh my God, that's both cubes.
Yeah. Bear with me. And I have it ready to say, I was getting ready to do that, but I'll go ahead and get that finished up. I do have Gillian's pictures ready. I make sure I got them saved though. I say I have them ready, but I just sent them over, so let's see if they're here.
So with that X2 flare, we should see some really interesting auroras again here tomorrow or so. I'd have to look up when that wave is going to hit us.
Oh, great. I don't know if I could take any more.
So yeah, well, we do feel the stellar material. We feel the effects on the Earth. There are more earthquakes. There is more electrical activity. Our internet service goes down. Our radio wave service, radio in your car stereo goes off. It'll.
The lights at work were fluttering too.
Right, lights at work or generators will burn out. People have already forgotten the one flare that we had huge that actually affected the Hoover Dam. One of their transformers actually burned out during one of those.
I did not.
And
know that.
they're going pop all over the world, but we don't see those videos. Those generators are blowing up all around, Thailand and Malaysia and Germany and Turkey and Afghanistan or Poland, but we don't see those videos because nobody slaps the puzzle pieces together that hey, all these electrical generators and dams are blowing up, or this generator blows up or that generator blows up, and they don't connect the dots. And if you started studying and had like a Google list or an AI check that information for you, you could actually probably find out that during these solar flares, lots of other shit is happening, including earthquakes and volcanoes and your home computers and your cell phone service and your cable TV are all messed up. And I think sound has a great deal to do with that as well.
That reminds me of this clip, Sam. 2018, this is December 2018, and I remember it really well.
Travels through the heavens with 3/4 of stars in his tail. That sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, that. And I remember, this was happening, and Nipicity is there. And within, minutes, the media was all over this saying, blown transformer, just a transformer, don't pay any attention, but they're not, acknowledging, what's going on.
Well, you can't miss that. You've got to say something.
I mean, oh boy, they went in.
I remember this pic very well. I've seen it a few hundred times. I have a copy of it. And I never actually swallowed the full entire what this was.
Wow.
And I am highly tempted to still go. I'm torn in two directions. It's either the ion tail off the face of a Saturn, or it is the Star Destroyers all illuminating in front of the long box cube.
What?
Okay.
Wow.
Something. I know. Like, I've never seen anything like that since.
Yeah,
I mean, they're just
I was torn in two directions. And the only thing that could illuminate like this with that many dots is the green asteroid, and that is not the green asteroid.
Right.
And so it literally, this is why I'm torn. 50%, 45% of me says it's Saturn's yellow moon ion tail somehow in some odd illumination. And the other 55% goes to, those are Star Destroyers offloading around the long box cube, and they're being illuminated from underneath post sunset because of the randomness of it, especially the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over to the right there.
Right.
And if we blow that up, I can make it bigger than what I'm looking at here. 1 second.
Yeah.
They do look very triangular. They do. And I never wanted to go there because I couldn't tear between a Saturn's yellow moon ion tail or asteroids or Star Destroyers. But I'm more prone to Star Destroyers parked around the long box cube. Anyway.
Wow.
It's not perfect science. So, it's just, we try to go through the options of what it could be, based on what we've seen in the past, based on what we know is where. And this one always, I was never completely comfortable with what I'm looking at. And yes, the green area is the bottom illuminated core of planet Nipicity, and it's glowing. It's pulsating, and it was during a solar burst. The bottoms of the planets will pulsate and glow in from the stellar material. It's basically like the aurora borealis on our North Pole. but that's the aurora borealis on the southern pole of planet Nepesi.
Wow.
And, you know, everybody knows that the planets, ever since the second star got here, all of a sudden there's been hexagons and auroras at the poles, both north and south pole of Saturn and Uranus and Venus and Jupiter and Mercury and Earth. We've had glowing crown and a glowing south pole. And of course, they're not showing you those pictures. Yeah, that's a Fonz.
This is it.
Look at that. That's the
Wow.
long box cube and the Texas cube parked next to each other. The long box is in front, and the much bigger Texas cube is behind it.
Oh, wow.
That blows me away.
Yeah.
What does that mean when they park next to each other? Or is that just happens to be the out view?
Or are they just that close?
Or is it invasion time? I don't want to go there.
Look at the side orb.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
look at that. Oh my gosh. That is plain as day. There is no doubt about it.
Falls under the criteria, doesn't it?
Wow.
And we know the ship, and you know, like that video that I don't know which one of you guys made the ET video. The excerpt of me going, "Hey guys, by the way, ET's here. By the way, guys, ET's here. Thank you, Afan, for showing us more evidence.
Really
that,
awesome.
You know, ET is here.
Thank you to Patrick. Also,
thank you, Patrick.
Patrick, thank you. It's good to see you again too. I was just seeing your name last night. I was looking at some things, and it's been a few months. So good to see you, Patrick. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I really wonder what, you know, them being up on these big, massive intergalactic square craft. I wonder what their view of us is, you know, looking down on Earth, you know, and it's probably vacation to them, you know. Oh, cool. We get to go to another planet and see new things, you know.
What? Wow. Hey, Esri Colette. Thank you. That's nice. Very nice too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Holy frickoli.
I'll let your tardiness slide. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look
Did you see that, Sam? Did you see this?
Hello, lead asteroid. How are you? God, it's big.
Let's go back. Yeah, those two videos are both from Afan and Maldives.
That's Isatum's yellow moon is the dark area, and then the light blue behind it is Isatum, and there's the lead asteroid. This is a couple of days ago. It's like a week ago.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. I want to pull your drawings up.
Right,
real quick.
Except this one is going the opposite direction of what we've ever seen it before. Yet, like this is going downward, but that one's coming in from the right, which is what's so screwy about the lead asteroid being way, way out. And there are times I want to call it its own planet. There's times I want to say it's a moon. But that is the second object up in that drawing, or the cartouche of King David pointing his finger up into the sky, warning people. He's pointing to it. He's telling you they are coming. I know if you look at that picture that way, that's the object. That is the second icon up with the little tail behind it. Because originally when it got here, the lead asteroid that's why we call it the lead asteroid, because it was actually in front of everything. That's what we saw first. And then after a while, we realized, hey, look, there's dark blobs behind these objects in the object cluster group. And that's when we went, shit, those are planets. And then it just escalated from there, going, oh, you can see, look, blow it up. Oh, God, yeah, you can see it. And that was 2009, 10, 11.
Wow. That photo should be making, worldwide news as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
That is
it's
incredible.
an absolute lead.
Yeah, people should be tracking it all over the place and just seeing where it is all the time.
That should be on primetime news.
How come it's not? That's my question. There's the trail of it again right there, right in front of
I was going to say, do you see that, Sam? It looks like it's moving right in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
There. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. There it is.
Yeah, which says asteroid.
There he comes.
Which tells you asteroid because asteroids leave the trails behind them and planets do not.
Mm-hmm.
Now, planets leave ion spirals behind them through their pathway, especially famously Nepenthe, because it's such a small planet that it actually does have an interaction between the larger planets and our planet, and it creates this illumination ion cloud sort of piggy tail as it drops as it moves. We saw that years ago. We haven't seen that recently because it had to do with the angle of light and all that versus the sun. But now, yeah, that's the side of Uri right there.
Wow.
Ridged dark edges. That is the side of Isatum, or no, that might be Nepenthe coming over and in front. I don't know.
That's a hard one.
There's a planet there. That's awesome. Those are not our clouds. Those clouds are not in our atmosphere. Look at the size of them. Oh, hello, all you space cruisers up there. Look at all of those Star Destroyers.
Yeah.
I know, David.
I think it was still on Afon's material.
These are just some various people on Facebook.
Yeah.
I mean, in our groups, people that were in the groups.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, look at those. Those are objects. Those are planets, guys.
This is UK. Yeah, this was in the UK yesterday.
Yeah, this week has been bizarre. It's just been like the clouds open up at certain times, and you see all this crazy stuff that looks like the impression of a surface.
Base cloud tipped axis. That's Uri.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
And and the stripes. We see the gaseous stripes of Uri.
So that's you're saying that's the base cloud of Uri?
The picture before this one.
Okay.
This one I can't
go back.
This one I have to look at.
Go back.
Yeah, that's the base cloud of Uri.
Coming in from the left.
Yeah, tipped axis left. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a skid thing. It's got like a catamaran skid thing.
It is warming up. And that's why you have a vertical raise of the facial clouds, and why it looks so wave-like, because when the sun shines on a gas giant, those gases interact, and then they create their little eddy clouds and all of that. Now look at the size of these clouds. They're not our clouds. Those are the clouds, the upper, literally 80% of this picture is not our clouds. Only the stuff at the horizon belongs to us. The rest of that should be clear blue with a few short, puffy cumulus or cumulus nimbus clouds crossing, but that would be normal. But the rest of that is not normal. You're looking at the rounded face of Uri. That old Uri picture from 2018 or so is the best example of that, when it's way smaller. And you can see actually the whole entire planet in one shot, and the stripes of Uri. And that's what made it. We know that Uri's a gas giant because of the stripes. We know that At2 is a smaller gas giant because it has stripes that are angled, whereas Uri's are horizontal, but At2's they go at an angle. And we've known for many years that they're both gas giants, and that it fits the crop circles, and it fits all of the big stone slab carvings around the planet, and all of this information has been logged down and left to us. It's just how you interpret these things. And we at Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers Anonymous and the other sister sites have all been doing our homework. We're always gathering all of this information from around the world, and everybody sends it in. And then we correlate all of this information. What fits, what doesn't, gets tossed out. What fits stays. And only through all of this participation from members around the world were we able to get to the stages we are today.
Incredible.
Yeah. It's taken, 15 years almost.
Yeah, we're going to be April next year. 15,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
April 9th, believe it or not.
Here is a video clip. April 9th. I'll remember that. Let's see. I just saw this on TikTok, and to me, this stood out as symbolism for the long box cube. So let me know what you all think.
Yeah. Here
we go. I'm like, what is that? And why is he on this ginormous I don't know.
Yeah,
I
that
feel
is
like they're
strange.
sending a message. That's Justin Timberlake concert.
Weird.
There he
way.
is.
He's singing off the top of the
that's-
long box cube. How interesting.
That's how they send messages
I wonder
across,
what
right?
I wonder what the words to the song are.
Hey, does it have a side orb?
Right?
Right. I just thought that was different.
Yeah, that is strange. That is very symbolic. Why would he be?
Right.
Why would they angle tip it like that?
Yeah.
You know, why not have a float,
exactly.
horizontal, safe? I mean, can you imagine if that thing dropped on the audience?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. One more time.
Does that mean it's going to drop in on somebody's?
Well, this looks to me like a very large OSHA nightmare. That I can't even believe they approved doing this.
Look at all those people.
If that anything went wrong with that, you'd have 150 dead people.
Oh man.
Man. Yeah.
That is strange.
I wonder what the message is.
You know,
what are they trying to?
We see a lot of this where shapes and things keep popping in, and they're all oddly similar. It's the Matrix. La la la. I hear that all the time.
Right. Have you ever seen like like sculptures or I guess you call it an effigy or something where it's a cube. They always have them in like city centers, shapes of black cubes or anything.
Yeah,
have you ever seen a shape of
like
the long box cube anywhere like that? That's the first time I've ever seen anything.
Well, look at the
rectangle.
Look at the
like
Hajj.
Right.
Look at some Jewish sect religions that have the little cube stuck on their forehead.
That phylactery thing.
Have you ever wondered why the Muslims are not allowed to have depictions of their gods in their churches? Because if they knew which group that they actually are. Anyway, I can't say too much, but there's a reason for that. Let's put it that way. Why they don't have effigies of their god, the god that they worship, painted on their walls. I love their Sanskrit writing in their beautiful temples, but there's a lot more to it. There is more to it, and there's a twist of a hunting twist, and you can look up who the Magi were to the Greeks. And if you're out there and you're a sleuth and you want to study what the hell Sam Hofman is saying this week and what's he hinting about, go look that up. Who were the Magi to the Greeks?
Okay.
And the Oracle and the Delphi and all of that. Look into that. Because the Greeks knew we had 2 stars.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they even talk about it in some of their texts. And all you have to do is, if you want to translate the Colburn Bible or the Green Tablets of Thoth, you take into account the binary solar system and all the pieces fit together. Or even talk about the jinn. Oh God, don't even get me started.
Yeah.
Oh, there is so much to the jinn, and there are other creatures. We could talk about skinwalkers. We can talk about Bigfoot. We could talk about blah 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 blah. But and I could keep going, and we could anyway, we could be completely off topic. But there's a lot more going on than we little humans are aware of, and we do not own Earth. We don't own it. It's not ours to claim, but boy, we're sure trashing it anyway.
Oh,
what do you got for us there, Rebecca? Before I digress into some political,
I know that gets me
American
annoyed
Indian
just thinking about that.
Hey, what about pollution? Oh my God, can you believe people are throwing their garbage on the ground?
I'm upset.
I mean, my God, we cleaned up this planet in the 70s.
Worse by the day.
I cleaned up tons of garbage in the 70s. There was this big movement where people cared. What the hell happened to that? Anyway, I've seen garbage on the side of my road out here in Montana.
About plastic.
Yeah, there's just garbage everywhere.
I mean, plastic. It's just bag after bag plastic bags full of plastic, because everything you buy at the store is wrapped in plastic, or containers are plastic. It's just it makes me sick because what can you do? What can one person do?
Radioactive toxic. It's breaking down. It's getting in our food. It's getting in our water. It's getting in us.
In our bodies.
Our bodies.
Statistically, they say that we eat a credit card size worth of plastic. Like, I don't know if it's every month or every year, but I got to look at it again. But it's bad.
You should see the size wad of human hair that we eat every year.
Oh yeah, that's a weird
one
too.
Don't get me started on how much fecal material we touch around the world from our family and people around us.
Wash your hands.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah. For real, David and Patrick. Yeah. I know what you mean.
It's one of those medical things where they pump materials back into somebody's body who's been highly medicated with antibiotics, and then they pump you back with all kinds of bacteria just to get you back to normal.
Yeah.
Well, it's back to the Mexicans take antibiotics every year, twice a year, but you don't hear about that because it's not the water, it's the bacteria and the dirt in Mexico. And anybody who lives in Mexico knows that. And twice a year you take antibiotics. Period. Because you have to. I'm amazed that we're out of the cave, for God's sakes. I'm amazed that there's
here we are
11.9 billion of us on this planet, all peeing and pooping and throwing our garbage in the streets. It's just sickening. I wish you would all go away. I'm joking.
Or when somebody's driving down the street and you see them throw their fast food crap out the window, oh man.
Hey, if I'm walking in the truck stop to pay for my gas, and there's a piece of garbage on the street in front of me, and I'm walking that way anyway, I pick it up and then I bring it to the garbage can. It's that simple. If you see it, do it. If you see something wrong, fix it. We're all responsible. We can't say somebody else that's what's wrong. Everybody say, I'm not responsible. But we are. All of us are. This is why I always say be excellent, excel in what you do. Don't be what everybody else is.
Right.
Yes, Nicole, humans never did own Earth. It was owned. Well, it wasn't owned when we were first put here, but then that boils down to when we were first, because we aren't what we used to be. So can you go across the street and say, yeah, we were to we are, because we're a completely different animal now than we used to be. So anyway, and many different versions therein as well. And that goes beyond knowledge or measure of time. There's no way for me to factually hand you that information, but I know it's true. Because we have traits and idiosyncrasies and good points and bad points that are all intentionally placed within us. And that is original sin. We are originally made this way for a reason. And can you imagine how many millions of years it took us to learn to use our hand? Just our right hand or our left hand, as far as evolution and skills and the stuff that we run off of. And when we think about people in 500 BC, are those people cavemen? Or did they have vast skills that we don't even appreciate to this day? And some of the tools and mechanisms and the things that they used in their daily life, which were actually genius to their age. And there was a great awakening in 500 BC, and barely anyone accounts for that. And there were vastly intelligent, brilliant minds at the time around the planet in 500 BC. So there's Western science has really done us a disservice by saying that only they know, and this is how things are, according to some guy in England that wrote a book.
We're supposed to be this advanced technological civilization right now, but
so much the church, unfortunately, has destroyed so much information since the first Spanish Inquisition on. The destruction of the information at Alexandria Library alone. And Rome was responsible for the sacking of Alexandria, and some of that's like 9 miles offshore underwater. And there's just so much that we don't know about what we used to be, and unfortunately they're only stabbing. They're throwing darts at a dartboard here, and it's horrible what we don't know. I was told a bunch of stuff from the Pleiadian, and it's just like, oh my God, How do I ever explain that to anyone? Because, I would be Joan of Arc at the stake, and they'd be putting the matches on that pile of sticks going, how dare you say that? And so there's things I can't tell you guys. I already say too much as it is. I really do. And that glimmer of hope, that glimmer of hope that the proper message is going to go forward, and we're going to do good, and everything's going to be all right, and and we're actually going to be in a better world. Well, that's kind of true, but we're also in a world of hurt right now by the way people are behaving, and governments and factions and political parties, and how people are stealing from each other, and how much scamming and conning and going all around the world through the internet, and how many old people are being taken advantage of by con artists and hackers. And oh my God, what kind of world do we live in? What have we become? And we can't go back. We can't go, well, back in yesteryear, we didn't have that, because now we have the problem. The question is, what do we do with it? How do we react, and how do we change it, and how do we change it for the better without lopping people's heads off? Because that's no answer either. You can't just pop the dandelion head off and say, okay, the plant's not there, because the dandelion will come back if you just top the top off. You've got to actually get to the root of the problem. And an example is the Menendez brothers. They were sent to prison for life, and now we're a softer society in certain ways, and harsher in others. But we're actually looking at what these two young teenage men went through sexual abuse, and I should be careful how that's a flag word as well, through abuses, and they couldn't take it anymore, so they literally, supposedly, allegedly committed these murders, and now they're getting relooked at. So how we view things as a society is the main topic of what I'm trying to bring up. Things that I could tell you today, 5 years from now, may not even be as important, or they would be even substantially more important. You're only going to get information when you're ready for it, and society is really a ticking time bomb right now. We are in a crossroads, and I hope that we make the right choices and try to do the right thing instead of falling into the complacency or the lies. And a good man who sits by and does nothing is just as evil as the man who does it. A good man actually has to go in there and change things and make it better. You can't watch it go by.
Absolutely.
You gotta get involved. And that's why I'm involved. I have to be involved. I have to, it's not me, I want to say my thing because I'm so cool. That's not why I'm doing this, because this is very uncomfortable for me. We were talking about before the show in the green room. I every show I do, and I've done a couple hundred interviews or podcasts or mixed all together, whatever you want to call it. And I'm still nervous every show. And the important thing is the message. That's why we're doing this, because these are real. This is happening. I mean, we couldn't make up this Saturn's yellow moon crap at all. And no, we couldn't make up the lead asteroid going in front of a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn on the right-hand side of the sky for the last, since 2019. We couldn't be doing that. We wouldn't be this accurate. You can't fake this shit. And it's really happening. And nobody sees it. And it's just like, you don't see that? I just see clouds. No. Open your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Open your mind, Quaid. And that came from that Mars movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. What was that? Oh, yeah, Recall. Little Recall, yeah. Open your mind, Quaid.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah. And that's the thing. You go outside, you look up. If you see a really screwy, dark area in the sky, you're looking at a passing planet. That's all there's to it. And then you hone your skills in from that, and then find the asteroids, and then find the order of which planets on which side of the sun. It took a lot of people a lot of time to learn these things. Some people less than others, some people longer than others. And it's really happening. It's real, this is how I can, in my head, I can sit down in front of in front of a piece of paper in my dining room and draw something without the aid of a computer because it's in my head, because it's really happening, because I'm watching it and I see it and I draw it. And yeah, I've got a little bit of practice at it. I've been doing it for, 13, 10, 11 years. Before I was doing cutouts, and we're doing quick hand drawings and stuff like that on wiper board and stuff, a little whiteboard where you draw stuff and then you wipe it away and change it. And then I went to paper cutouts because it gave me the opportunity.
I like the paper cutouts. They were fun.
Yeah, they and then we could also show movement. We had the opportunity to show the movement of the transition of where they were moving. And I could use that with a little pointer, and I was using a cursor, and I could,
that helps a lot.
And you can, for those early videos, you can go back to Understanding the Sky series on YouTube under Sam Hofman, and that's Hofman with one F, and that way you'll find it better. And yeah, those are, and I wish I could do those again, but unfortunately, Facebook and YouTube have stalled my ability to hand out movies. I can't even use Skype anymore, and I don't know why. No one's answered that for me. So and we have issues. We have issues. And here I'm paying, this exuberant fee for great download, but really crappy upload. So no telling. And I mean, who do you complain to? They look at you like you're nuts.
True.
I can't even.
Hi.
I call the company that I'm paying, and I can't even get to a human.
I know.
And I've tried many times, and you can't even. All you get is a computer, and say this and say that, and they recognize what you're saying, yes or no, or 3 or 5, and and your options, and then they keep transferring you, and we'll check your system. We're checking your, it may take 20, 25 seconds. Please hold on, and they just do a scan of your system, and then you never get to talk to a human being at all, unless you're trying to cancel your service or something. I don't know what it takes to talk to them.
You just got to keep telling the operator, I want to speak to an agent or something like that.
Give me a human.
Right.
Do you know what really drives them nuts? If you actually type in the wrong thing on the numbers and that, then they eventually give you to somebody, because then they're almost dribbly. They've answered all the, you've gone and pressed all their buttons, and they're freaking out now because it's not working.
Right.
That's the one.
Hitting it up against the wall or something.
This is the bottom of Nepacity.
Wow.
And probably one of her big 3 asteroids.
Okay.
That's cool. Whose one is that? Nice one.
Yeah. So the green part is Nepacity, like the entire green area.
Right.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Wow.
With Yuri behind it on the left, at the lower horizon middle. And that white purplish dot on the left is probably one of the big 3 on the bottom of Nepacity. Took a lot of years to actually attribute the big 3 to Nepacity, but I finally just said, okay, they're always there, so I'm going to just finally agree with it. And there's some sort of a trail in front of it in the middle there between the dot and the sun. Don't know what that is. That could be a sea trail.
Could be a sea trail. Up and back down, and that's odd.
Weird. And there's light. Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Whoa.
I couldn't decide. What is that, Sam? I mean, I've seen that on video, that round, this is a screenshot from the video. But
okay, how old is that video? How old is the video?
Let me see if I can find it. I'm not sure.
I know what I'm looking at.
It was current.
You got the red asteroid in the left corner. The red asteroid is in the left corner, coming right at the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And then over on the right is the lead asteroid. And it's coming down at that angle from in front of a Saturn yellow moon. And if you look to the right of the palm tree, on the right-hand side, you can actually see the moon pockmarks of his Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
Where?
That's insane.
On the right of the tree, on the right-hand side of that whole big dark area. If you look at those pockmarks, those are moon craters.
I think here's another one. Yeah.
And what's that red thing? Look at the red thing.
Well, the red thing is Saturn behind it.
Yeah.
And the The circular, perfectly smooth-looking circular round thing between the two palm trees above to the right of the sun is the lead asteroid. And it's coming in from the upper left, leading downward. And you can see the little path that it's coming in, just like this month's secondary drawing. But it just happens to be a focal illumination of perfect timing.
So
you can see the stripe in the upper right face of the lead asteroid. There is that stripe. It's there. Yeah. I can even blow it up even bigger here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the spatial stripe. Wow. At that angle. Just like the monthly sight drawing.
That's special. Wow.
It's gotten big in the last week. Yeah. Very big. And I did not draw it big enough this month. I was telling everybody I was going to draw them all bigger, and I didn't. And I needed to. I needed to draw the lead asteroid bigger. Left. I would have covered everything.
Need a big ass paper sheet.
I didn't even put Nibiru in the drawing this month in October's. Nibiru is not even on the drawing because it's far over to the right shoulder behind us off the drawing. And so I didn't include it. And over time, I'm going to have to start drawing different, ways to show this in a solar system rotation with little arrows and all of that. And it's going to have to change how I'm drawing things. I don't want to, but I'm going to. There's going to have to be a new way to describe this. And I've done a couple of drawings intermittently for the last couple of months showing orbit models and directions and, spread them out and made them smaller, that sort of thing, so you can get a better idea of placement. And then I'm going to actually have to draw the arm reaches of the two-armed octopus of the solar system. The reason I say that is there's two arms to this solar system. You have Nibiru and Isatum on one arm, on one side of the solar system, and on the other side of the solar system, you have Saru, Uri, Atu, and Nepesity, and Matim, all in one area. And on a secondary arm. Excuse me?
Here we go. Sorry. There's your drawing.
Yeah, the October monthly site drawing. And the red asteroid should have been bigger. The tan asteroid should have been bigger. Lead asteroid should have been bigger. The big three should have been bigger. Nepesity should have been bigger. So, and they keep moving back and forth, a little bit here, a little bit there. And pretty much before you know it, this Atom's yellow moon is going to be so big, it's going to literally fill the only part of the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And it almost deserves that now because it is when it's going over the top of us at sunset in the north by northwest sky. Saw it the other day. Can't argue with it. There it is. No, wow, there it is. Oh my God. And it's so prominent at sunset and it's so huge now. And like I've said, a dozen times before, we've never seen this atom this close to us ever before. On their first original approach, 2015, 16, 17, and then exiting in 18, 19, etc., and then coming back toward us in 20, 21, 22, 23, etc. This is the closest we've ever seen this atom, and this atom's yellow moon. And every day is new. It's awesome. Yeah. Awesome. And oh my God, some of those pictures last week and that big red thing and everybody in the Middle East and the Mediterranean and Jordan and Saudi Arabia, they're getting these orange shots and all these beautiful red skies and everything. And it's very intense, very insane. Now the picture on the top left is like a week before this drawing on the bottom left. But that is literally what's going on as well. And I didn't use that drawing in my head, although I do think that is one of the best drawing or the best picture captures we've gotten in a very long time. This is the upper right one, or excuse me, upper left one. That's an awesome shot of Isatum's yellow moon in front of Isatum. And then on top of it, lead asteroid is also there. And I hadn't even imagined that when I saw that picture. And now that we see that comparison, yes, as a matter of fact, it is there. It's exactly correct, even though I didn't see that originally. And then, the Atu and Atu's moon are very prominent. And we're going to see Atu a lot more. And then Atu's moon is going to be over the top of us more. So we'll be seeing the bottom of Atu more, and we'll be seeing a lot more of the Skull asteroid, because the Skull asteroid.
Yeah, I think I've seen that guy this week.
Yeah, everybody's getting more captured with the Skull asteroid, and it's very big and it's very scary. Perfect timing for October Halloween.
Right.
I mean, like that. You know, in the year of the dragon, no less. So this ought to be a freaky October. I mean, everybody look up on Halloween night. Maybe the Skull asteroid's going to be red and scary and visible in the sky. Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
We'll put in our requisition for that, or right here, right now, writing it down on paper, mailing it to the space gods. Here you go. This is my request. October 31st. I'd like to see a very large, very massively huge red skull asteroid visible for the world to see. And wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
That would scare the crap out of 3/4 of the planet. Sometimes I don't want to wish anything like that, but I think people need a shock. I think people need to wake up that this shit is really happening, and they should watch our shows and binge watch till they catch up. You got a lot of material to catch up on, guys.
Yeah. It's just fascinating.
4 series of videos and 14 years worth of work and thousands and thousands of sightings over hundreds of thousands of sightings over 14 years. Millions of sightings. I mean, I hate to use the word millions because I don't want to go there. That's a very large number, but we've been busy.
Possible.
We've been busy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll never forget when we were first watching the lead asteroid come in, and it was doing that dragon tail illumination, and everybody's freaking, oh, it's wormwood. Yes, you're right, it is wormwood. And I didn't go there for years because I didn't want to freak out any little old ladies, And wormwood, the destroyer's coming in, we're all gonna die, And I thought that up to a point up until like 2013 that we were in far deeper shit than we are. Although we still are. But I thought that, those asteroids were going to paste us, or some smaller stuff, and some did, the Chelyabinsk event.
Sure.
And there's more of it going on right now, and we're, of course, in another meteor shower, the Orionid. Don't want to misread that this week. Anyway, yeah. Guys, this shit's real, and these are damn close, and Wormwood, the Destroyer, or the Dragon, because it is the year of the Dragon. That's why it's the year of the Dragon, because it's cyclically matching reality that's in the last 8,000 years. Anyway, and this is all real, and it's all real. It's all real. It's all real. Yeah, look at the light cut off. And yet, on the left-hand upper picture, you're seeing this looks like a blue sky to me, but why is the sun doing that?
Look, it's got a laser beam blue light coming out.
Yeah, why is it making that refractive flaring? Because it is refracted from something cutting off the top of it, just like the drawing on the right. Because it's pinched, the light pinch, it's shining underneath these planets that are right here. One of another examples of proof that these are happening, including, for instance, the example of 2011, all of a sudden the sun started rising in the northeast sky. Barely ever gets any attention.
Oh, wow.
I love that lightning bolt shot. That light shows you it is rounding the Tan asteroid.
Yeah. Wow.
And Lorraine and Pappy and all the other asteroids that are in that mix. And this is how close it's getting. Let me see. I'm going to blow that up to see what
that must be a single shot too. I mean,
yeah, it's not time lapse.
Okay.
Thailand this month. In Thailand in this month. And look, this is the center of the Earth, and that Tan asteroid is freaking huge. And I think this is one of the coolest pictures of that we've ever gotten.
Wow. Look at
that,
the lightning going up.
It's
just
uplighting. They call that uplighting.
So hard to wrap your head around.
Look how circular that is. It's going around something.
Yes.
Making the shape.
It's going around the actual Tan asteroid, just as the drawing is below it. That's exactly what is there, and you can see it rounding this other smaller asteroid to the left below it, and that is Pappy. And it's reaching over to Lorraine, which is behind, and and beside the Tan asteroid. It's in the drawing, it's above, but it is actually currently beside it, farther forward, a little bit more to the right, because this is an older drawing from September of last year. So the angles have changed. But look, the drawing is September of last year. Here we are in September of October of this year. And look what's in our faces cyclically, annually, again, at the end of the 180-day cycle. Oh, Rob, I wish I could answer that for you. The lead asteroid is so big. It's mind-blowing how big that thing is. It is, oh, God, maybe a third of the size of the moon. And that's just a guess.
Right.
That's just, we have no way to measure that. But here's an example. This is the lead asteroid about 4 years ago when it was really, really big. In 2020, it was amazingly large. And I'm amazed it didn't actually skip off and, scrape a mountain away, because that's how close it came. Currently, the closest skimmer off the deck or off the horizon is the spiral asteroid.
Okay.
But we're seeing that same pattern in our out view, and that's that same group. They're all in the pretty much similar plane of orbitation below Uri and Atu. And now these asteroids are attached to the gas giants, along with many, many other smaller asteroids and billions of smaller debris asteroids and dust and you name it. And we watched all of that for years. But they're on the same path. And that path is spread out, and then it sort of spins around as if you had a child with their spinning a circle with their arms out. And these things spin. Now, currently, the more notable spiral asteroid, which is much smaller, there's actually 2 of them, and a whole bunch of smaller stuff, which is now larger, is visible. But we can actually see it going as the planets go over us and then rotate. We can actually see the spiral asteroid bank turning in front of us. Whereas the lead asteroid is now doing that in a different way. And we're seeing it, what used to go from left to right, now we're seeing it literally coming from upper right, going almost downward angle left. And it's not anywhere close to the Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon. It's just visually in the same out view, because the lead asteroid is attached to Atu and Uri. It's not willy-nilly separate, but it's in a way spinning arm asteroid outreach in front of the base of Uri and Atu, because all of that at the 180-day cycle end is really, really close to Earth.
Wow.
As we go into our winter orbit and change placements. It's spooky, and this is where we always worry about the end of the 180-day cycle and the beginning, because that's when we see most of the volatile activity.
See if I had any more lead objects. These are just some of the best ones, the best pictures, the best of the best,
Yeah. This is, of course, this is Saturn's yellow moon being illuminated here in this shot.
So good. And this is, okay, this might be my favorite picture.
Yeah, and that is, of course, way smaller as Saturn in front of Nibiru.
Yeah.
And that white line with the purple to the right-hand side of the sun is the ion tail that goes around Isatum. And that's this clouded flame-like pattern ion tail. Goes around both sides of Isatum, but it comes off of the yellow moon. And of course, the blue dot in front of it, or it's actually a green dot, that is the green asteroid above the sun at that time. And this was like 2019 that this picture was captured, and we refer that to the Dr. Phil era, because this was taken by a group of people, and I believe Dr. Phil is the one that shared this, and that's spelled F-I-L, not P-H-I-L.
I mean,
so
Nibiru is huge. Look how big that planet is. If you were to make a full circle or draw it out, Nibiru is so big.
Oh,
wow,
massive.
That is
massive,
insane.
Massive. Sky filler. And you should have seen Nibiru in 2012. It was still huge, and yet it was so far away. And I'm sitting here watching it out in my front yard. I'm going there. Oh, look at that! Oh, look at that! And I sat there for hours and watched. And I've said this over again. But we had 80 people, 80 members, 200 members, 300, 500 members, whatsoever, and they all thought I was talking out of my mind. But we've seen it. It's there. It's real. And the sad thing is that so many people missed out on the early years. Oh my God, stuff you guys have missed. Wow.
Here's an early one too. This is what.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know the year on this one.
Look at that.
It's so good.
Wow.
Now, this is 2022, and that is a very rounded Isatum, and then a much smaller Isatum's yellow moon. And the long box cube is there, and there's a couple of Star Destroyers over in the middle right.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, upper top up there, there's a couple of Star Destroyers. And, and they're there. And remember, I'm looking at a 43-inch screen. And I'm glad I didn't go bigger, because, by the way, those bigger screens don't last as long. Anytime you go over 50-inch screen, you're throwing your money away because they won't last 6 months.
Too bad.
These four pictures are very much alike. We have a repetitive, so you see the shadows, right? And then there's another one.
Yeah, just hold it there for a minute. But my point, everybody learn to look at the dark areas in the photograph first. If you look at that big bright center, you're not going to see what's there. But if you start on the dark areas, before you know it, these planets will pop into your eye. And you go, holy shit, on the left-hand side, look, the stripes of Uri. Or you look on the right-hand side, holy shit, there's this Saturn yellow moon with an ion tail coming up in space.
Huh. And you can see the differences on either side. You can see the two different faces.
And they match, 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 month after month after month, and year after year. And that's how we know which planet is where. Okay, the date on this is 2017. So now this one is a completely different photograph. We have Uri on the right, and we have Saru on the left.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, there's
and the lead asteroid. The lead asteroid is that little white blip right next to the F or the loop of the watermark on that picture, right where it says 2017-05. That white blip is the lead asteroid.
Wow.
See the ion tail behind it?
Yeah. Huh.
And that's actually
tiny.
The red asteroid, the blue asteroid, and the green asteroid are all right there. They're just so small you can't see them. But they're there in the same group. And that is, of course, in front of Uri and Atu, which are on the right hand.
There's another one.
Wow.
And this again, okay, this is years later. Let me blow this up so I can see the date, which will be sort of cheating because I can kind of tell that it's Uri. All right. Wow. That should be Uri on the left because we see the stripes, and it's always matching the stripes. Okay, so it's Uri on the left and Nibiru on the right.
Oh, wow.
2019-ish. Now look at the water.
Amazing.
Shows you the size of the planets.
Yep.
It's enormous. Look at it.
Yeah.
It's over everything.
You can see like little bite marks in the water from the stripes,
Yeah. It's
different on the left than it is on the right.
Don't light blind yourself by looking at the center of the photograph right off. Immediately start with the left or the right upper corners and the water, and then work your way to the light. And then they'll pop right out at you. And they'll go, oh my God, there's a planet right there. Oh my God, there's a planet right there. And it's rounding these planets. Same thing again. This is another one. Let's see if I can get the date on this one before I stick my foot in my mouth. Okay. Okay, this says, I believe, 2018. And in 2018, Uri would be on the right, and Saru would be on the left. Yeah. 2018 was just about the time that Uri and Atu went over to the right, and that's when Nepesity first started doing her close passes and discharges. Is when Uri and Atu moved over, and then behind it was at the time was Nepesity, because Saru is on the left. Uri is the next planet in that rotating arm. Atu is farther behind it to the right and up off to the just middle of right corner page. And then Nepesity is behind, which is that green blob above the chimney at the horizon on the right-hand side between the skyline. See that little green blob?
Oh, yeah.
That is Nepenthe behind Uri.
Whoa.
It's so small.
In
So
2018,
small.
yeah.
Wow.
Uri is Nepenthe is a very small planet. It's either the size of Earth or smaller. But she looks very huge when she's doing close passing.
Yeah.
But I think because of the rotational speed of that axis and the snorkel and the rain bombs, that's what makes me think she's smaller because of how fast that planet rotates. Larger planets rotate slower. Smaller planets rotate faster. That would why it would create a snorkel and that rotational tornadic-like behavior. And then the tornadoes that come off of it. And then, of course, the asteroids underneath the big three and all of that. And if you go back and you watch some of these supercells where they're calling it, it's a supercell, it's a tornado cell. And you're actually, you can see it's the bottom of the Nepenthe. And you actually find the big three asteroids in the group. You automatically know they're full of shit and like you. Are there times when Earth is completely dark from the sun being covered up by these planets? Yes, there have been whiteout days and shadowings. We were showing radar footage for like 5 years where you could actually see the shadowing of the planets go by on the radar.
Wow.
And we posted, and I could never get anyone to even so much as comment on it. And so I stopped sharing it regularly. But yeah, we've got numerous, going back the years, we've got numerous examples of where these planets will cross in front of the Earth and will actually cast shadows on them. And of course, the Earth.
I remember you gave us a link once, and then it wasn't there just shortly after that.
Right. They also they cut the sharing of the link. You couldn't share the link after a while.
Wow.
Yeah.
You could look it up.
Yeah, I've seen that thing going over, and you said, look at that at the whatever o'clock. And then as I watched it, went over America like shadow. Wow.
Yeah, you'd see the shadowing on the face of the Earth looking at it from radar and NexRad and all of that. And you would see the shadow, but it got to the point after a while, they stopped allowing you to share the link because you could open the link, but then you got a blank. And that happened with USGS as well. You can't share earthquakes, the link. You can share the link to the overall site, but if you individualize a specific earthquake and try to share that with people, they'll get a blank. And they'll have to go to the site to look it up for themselves. So you don't even get to directly share things anymore. Excuse me, it's cough drop time. Cough drop number one, Ricola.
Yeah, I was just going to add to Rob's question. The internet, it's been scrubbed. There used to be videos. I was trying to find one just now, but at least 4 years ago, China went completely dark. I mean, dark, 3 in the afternoon, and it was dark as night.
Wow.
So, and it's on video. It's on it. It's right. And Russia had an episode, maybe 2019, somewhere in there.
Yeah, we had it up here in Montana.
Wow.
We had it. It didn't go completely dark,
so
but it got eerily.
And you try to find the videos.
They're gone.
It's very hard to find the videos. Yeah, I mean, the last time I looked for them, here's what I had to do. I went to Google because YouTube, TikTok, you can't find anything. And if you Google it, you'll find like articles about it. And then in the articles will be a video that's embedded. So you can't really save it and share it, but you can screen record it. And so I'll see if I can get that. I'll say if I can get those because it's crazy.
If you go to Bing and then use their search engine, you'll find different information than you will on Google.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bing has more information about me than Google does.
It's weird.
Sure.
Yeah, and you can go to DuckDuckGo as well.
I think I had my video ready. Remember that video I was trying to show you all?
Yep.
Of my clear skies. Let's see if it works this time.
Okay, we're keeping our fingers crossed.
Oh, wait. Let's do this one first. Sam, can you explain what's happening here? I have people asking. Here's
what the heck?
2 moons.
Oh, okay.
What's going on?
I hope they're not filming through glass.
Mm.
That's my first thing.
Yeah,
But if not,
I don't think that was supposed to
Well,
be
question
think
is,
these
are they
people are in
filming
a
through their
park.
auto window screen?
I think I saw it. I think they said they were in a park somewhere,
Okay.
it looks like they're outside.
like walking their baby or
Sounds
something
like
like that, or their child in the
Hold
park.
on me right now.
maybe.
I'm looking at a street. Okay. Boy, that keeps moving. People, buy tripods.
Yeah, definitely.
They
Take it
are
on your prime, man.
they are the same size,
What the
and I'm gonna scream glass double.
Yeah.
Now that white dot next to the moon, we can talk about that. That
There's
could
multiple
easily be.
dots.
Yeah, well, just the one next to the bright center moon.
Uh-huh.
That could easily be that second mini moon that they've
Okay.
Is
told us
that where it's
today.
located?
Yeah. Well, it's
All right.
I don't know exactly. It's going to orbit. It's orbiting
gonna move around.
alongside. It fell into synchronous orbit and tidal orbit lock, and will be here for 56 days and leaves sometime in November or maybe December. I have to relook that up.
I
But
think
yeah,
you're right with the 2 months.
yeah, it's for 56 days or something like that. But anyway, yeah, but the
Okay.
yellowish upper left object is very similar in size and looks also like the moon as well. So I'm gonna have to scream glass double.
So my question would be, like it's not moving. It doesn't appear to move around. Is that what a glass double does? I thought
Yeah,
lens flares or whatever moved.
Yeah, when you have similar sizes, that screams. And now they don't have the same intensity. So I can't really work off of it. I don't have a lot to work with here, but I'm pretty tempted to say glass double.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, especially
I know.
moving around like that. And now I do expect that you would jog your camera, even if you are filming from a tripod, to show people. But it's entirely possible it could be an asteroid, but it has a very similar look to the moon face. So I have to scream glass double. Now, if it had a different facial feature inside that less intense second upper left circle, if it would have had a different facial expression, then I would have said, oh, maybe it is something. But it does look like the moon as well. So I'm going to say glass double. Sorry.
Got it.
I hope I don't dash anyone's feelings. But,
It's okay. No, people were
Oh,
asking,
we have
like,
to be. We have to be. We have to.
it's interesting.
And
Yeah.
and buy a tripod.
Yeah, they're cheap.
Yeah, they are. And don't trip
You can
over
get
them.
them for like
They
$5-10
get bent
bucks.
up easy.
Yep.
I've
Yeah.
tripped over a few tripods in my time.
I'm ready to watch Gillian's pictures.
Yeah.
You want to see what Gillian caught?
Yeah.
Let's
Yes.
pull that up here.
No,
Yes.
You're right back to that.
Okay, here we go.
Oh. A little shiny nose like Rudolph now, can I?
Look at that lovely orange.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but look at that. If you turn that upside down, that's like a surface. But it's our moon. It's like behind our moon. How
Yeah,
can something be
moon.
that big?
Because they are.
It's that big behind our moon.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
there's
That's
like
these are
something
planets.
next to the moon.
These are very large planets, and we are these tiny. We're this tiny little rock Earth. We're not even a water type planet. We are a rock type planet, and the fact that we're covered
Look
in
at that.
water is by luck. Yeah, look at that. Asteroids.
Yeah.
I can't tell where the sun is coming from, so I can't tell you which one that is. But yeah, that could easily be the red
The
asteroid.
sun's to the right of that.
Interesting. Looks like something's coming out of the middle, but then when you look at it for a little bit longer, you can tell. Very cool.
It was just so weird. I couldn't tell if it was like a fingerprint or two eyes looking at me.
Okay, I'm trying to see where the light source is coming from the left. So there again, you have lead asteroid in the upper middle.
Yeah.
That's gone. And that was Saturn yellow moon is what that was. This again, okay, now above, okay, dead center would be, above would be the bottom of Atu. That is the side of Uri right there with the tan asteroid and the other asteroids to the left of the sun.
Yeah, my Ring doorbell's cool.
Cool.
Look at that.
You're one of them rich people, huh? You got one of them Ring doorbells. I don't have none of that technology.
You don't have one of them ring
No,
doorbells?
my cave doesn't come with them. Up here in my Montana cave, you know. All I got is bear skins and stone knives, man.
Look at that.
That, of course, is the side of a Saturn yellow moon.
Beautiful.
That there is, of course, the stripes of Uri with the asteroids coming in from the upper left, going down to the center.
Right, you could see the
Yep.
shadow line.
Yep.
Look at it.
Beautiful.
Look at that one.
Yeah.
We've asteroids, Saturn yellow moon and Saturn all on the right,
Wow.
everything else on the left. And Tim is probably cutting in the back view here, just to the left of the upper left of the sun. A little grayish, different color, right circle right there. And that is the bottom of Atu and Atu's moon. And again, bottom of Atu's moon.
Yeah, they were active this week. They were so active.
Well, you know, they're facially illuminated as they go past.
Look
now.
at that.
We're getting the best view of them. That's the side of Uri cutting over the top of the sun as she transcends into day.
Oh.
Planets overhead.
It was just right over me. It was so cool.
Look at that.
Of course, in the background, this is the very side of very, very big, huge Uri, and this is the white moon of Atu right there.
Yeah, look at it. You can see it. You can see the thing.
That's getting smaller too. It is getting smaller. You can see it here again. There's the white of Atu's moon in front of purple Atu. See purple with the pink edge? That pink edge is the side face of Atu. And then behind it is Uri. And behind that is Saru, which is making the orange glow at the horizon. Now it's the bottom of Uri right there with Atu's moon sticking in and the bottom of Atu, and over and over again they match. Yeah. That is the bottom of Uri right there. And that asteroid drawing that Rebecca posted here a while ago, that's a band of asteroids right there, a whole cluster of them.
Yeah, look at them.
At the base cloud of Uri. You've seen that over and over and over and over again. I've drawn it 100 times.
Yeah, it was making the animals
birds. Oh, I heard of birds. No, I'm joking. Yes, the geese are more plentiful this year here. We actually saw geese this year. I haven't seen geese in years, which is weird for Montana because we normally have a lot of geese. And
yeah, we're going bonkers. We're just going bonkers under these great big planets.
I'm sure all the animals are feeling it. You know, I mean, look at all the sightings. If you go to Slapped Ham, and you see all the cryptids and dogmen and all the Bigfoot sightings are tripling and way up more. Now, granted, everybody's got a camera and everybody's out doing that, but there's sightings from animals. And I'm sure that if you were a Bigfoot and you knew the planets were passing because you're not incorporated by the policy that says gravity, so you I'm sure can see these planets. I can't even imagine what they would be thinking. Maybe they have an education. Who knows?
Look at the purple.
Do Bigfoot have schools and teachers? Who knows?
Thank you, Wendy.
Where do they live?
Look how it started to glow. Just look. That was tonight.
I could have sworn you. Did you say something about Bigfoot having teachers?
Yeah, I said, does Bigfoot have schools and teachers?
That's what I thought you said. I was like, do they?
Cave class 101.
What I missed?
Colors. Look
Got
at
that
this.
Inherited,
look at the wishbone thing.
ancestral knowledge.
Oh
that's
my
the
gosh.
bottom of Atu's moon.
I can't see that.
I'm sure their parents teach them.
See that.
They have nothing but alone time. So
I bet they homeschool.
Yeah, I bet they do too.
You're a bunch of goofballs.
Oh boy, that's funny.
That's Atu's moon right there, just the center.
Yeah, you can see the moon. Look.
Yeah, you can see the moon. And there is the illuminated core of Saturn's yellow moon and the lead asteroid, dead center above the bush in the middle of the picture. And then we're back over to Atu's moon, which is beyond the sun, behind you, the light. You see the craters of Atu's moon.
Wow.
In the upper right corner. And they're gray blue.
Yeah, look at it. It's pretty.
And there's a whole wash of whatever's going on in this shot. There's at least two planets.
Yeah. Those are
Probably
great.
in Atu's moon.
Yeah.
Good shot.
I kind of like my wishbone one. That great big purple thing with the wishbone.
Yeah, that's Atu and Atu's moon. As it goes beyond Earth and becomes spatially illuminated.
So gorgeous. You said they would do this, but they're so big.
Yeah, and now that they're going past the sun, we're seeing them facially illuminated because they are now beyond Earth and into the light. For the last few years, all we could see was the backsides and the sides of them when they were crescent illuminated. And then when they were smaller, I posted a picture I believe I gave you a copy, Rebecca, of that 2017 picture that's going around. Neo Indigo Star reposted somebody else's older picture. And I had a copy of that.
Okay.
I still have a copy of that picture, but I just reposted their copy. And that shows you, I thought it was a really good, poignant picture to show everybody what the planets used to look like. Way back when. So over 7 years ago.
Let me click on it again and see.
And I looked, but I couldn't even come up with a drawing that far back of December of 2017. I think I have one. I just didn't find it.
I'm not sure which one it is, though. You sent me a few. Let's see. Was it? I don't think it's that. That's too new.
No, it's not that one. I can let me go to small screen here.
Maybe I didn't get it because I don't see it in your.
God, where did I post it? Let me go back and see where I posted it. Grab you a copy of it. I think I posted it on Skywatcher 1.
Yeah. I see it. I see it. I don't know why it's not there. Let me get it. I'll put it there. Oh wait, it says it's there. Sorry guys. Here. Sorry. There it is.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah.
Cool.
And in this shot, you've got Nibiru, very large Nibiru on the right. In front of Nibiru, is Yuri and Atu. And the red dot, of course, is a Saturn. And the green dot on the other side to the left is Nepacity. And you can see that bluish dot, and that is Matim.
Wow.
Yeah, in the early years. And then Saru is behind it to the left. And you can see there's a sort of a green-blue open core in the upper left corner.
Huh.
That's back when the planets were still little and the light was then just shining underneath Nibiru.
Wow.
Nibiru was on the right, Sarah was on the left.
That's incredible.
Yuri was in the front right with Atu, which is in the upper right corner. You can see Atu's moon in the upper right corner of this picture. just tiny, small compared to Uri, which is in front of Nibiru. And of course, the big green and the big red are Nepacity and Isatum when they were first coming in and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I believe the dot is probably the lead asteroid, just above to the left of the sun. That rounded sort of tan dot is, I believe, the lead asteroid at the time. And the trick is to look at the reflection in the water.
Oh, look there, you can see.
Yeah.
So Nibiru is at the right of Isatum?
Nibiru is way behind Isatum. Isatum is tiny in this shot. That's that big orangish blob. Nibiru is very large. And behind that, all that blue area with the, see where that green shaft of light goes up on the other hand of the sun? That's the edge of Nibiru.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's like a slant.
Wow.
There's a slant going across the top right hand.
Yes.
And that's the light shining underneath Nibiru, and then Saru is on the left. And Nepacity and Isatum, this is when they were first, in 2017, when they were first coming towards us. And they were first, we were realizing that before that, pictures before that were where Nepacity is just a green dot and Isatum is a red dot. And then Matim is a blue dot. And then at this point, 2 years later, they're coming closer and bigger and bigger. And we realized, hey, these are much smaller planets in front of these very large planets and two gas giants. And yeah, it's amazing. And like I said before, there's so much people have missed, so much information. It's insane what people have missed. And there's no way for us to get all of those back because, I lost so many computers and I kept them and thinking I was going to get some way to get to those hard drives, but I never could because techs aren't free. And so eventually I had all these Hulk computers laying around here and I finally just, smashed them and threw them away. The money I got rid of when they tried to evict me here a couple years ago. It's going on our second year now. And we got rid of so much stuff just to be able to move. And then to find out that we didn't have to move. So I sold things off. I gave things away. It was just, the house has never been the same. I never redecorated since we were packing up. I still have boxes of shit laying around. And I'm looking at going, where do I put this? And it changed the value of everything I own to find out that somebody can just boot you on a whim without concern. And it's financial only.
Yeah.
And it's the world we live in. It's scary. I've lived here for 22 years. Do you think I can just move?
Wow.
And they tried to undervalue my house.
South Africa, we had been there for 12 years. And the guy just said, no, you can't stay here anymore. You've got to find somewhere to go. And that's how I ended up.
Yeah, well, I own the house. I don't own the land. That's renting my lot, and he's got a problem with his plumbing. And I need to not say too many things in case somebody would hear this show. So I'll just leave it at that. It was kind of callous and it put us through a lot of hell. And it was very expensive, very expensive. And even my kids haven't even really recovered from it. They still talk about it. Anyway, back to the skies.
Back to the sky. I went and checked my sky just to see if there's anything out there.
Do you have a sky? Do you have one?
Nothing. Okay, here's my video, though. I resent it over. So this is an example of what my skies look like for a month. Now, okay, let's see here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sad.
Surely you must get a break in the sky.
The sun was huge.
See them. I see the yellow moon. I saw this. I did very much like this video.
I did too. And remember, Rebecca's a professional.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. It's a driver.
Yeah, don't try this at home.
Pull over and take pictures.
Don't drive that fast either.
Yeah, right.
So your favorite parking lot, is it finally a Chick-fil-A now?
It's in progress. You can see it right there. They're building it. Yeah. My favorite spot is there's two lots, and one of them is all, so it doesn't matter. Even if there's an empty lot beside it, there's going to be all this, traffic for people craving Chick-fil-A. So
I've never had it.
I don't even know what that is.
Really? Wow. They don't have Chick-fil-A in Vegas?
They do. I've just never had it.
Oh, I see. I got you. Okay.
I don't even know what that is. I mean, obviously chicken, whatever.
Chicken sandwiches, basically, that's their thing, but they have everything else, chicken, whatever. So anyway, yeah, they're taking my viewing spot away. I'll figure out somewhere else to go. It's tough being in downtown. It's like there are not many open spots that's perfect like it was. That's 2 blocks from my house. Anyway. It is a bummer, Nicole. That's how I feel. I've known it for a year.
Metal tower in your yard. I'm only joking.
Oh man, yeah.
Look around, I don't have much of a south-west view at all because we've got a mountain in the way. But my south view occasionally is good if I leave my house, and then if I go into Missoula, then you can, it's a big valley, so you can see pretty much everywhere. And I do occasionally, just at Walmart, sit there and do the parking lot 360 and stand there and go, oh wow, oh wow, oh wow, and people kind of look at me like I'm weird, but then I am weird. So.
There is a video. I don't know. I named it Random Oddities. That's what I put on there. It's just some clips that I have found that I thought were odd. So let's see I don't even remember what's on it. It's been a while.
Snorkel.
What is that?
Bottom of Uri.
Wow.
Yeah, Uri's a bit grumpy there.
Yeah, it's being illuminated, and it's after sunset, so that's the bottom of Uri being shined on. It's in space, so that is what the bottom of Uri looks like. Although it is thousands of miles away from us, it's so very large that this is what we see, and this is a gas giant right next to Earth. Because, excuse me, they don't make clouds like that. Earth does not have clouds like that, period.
Yeah.
Those are not our clouds.
We're going to be so lonely when they all go away.
What are we going to do? We might have to start looking at flowers or something, or cats.
Got plenty of them cats.
At least we have.
Who's got a cat now?
Well, I see that Rebecca has changed her personal page to her main picture is Mittens.
Yeah.
So somebody
star of the show. She is.
Yeah. Somebody who said, "Oh, I'm not keeping this cat." No, I'm adopting it. It's my youngest child.
Right. I know. I was not going to get attached. I was not going to, but
that is a rocket. That is a rocket.
Is it?
Yeah, spiral. Okay. Note the direction change spiral, and it's spiraling. So yeah, that's a rocket. That looks like an ion tail illumination off the bottom of Planet A2. Oh, wow.
Wow, look at that.
Oh.
Hello. Hey, what's that?
I'm tempted to say city light shining upwards. Like some grand theater opening where it's shining up, but it could be something else, but that looks localized.
Oh,
well, that was weird.
I always think of like Close Encounters of the Third Kind when I see stuff like that.
Oh.
And a dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, somebody's playing with lasers.
Right.
Maybe it's a light show.
Yeah. It's some sort of, I'd say light show.
This is out of China. September 21st, 2024.
Wow.
It looks like an object in front of the sun setting, but is that the sun setting? What the hell is it?
Weird. It's flat on top.
Or is that an asteroid one? Well, it's being cut off above by something in the way. And then the question is that the red asteroid going in front of the sun?
Wow.
We've seen the lead asteroid going numerous times in front of the sun, but right now we know that the red asteroid is predominantly dead center in the middle of our out view. So this is entirely possible, the red asteroid crossing in front of the sun, and it's being chopped off. But the top of it, see how the white, light green, blue? The top of the sun is being visually outviewed, cut off, cropped on the top by planet Saru.
Yeah. Wow. That is crazy.
That's a good one, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. I
haven't seen this one yet either.
I hadn't seen it either.
That's pretty surprising.
I haven't seen that either.
Usually when something hits like this,
it's everywhere. Yeah.
You see it everywhere.
Yeah, and 87 people posted it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I found this on Facebook. I found this on TikTok. I found this on YouTube.
I was wondering if that was the ion tail.
Okay. What, this thing in front of us here?
Not, well, it'll get back. Oh, shoot. Let me go back. Sorry, guys. We'll get there.
Worries. Ours
Yeah,
is
at the
scientifically researched.
the beginning of that video.
I'll pay attention this
It's
time.
very. Too bad it only stays on it at the moment. That. See how that's that bitch?
Yeah, that's a base cloud. Oh, that could easily be. Oh boy, that's it, lead asteroid right now above the boat, going downward with the drawing, and the ion tail is the white one at the horizon, farther to the right. That's the ion tail right there. It's flattening out because it's so close. It's so close to our Earth atmosphere. It's absolutely flattening out on our upper atmosphere. That's
so
the
our
ion
upper
tail.
atmosphere makes it look flat like that.
Yeah, well, it's squishing into our upper atmosphere, and that's why it's flattened. And then up to the upper left here is where the lead asteroid is going. Right there, that's the lead asteroid crossing in front of the Saturn's yellow moon. And then you've got the white illumination of the side of Uri, dead center just above the boat to the left. And then the orange back at the horizon again is the bottom of planet Saru. And Uri should be right there.
Yeah.
The wishbone's there.
With, of course, the tan asteroid sticking out after it panned farther left. This is the bottom of Uri again, bubbly bottom of Uri.
It's all webby. It's like blood vessels or something.
It's a gas giant. It's got all these gases that are clipped in. This is the bottom. Oh boy, look at the green there.
Oh, and hi there, Nepicity.
Yeah, Nepicity is right there. And then Atu and Atu's moon are to the right. But the green is substantially shown from boy, look at that. That's the red asteroid again.
Yeah, we know that one.
Look at that one.
Hey, Sam.
Pretty.
Yeah.
I just now saw this question from Wendy, and about that asteroid in front of the sun with it flat on top. She is asking, how do you know that it was Saru? Like, is that from remote viewing? No,
because we know where Saru is. And we know that Uri is not cutting off the sun in a straight line.
Kind of
Saru
like this.
is much bigger and is cutting off with a straight line, where Uri would be cutting in. Right, correct. Uri would be cutting it at a side angle, where Saru is going to be cutting the top off of it. And we know where Saru has been and has gotten closer and closer over the last few months. So it is basic logic that it has to be Saru cutting off the top.
Okay, there we go.
Because we know where everything is.
I just want to say, this happened like hours before a horrible earthquake in Turkey. like this, everybody was talking about this red asteroid, especially the first clip. And the Weather Channel came along not long afterwards and made a clip. They said this shape, this anomaly, was caused by wind rushing up against the side of a mountain, causing the clouds to create this swirl. That was their rebuttal for this. Yeah,
No,
wind against a mountain.
That's a red asteroid with little sister. The little sister is the smaller round pocket asteroid in front of very large red asteroid. And if you notice how low it is off the deck on the horizon, that fits into the Chinese picture where at their horizon there's a rounded teardrop shaped object in front of the sun. And of course it's being cut off on above, just like Wendy was asking about. This is most likely Uri over the top, which is where the dark area is, and the illuminated area is, etc. Yeah, close passing Nepesity. See it? 1, 2, 3. See the bottom rings? 1, 2, 3. Close pass Nepesity, snorkel, and rain bomb. Okay, everybody, have a year's worth of rain.
Wow.
Look at that stuff. Doing.
We talked about this last week on last show. This is the faceplate of a Saturn's yellow moon being illuminated from underneath.
Oh, lovely. Look
bright
at that.
Yellow, bright yellow, bright yellow. Whereas before, when we saw Nepesity being illuminated at her core, she would, of course, show the green and then not as intensely bright as this yellow intense bright. That is, of course, in the placement of the Saturn's yellow moon.
That's beautiful.
And this is, of course, is Nepesity. See the green, and there's Nepesity with this drop snorkel, and yeah, that is Nepesity. Very big, very green, and she's getting smaller. See the open core? Core smaller. Green inside. And there are people out there that are going to argue, oh, that's just a normal tornado. No, not normal. Look at the rotation. That entire thing, as far as the eye can see, is rotating, not just the tornado itself. That is the bottom of planet Nepesity. Making a close pass, and she's small. She's a tiny little planet, but there again, count the rings. 1, 2, 3. And this is why you get these freak storms and these close passes, and you get the 120-mile-an-hour winds and shit like this out of the blue that the radar did not, or the weather patterns. I saw one of those the other day where they were talking about the 2020 derechos and how all those videos are coming out now. And they go, yeah, none of it, it was never predicted on any of the weather patterns. And yet there it is, boom. And this is the discharging. This is where the planets do not crash into each other. They electrically repel. Look at that. Look at that red.
Yee, look at that. I haven't seen that. That's
I wonder if this is a base cloud close pass from his Saturn. Look at that. I'd never seen that before.
Wowzer.
One, two, three.
That is a very angry looking sky. Wow.
Snailfoot, bottom of Atu's moon.
It's like a pixie slipper, yeah.
Yep. Or a slimy little snailfoot.
Yeah.
And bubbly. Look how orange that is. That's his Saturn's yellow moon and his Saturn. And the long box cube is in there. Oh, is that the space tube up close? Wow, look at that.
Yeah, look at that tube thing.
Yeah, is that the space tube parked next to the long box, ready to take on the commodities before they ship it back home?
And look at that.
Look at the rotation of this planet.
Wow. That's beautiful. Ooh.
That's the bottom of Uri. God, look at that. Does it ever fall into darkness? There's an example. Look, everything's dark and it's not sunset yet. It's an hour. Look at this. This is that red stuff we were talking about from Europe and from from Italy and all that. They're getting these red skies, and that's direct.
I wouldn't be surprised if they get some volcano soon.
Well, the red skies are coming from a direct light refraction off a very red planet is Saturn.
Mm-hmm. Look at
Depending
that.
on where on the Earth you are. Yeah, that could be wave clouds of Uri or wave clouds of Nepacity. Hard call on that one. Somebody's going to, say it's HAARP, but I don't agree with that. This is a close passing of asteroids at night.
Yeah, it looked like that last night here.
Yep, and again, those are asteroids underneath Atu's moon at night. They're always there. Yeah, probably the red asteroids, little sister, spiral asteroid, all in front of Atu's moon at night.
Wow. Look at that.
And this is an object in the middle, and the two light areas are one light area, but there's something in the way. And I don't even know the date of when this was captured. Let's see. Can I find it? Oh, it is not very visible. I'm thinking 2021. Yeah, that's about right. That was when Nepacity was dead center at the time. So this is Nepacity in the way of the sun.
Wow.
And you're seeing the flashing because the rotating planet in front of it is making the light change. And of course, electrical storm. There's a storm where Nepacity is repelling off the Earth, trying to keep it from crashing into each other, which they don't do. There's light shining underneath the planet.
Oh, look, how gorgeous
That's why
is
it's
that?
focaling up.
That is beautiful.
Underneath the bottom of Uri again, with really weird gaseous formations of asteroids
It's
and
almost
bubbly.
like it can never be real, Sam. Look at it. It looks
Right.
like that wee dog
Yeah.
handlebars thing. I've seen that coming towards us in South Africa, like little dog handlebars things.
Nothing. Those are not. That's not within our atmosphere. This is the atmosphere of a close passing planet. And if you look at the sky, there's no clouds even on the horizon. So that
And
was
the
a cloud.
double rainbow means there's two suns, doesn't it?
Yep.
Amazing. Yeah, I've seen that above us during Storm Ashley as well.
One larger, one smaller. I stared at these for years, and I kept going, okay, this is the only reason there's a dark ring in the middle, because normally a rainbow wouldn't do that. Now look for your pot of gold, indeed. I see we've lost Rebecca. I see we've lost Christoper, yeah.
We're all alone, Sam.
Oh, I'm used to it.
Oh, she's back.
I'm here. I had to take care of. Well, my son brought me something to eat,
Oh, lucky you.
so I had. He was like, "Taste it, taste it," and I
wish
have
I had
to.
somebody cook
I have
for
to
me.
rate
It
it.
would
Somebody should come and bring me something.
Oh
I'm
man,
tempted.
I know they're taking such good care of me. They really do.
Look at that.
So
Rosie.
Cut off, Halo.
Woohoo.
Not a sundog.
Okay, you made me hungry now because now I'm thinking about my stomach again.
I know he did a good job. He made roast and baked potatoes. So, yeah.
Making roasts very important in winter time.
I made a roast the other day.
He's a good cook, really.
Oh
So
boy, look at this.
That.
I'm still trying to define that in my brain. That light cutoff angle.
Look at that thing. Wow.
That, of course, that's a blocked cumulus nimbus cloud is creating that. That's a shadow off the cloud.
okay.
That rising cumulus nimbus in the background. That's normal.
Normal. Okay.
Normal.
This is normal?
Yep,
That's normal.
Is that
Okay.
normal?
Yeah, that's normal.
Huh.
Although the planet behind it isn't, but
And then he goes.
that is not an effect of the planet. That's an effect of that rising cumulus nimbus cloud. Now here again, another example of lead asteroid, yellow, Saturn's yellow moon and its Saturn. turning all red and cool after sundown. And they're looking in the northwest sky. And what's cool is those darker, deeper blues showing, illumination of a planet. And it's amazing. And this is not in any way, shape, or form our normal skies. And everybody is just grown so accustomed to, going back to the years when we were having purple skies. Everybody thought the skies were so freaking weird back then. And then they all went, oh, it's HAARP, and that's what they'll say about this as well. Oh, it's harmonic. It's causing that. Well, it's possible that some of the solar flaring will do that, but not this. This is the close pass and very, very cold planet coming in and creating a derecho, as they call it now, or a push storm as a close pass occurs. And this again is the let me see where I'm trying to figure out where the light is coming from on this shot. It's stalled. Did you have it paused?
It's ended. That was it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hammer. Yeah. I was reading all the comments. I agree with Wendy too. It's like
David's lucky. David has somebody.
We see these videos. Huh? Who?
I said David's lucky. He says I smell my supper getting made for me.
Oh, nice.
Like, yeah, I would love somebody to cook for me for once. I hope.
Wouldn't that be nice? Oh man.
I have to do all the cooking.
When your girls get older, they can, go in the kitchen and, start experimenting.
Nova did make pan-fried fried chicken the other day. She briefly splashed herself with a little hot oil, and then I had to take over. So, Nova made fried chicken the other day.
Nice.
I haven't had
as they get older.
I haven't had pan-fried chicken in the house because it makes your house really oily. It's actually probably cheaper to go buy it at some restaurant than import it. That way you don't stink up your house for 3 days.
I know. It's like that, isn't it?
What about chicken?
Yeah, we made homemade pan-fried chicken the other night with paprika and salt and pepper and garlic and by the way, I know the secret 11 herbs and spices.
Okay.
Gonna write them down and tell us.
Poultry seasoning and a whole lot of MSG. If people knew what was in KFC, they would. There is so much MSG in it, you wouldn't believe. It's one of the major ingredients. And it's good, it's yummy, but it is not healthy for you. And it sort of freaks your mind into wanting to eat more. Doritos has MSG as well. And that tricks your mouth into wanting more. And you'll sit there and eat the entire bag in Doritos.
I just bought a bag of them.
Ranch, man, or nacho cheese Doritos. Ugh. And when I was a teenager, hell, that was a meal, a couple of Cokes and a whole bag of Doritos, no problem.
People dip Doritos in dips and stuff.
Oh, yeah, that too. Steaky bacon, sausage, tatty, scone, egg, beans. Okay, that's an interesting combination, David. Yeah, I have. They're not even cooking here yet. Pizza night and all of that. Thank you, Tara.
Oh, he's talking about tatty scones. Now you have to say the word tatty scone. I haven't had that for a while.
I don't even know what that is.
It is so yummy. You've got to have that. Go to visit Scotland and we'll give you tatty
something like
scones.
Beef on toast or something like that?
No, it's like a triangle. Hang on, let me show you.
Well, I know what a scone is, but what do you call it? Tatty. T-A-T-T.
A tatty is a potato. A tatty.
Oh, okay. A tatty or a tater.
A tatty. It's called a tatty.
Potatoes, as they say on Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. Potatoes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Tara. Thank you. And I got your pictures just now, Tara. So I'll get those added. We'll see those in a moment.
Looks yummy.
Oh my!
Now you're making me hungry.
Look, Christopher's outside.
I got action.
Look at that. Oh boy. Okay. Let's take this down. Let's give him the floor.
Oh, look
Let's
at that.
Give him the floor.
Hey, look, my baby went to Nevada. Look.
Oh,
There's a mice guy the other day.
Hang on a second, Gillian, and I'll show yours next, okay?
Hmm. Those puppies. Mm.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's looking pretty wild. There's like some iridescent things.
Something's right above the sun.
Flows happening too.
Look at how it's spreading out, like something's smack right on top. Uh-huh.
And then there's something
Like
definitely
Atu's moon,
passing
Atu.
like way overhead.
Look at that. You can see it.
Yeah. Do you guys see this like
That's what I
rainbow
want.
prism right here?
I see a whole lot of ion draggy things.
Yeah.
I'm getting signal that I'm being cut off.
You sound better.
Yeah, I my picture stalled. It's locked up.
Oh, shoot.
Wow. Send it my way, Christopher. Send
Okay.
it to Oklahoma, okay? Because
I know, right?
I'm ready. But tomorrow, I gotta be available to go out and mess with it.
Well, yeah,
And
and
now I'm
everybody's
back,
wondering
finally.
where Rebecca's been on her lives on TikTok, and that's the reason why.
I know. That's why. That's why.
A
There's
month.
nothing to see.
A month
Is that
with
the
no
long box
clouds.
cube? Right. Go to your left a little bit.
All right.
There's a shadow. I see it.
Right
Yeah.
there.
I'll be
wow.
able to get away from the trees in a second.
Is that the long box cube sitting there?
I think so.
Like the
You see some
butt end of
iridescent?
it?
Yeah,
Like
you
the-
see this
Little head
iridescent
sticking
like
out.
glow?
Yeah, that's got
Yeah.
to be the butt end of the long box cube sticking
Oh
out.
my God! Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
I see it.
Intergalactic, very massive craft, you guys. It's there. It's
Wow.
here. By the way, ET is here, brothers and sisters, boys and girls, men, women, and ducks. ET's parked here, has been for quite a few years now. We are not alone. That ever asked question, are we alone? And there they are. That you're seeing the dark end, the shadowed end of a very long box, very massive ship that they park Star Destroyers on inside of by the hundreds. So it shows you how huge that thing is. And that is the square backside of the rest of it, and it's angling down away from us.
Wow.
And that's why it's as bright as it is on that middle edge, because the sun is shining off the middle edge of the
Just
top.
looks like the end of a school bus.
Right. The end of a school bus.
Wow.
Only what school are we going to?
Man.
State school.
This is incredible.
Big school.
Uh,
And it's
it gets
like
a little
changing
old.
so fast. And
Try to
Okay,
warn
is that the
everybody.
cube right there? Look, right there. To the left of the sun. There's a square, like immediately
Yeah.
to the left.
right
No,
here.
Yes.
Our bonds
Yeah.
showed they were right
Yes.
next to each other.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
Yes.
And there's a big Star Destroyer right there too.
I believe you.
Woo-hoo.
Wow.
This is fun. Yes.
Wow.
Oh boy. That's so obvious.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. And I don't know.
It's
I have
showtime.
sunglasses on, and you know, whatever tint is in the glasses totally blocks out. It causes you to see multiple different shades of blue. It's
Uh-huh.
just wild out here. And
Yeah,
it's
and
changed
notice-
so
Cam-
fast.
Look how everything dark blue versus the horizon gray.
Right.
And that's all planets above the sun that are overhead, top of us. That's the site of Uri right there.
Yep.
And the tan asteroid is the big dark spot.
Wow.
Very big. And that's the bottom of Atu, and Atu's moon above the sun. And the cube is there. And I'm wondering, right, Crystal,
here.
just directly above the sun, is that the tiny skull asteroid sitting there?
Oh,
Oh boy.
man. So
Straight
bright,
up.
I can barely tell.
So there's a straight line straight above the sun.
Yeah.
And at the top of that little short straight line, it looks like the Skull asteroid.
Wow.
But small, oddly small.
Yeah, I'll have to look at the
I could be
footage
wrong.
later because I can't see it.
Yeah, I don't imagine you can.
Yeah, it's pretty bright.
Anything staring at the sun, anything above it and below it and beside it is going to be hard to look at.
Here's I just want to show this really quick.
Cool.
So people have a visual of
what
we're looking at.
Yep.
This is the drawing that goes with what Chris is seeing right now.
And on the out view, if Atu's over the top of our heads and the Saturn is coming in our faces and going over the top of our heads, our out view, these two will be parked right next to each other. And they literally are. And of course, that's what Bond's picture was showing earlier as well.
Right.
Because they're so close to our out view.
Picture. Look at that. Wow.
And they are real and they are there.
Yeah.
And we saw the Texas cube arrive. We saw the long box cube arrive. We saw the Empire orb arrive. We watched when all of a sudden there was space tubes being sighted around the world. So, they are here. They are here. They are, it's like the Horton Hears a Who. We are here. We are here. But, these are big ships with lots and lots of extraterrestrials, intergalactic craft that have been here for years to prove and to collect the commodities from planet Earth that we give out every 3,654 years. And you don't want to know the rest of the truth.
You can see the blue has such a curve to it too.
Yeah,
It's like that's
planet.
Gotta be Atu's moon in front of Atu, probably in front of Nepicity, and Yuri.
Nepicity will be overhead to the right,
there
above it.
Okay, but what I'm saying is they're all right there.
Yeah.
All around the sun,
to the
both
right
sides,
and straight up.
Yes.
Look how much the Texas cube has changed since Rebecca saw it first.
Yep.
You can totally see it now. Wow.
Ah, boy.
God.
Wave at him.
Right?
Oh, shoot.
Wow.
Tara, yes. I do too. Oh, boy.
Yeah, it doesn't change much week after week after week, just small variations as time goes by.
Wow.
And we are not making this stuff up. We're not imagining this. We're not coming up with all of this. And, the reason it's called the Texas Cube is because it arrived over Texas. The reason it's called the Long Box Cube was because a few years later, a longer Long Box Cube showed up. And we've been sighting these things for a decade now. I watched them when they were out in deep space on their way. And then, boom, they got here through a wormhole.
Oh, boy. All right.
And they're not the same faction as the people from Nibiru and Saru. They're different factions. There's lots of visitors here right now.
It's one thing if they look like us, but what happens when you see one that doesn't look like us? Is it going to be just too scary for people?
It could be. The guy the Greys are hard to deal with. The lizard people are really cool but scary. They're charismatic as hell. And the Pleiadian, of course, was far easier to deal with, except I kept trying to look at the back of his head and everything because it was weird. It grabs you, but eventually over a period of time, you sort of get used to it. And the trick is not to have any prejudices because, boy, they'll know it in a heartbeat. And if you are a prejudiced person, they probably won't want to even talk to you. Or give you the time of day. They'll just treat you like you're an animal and like you're one of those stupid humans. So why bother? Or, gee, I don't want to mess with time or inform these people of anything. Yeah, I see the side orb and everything on that.
Wow.
Yeah, kind of boxy right there, dead center in front of Atu and Atu's moon. Really, really a lot going on right there in that shot. Over and over and over and over again, year in, year out. And people have got to learn, these are not just clouds. There's a whole definition to them. This is why I do the monthly site drawing. So everybody gets the opportunity to, while we're in between slides, isn't this normal? Like back in school when they, the slide projector or the end of the video, and then start flapping around the reel.
There, we're back.
I used to be one of those.
Why
kids
can't you
that
see
could
me?
operate. No, I can't see you. You're a black dot. And
I
Christoper's
don't know
gone.
why. Huh? Okay. Why? Hang on. Well, I'll be back.
Okay.
Wow.
We are suffering technical difficulties. Please stand by. My ears are ringing. I can almost talk. Oh, I got hit with a wave of ringing ears. Wow.
All I want to do is eat today.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I feel you, Gillian.
Sorry, I keep stuffing shit in my mouth now. Sam said Doritos. It is Sam's fault.
Yeah,
I know, right?
Got you doing the crisps.
I know. It's like now I have an excuse to drink soda.
Yep. Oh, I paid for last week's show. I only had 2 Cokes, but I was so uncomfortable afterwards. It was amazing. It was hilarious, but amazing.
Right?
Me and carbonation don't get along too well anymore. This is probably why I stopped drinking Cokes years ago. I only had it, at work. You pour a little bit of a Coke. You don't drink a whole one.
Can't see
that
Chris
or not having a beer in years either. So.
Not poison.
Right? You know it's going to make you have pain or stomach issues, and then you have it, and then 2 days later you're drinking it again. So
yeah. Oh yeah. You got a problem when.
Right.
You might be in a cult. Oh, I'm joking.
I can't see Chris. Can you see Chris? I don't see
no,
Chris.
I see his hand.
Oh,
I see his lovely sky.
I don't see anything. I don't see anything.
Not having too much luck tonight, shame.
His square is totally blank.
Really?
Oh, I see the sky that he's pointing the picture at.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, we see the bottom of that moon, and we see the cube, and we see some smaller stuff going around in there.
Yeah, this is wild. I mean, the cube is just.
Yep.
That's better.
Definitely, you can see it. And then the long box cube. Oh, it's just wild.
It's getting better and better.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if this was actually go viral?
Right there. I know. Wouldn't that be fun?
Oh God, it would be amazing. And we, of course, we're the number one purveyor of this information publicly, and of course, there'd be 87 wannabes that would try to go around us, which is okay, which is hilarious, but because no one can touch our information. Yeah.
They can always try and steal it.
Then they'll go, well, how come you didn't tell us 10 years ago? Yeah,
right.
I've been screaming it for 14. And I'm the crazy one. And then there, I would love to be a fly on the wall to watch all those guys eat crow, that laughed at us and made videos about how crazy we were. The most outrageous theory yet, that from that Dan guy. I love that show. It was
oh my God. You loved it.
Yeah, he was, he made us sound like we were absolutely out of our mind. And meanwhile, we got, a decade's worth of information by that time.
Right.
And here he's pumping out, all press is good press. And how many people did he send to actually maybe check up our background information? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, right. You're right.
Even if we got 5
press is good press, because they're still thinking about you. You still are on their mind. They're putting their thoughts and energy into you.
That's right.
So it
renting
can't be bad.
In their head, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Look at Michael Jackson. They were making all sorts of claims about him for years.
Right.
No, all press is good press.
Meanwhile, he's selling copies of his album and making money. Yeah.
Like, because you're At least you're relevant. If they're talking about you, you're relevant. See?
Right? Shoot.
And they're sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I was just saying anybody can, write an article about me saying I live in a hyperbaric chamber or something like that.
Right. Show y'all.
Can you imagine being on the cube with all those space clouds coming off the side of the cube because the sun is shining on it, and looking down on Earth and seeing us scramble around in our cars and our little rocket ships going up, and off.
I wonder what they think. I wonder what they think.
Wow. It's huge.
Yeah, it is. Massive, massive. I sat for like a year ago for a couple hours and watched one of them just float by with no clouds around it whatsoever. And I'm looking at the infrastructure and all the building construction of it, and, the rivets and the tiny ships flying around it and the big old side orb, and completely clear of any real cloud whatsoever around it. And I watched it for well over an hour, and then like even a year ago, I sat there and talked to people about. Right before the show, I sat and watched the long box cube, and numerous triangular star destroyers go right over the top of my head while my neighbors were standing there and watching it with me. And their attention span lasted probably about 2 minutes. But I sat out there for so long that I couldn't even look up anymore. Like I said before, I had to lean against the car because my neck got so sore.
Yeah.
But I watched these things go over the top of us, and it's just amazing. And they're square, and there's these big, huge ass ships. And without the clouds, you can absolutely you can see that they were constructs. They were built out of these huge plates of this and girders of that. And with a long box cube, you can actually see inside some of the infrastructure. But with X's cube, it's actually completely boxed in with rivets and plates everywhere. You can't see inside. But on the long box, you can see inside some of the areas.
So that's like a giant hangar.
Well, it's like anytime you've ever seen Star Trek and the Borg ships, they've got hollow structures where you can fly inside, and they're unbelievable, and just massive, massive ships. They're beyond your wildest dreams how big these things are.
Yeah, they're definitely there too.
Yeah,
I see a bunch of them right now.
Well, what blows me away is that people on Earth should know that we have this collective, pardon the expression, invasion force. They don't have to invade. They just you just threaten our governments and let them know and show them examples of how high advanced their technology is compared to ours, and we don't stand a ghost of a chance to argue with them. So this is, of course, why it's not becoming public.
Well, what blows my mind is this sky is over almost 3 million people right now. Why is we know why it's not on the news or anything, but this is incredible. I don't get the 5 p.m. or your time probably, right? You're in the same time zone. I have no idea what time it is right now.
Okay, well, it's 5:06 Mountain Time here. I don't know if you're in Mountain Time or not.
About 2 hours ahead of me. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Hey, B. Cope.
Hey.
Coop. He's here. Nice to see you. Anyway, but at this time of day, people are rushing home. They're trying to get dinner. They're watching the 5 o'clock news and sitting down, and they're not outside looking around.
Right. I think dinner could wait.
Yeah. Well, look at what you're getting. I mean, that's the cube right there. I mean, you can't argue with it.
No.
That dark blue thing right there. And it's big.
Wow.
Hello, Brandon.
We had a tired week, all of us. Some of us didn't feel good.
Yeah, I'm really tired too. Oh, the headache.
Gillian and I both had a spell with headache issues. Like I was very sick, throwing up and migraine. It was just
I had a nasty
couple of
headache
days.
last night.
I had one for 3 days.
Too?
Yeah.
3 days, man.
Wow. It was terrible.
Look at that square edge. The sunlight is shining on it, and it's putting off clouds because it's warming up, and it's out there in space, floating around inside of Atu's moon, and all of those little asteroids they're floating in between. And there's the edge of Atu behind Atu's moon right there.
Ants. We
All
probably
above
are just
Earth
little
being
bitty,
illuminated.
little. Sorry,
Cloud
Sam.
patterns are massive right now compared to what we first started seeing at in 2014 and 15. Now they're huge. Just amazing.
Oops.
Just unbelievable. You should almost pan back a little bit so we can see more.
Like what? This way?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean pan is in make the shot draw
Can you
back.
back up any on
Yeah,
your
back
video?
up.
Or
Yeah,
you
back
pull
off.
back as far as you can go?
Oh, I
Like
think that's
not-
about it, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
So you're not zoomed in. I see. Like
Yeah.
my
Those
phone
things
only
are
has
so
2
big.
settings.
Yeah, it doesn't
Those
let you
things
do
are
anything
so
with that.
big, they look like they're zoomed in.
So now you can wait because they're right over the top of you.
Right?
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, could you imagine that,
I think we should,
somebody
I'll
comes
probably
in-
come back like around sunset. We'll see what happens because
Okay.
it just gets
Yeah.
crazy out here during sunset.
Yeah.
Can you
It's
imagine
5.
getting
What
picked
time
up
is
and
it
taken
there?
up there?
Let's see what time it is.
Is it 4 or 5?
It's about
5.
4 o'clock.
So you're 2
Okay, so
hours ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
Sets
I get
about
it.
5.
That's right.
I think
Wow.
about 6:30 right now.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
We'll come back out, see
Sweet.
what happens.
I can't wait. All right.
Cool.
It's going to be suspenseful. Okay.
Yeah, I can
Hopefully
even
there's
imagine
still, something happening.
somebody landing
Oh,
down,
boy.
putting you on a craft. You jig up in the little lander, which are the discs ones with the windows,
Yeah.
and you go flying up there and land on the ship. And it would take you days to walk around on those things.
Hmm.
They're that big. Yeah, I don't think you could even tour the entire thing. It's like trying to walk the pyramids.
It's like the state of California flying over your head.
Yeah, they're huge, huge.
Oh, wow.
Well, look how big a Star Destroyer is, and they park, dozens, if not 50 Star Destroyers to 100 Star Destroyers on the decks of those things. And then they send them through wormholes into space, and then they offload once they get to where they're going. They offload these Star Destroyers, which I watched them do in April of 2019 by eye for hours. And that was the first time that we knew that they came out of hiding. Because that's when all of a sudden they started burping off all of these, here comes another Star Destroyer out of it, and another Star Destroyer. And oh, look, there's a smaller support craft. And oh, look, there's a fighter craft docking station. And we saw all of these. And of course, I drew some pictures back then. And, fighter craft docking stations. No kidding. Just like Star Wars, the movie, just like Star Wars, the cartoons. It's freaky. And it's like, well, why was this information given to us the way it was? Is because some of this information is necessary. Some people, they want to know. Other people, they don't want to know. So, I mean, it depends on point of view. It's they. I mean, who is they? I hate using that term, the they. But it's a big rat's nest of strings that are all tied together, even though there's more factions than one. And there's multiple factions on Earth, from the Masons to the Templar Knights to the Church to the countries to Sweden, the Special Forces of Sweden. I don't know. I mean, there's just numerous Earth factions, and then there's numerous space factions, and then I'm sure that there are multiple factions that live on the Nibiru and the Saru as well. So, I mean, it's immense what's really going on and taking place.
It seems like we are just the most sheltered beings out there. You know what I mean? Like they all probably know everything. And here we are just like in a Truman Show scenario. We don't really know what is out there. We're just in our own little world, our own little,
I'm busy wondering whether or not I can afford a Prada handbag or excuse me, that's a Tommy Hilfiger belt or my Wayfarer glasses or I want to drive a Lamborghini or hey, I want a condo on the beach. It's
thanks to the media. That's why it's brainwashing.
I'm watching TV commercials on YouTube nowadays, and I don't even know what the hell they're trying to sell me. It's not even the same advertising field anymore. It's like somebody plucked me up and stuck me on a planet I don't understand. It really feels like that. Of course, I have been hiding for quite a while, so it's entirely possible that it's me, not them. But from my cave up here in Montana,
Let's see. Something we were talking about a minute ago was how if they're talking about you, even negatively, they're still talking about you. It reminded me of these articles I found talking about my group on Facebook. Yeah. Now look at this. Now this has 331,000 followers, and there, people are trying to claim there's 2 sons, and it goes on to talk about my Facebook group. Look at that. This is back in April.
Yay.
So, I mean, we're hitting the bigger media circuit, So there's that group. Okay, and then here's another channel, Bro Bible, 1.1 million followers. And, they're calling us names, whatever.
Oh, I was confused.
And here's the name of the group again. Look at that.
Now they're starting to talk about us.
Yeah.
Well, let's
and then this
just hope we go viral.
22 million followers in this particular publication. And here we go again.
Incredibly stupid.
They're desperate. They're desperate. And here we are again. So see, I mean, we are getting into the bigger media. They would not talk about this if they weren't concerned that we were getting out there.
Sun halos. That's a that's a scientific term if I ever tripped over one.
Yeah.
Oh, you poor sad folks out there. I hope that you all get on board with us because we're not guessing. We have been watching this go, okay, explain. Go back to 2011. Explain to me why the sun came up in the northeast sky. Explain that. Just start there. Because you can't. Because the second star got here from below us, underneath 2009, 2010, 2011. It was visible in the northern hemisphere and in the northeast sky, which outshined our smaller dwarf yellow soul, which is due east. And then over time, all the way up to 2012, they joined proximity. And then we had the 2012 back below CMEs. And you can look all of this stuff up on Google or Bing for free. So go do your homework. Check this information. Prove me wrong. I dare you. Please go try. Go try.
Yeah.
And then we watched the planets for a decade since. And so we know these planets are real. We've been watching them get bigger. We've done drawings of them. We know where they are, where they've been. Yeah, that big blue thing you're looking at is a planet. The original sky color is orange-yellow. Everything above the orange-yellow is a close passing planet. It's that simple. Way bigger than your brain can handle. I understand that. Way bigger than my brain can handle. But we took the time to learn all this information to share it with you so that you would be informed. And we're not trying to sell it to you either, although donations are greatly accepted and very much needed. Speaking of which, I'm not even living at the previous donation amount that we used to get, and we're going to have a fundraiser for Christmas. And please, folks out there, do not disappoint my children, because that's a once a year thing that we do actually ask for, is that folks start thinking about Christmas right around Halloween. And I'd like to get a nice package together for my children, because doing this takes up all of the spare money that we have, and we don't have a lot. We live off of fixed income. So keep those cards and letters and donations coming in, people. And of course, we'll give you the opportunity to see where to send those to later. Where are we on videos?
Yeah, let's see. Well, I have a video for Alexander. I don't see him here today, but we can still play his video, of course. So you want to do that?
Yeah, sure. Works for me.
Otherwise, I mean, we have options. So I have something for Jesus, and he's going to be here today. I don't know when, but he said he would definitely be here.
And so don't hurry if you're listening to the show, Jesus. Drive safely and carefully.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's get Alexander's video here.
And while we're talking about shout outs, I hope Jason from Lolo Truck Stop is watching again. He said he was going to try and watch our show again this week, and let's hope he did get to that.
Yeah.
And that way he got his shout out again.
Wow, look at that.
Come on,
That
doggy.
feature where you see it just pan around like that. I see that. Oh boy, I love it when it does that. I don't know which planet that is, but it's a planet rotating. It's like something is rotating.
Yeah, the rotating bottom of the planet, and you can see the light change as it rounds that big ball.
Is it stalled? My screen is stalled.
Yep.
Is it stalled for you guys?
Yeah,
I'm
it's stalled
stalled.
for me. I'm stalled
Yeah.
too, so I stop.
Huh. Well, fine. I won't play it anymore.
Yeah. Well, we have to have technical difficulties. Have to.
I know.
It wouldn't be normal.
It's like not even halfway through. Okay, let's get Alexander's video here. Let's see what happened in Germany this week. Let's see. Find it.
Oopsie.
Don't say
I was
it's
reading
not there.
Hauling, and I was just reading that package, trying to figure out what it said.
Huh.
Sorry.
Maybe I.
Haulings. Okay.
Huh. Weird. I don't see it. I'll have to get it again. I'll get it again. Here is some pictures, though, from Carol Ann.
Yay.
Carol Ann.
Yay.
So I have a little slideshow.
We haven't seen Carol Ann in a few weeks.
She's been busy lady.
They're creating something that is absolutely amazing. It's so clever. And it was her birthday.
Look, the dragon with his mouth open. That, of course, is the bottom of Atu's moon, and of course, the Texas cube is in there. That's probably the side orb or the spiral. It looks like the spiral asteroid because it is dead center. It's going vertically away from us. So yeah, this is Atu's moon. You can see where the light's coming from.
Moon is right in our face.
Yep, over the top of us, dead center now, and very, very prominently in our face right now. And it's just that's why we've been seeing the purple again, which has been really cool.
No more. Come on, guys.
Yeah, that looks like the spiral turning. So is this old? Is this 2021 I'm looking at?
This is from this week.
Okay.
These are things he shared this. Oh, sorry. That's it, Carol Ann. Is this week?
It's 20. I went up to see what the date was.
I'm confused. Sorry.
No worries.
She just shared it in my group.
That is the 10 asteroid dead center. And there's again up into the upper circle left, up top of the picture. That's the 10 asteroid as well in front of the site of Uri. And this is the salamander asteroid group coming in our face. Just dead at us. Uri. This is, of course, on the right-hand side, so this would be the bottom of a Saturn moon, and possibly the long box cube somewhere in there. We know it's there. Back again, that's the circle in the middle, is the Dan asteroid. Mostly normal clouds. Now look over at the right-hand or the left-hand side of the sun. That is probably Matim cutting into the left-hand side of the sun.
Hey, Jubilee.
Hello, Jubilee.
You made it. Better late than never.
And again, it's at some yellow moon. Very dark blue area, big circular moon. Yep, Atu's moon dead center mostly left. And again, that underneath is that white illumination. There's a spiral spinning cloud in the upper left. And I believe that's where it's bank turning right there. That spiral is now started going underneath vertically away from us. Under Atu's moon. And somewhere in there is the cube. And I believe my daughters are probably going to be heating up the old pizza oven here pretty quick. Okay, look at that cut in of the light on the left. The light is being cut into on the left and on the right. That's why that shaft of light is there. And my oldest daughter is having a minor coronary playing PlayStation 5. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear the background.
No,
like,
I can't.
You know, it's like screaming.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. I wonder
Intense.
if
I know.
They're having fun as usual.
Yeah, that's cool.
They've been pretty good about even going offline.
It's over.
Sometimes when I stall out really bad, they'll go offline and have to sit and find other things to do and give me little sad, dirty looks. But you know, they've actually been pretty good about it. Like, Dad, we can't be online because you are. It's like, oh, okay. That's why I pay
it's
for
just
this.
once a week, right? It's just one day a week, right?
Yeah, to them it's never ending. God, you just did that. What is this? 85 or 86?
85.
Okay, I was actually right today because I told
85.
I said show 85. Two more and we break Sam's record.
I can't say for sure. I mean, I know we started in October of last year, so we're at least 52 weeks straight every Saturday. You know, we did a lot of Tuesday nights, but every Saturday for 52 weeks.
Yeah.
So
and we were doing 2 shows a week for a while there, which almost killed all of us.
So like almost
I thought we were
30 shows.
Tired enough as it is.
30 shows were Tuesday nights.
Yeah.
And 50 were Saturdays.
Oh, and you know, I spent all week long prepping for the next show, and by the time we got done with the last show, then I had to start over again.
Show, yeah.
Right.
We were just so excited. We wanted to do 2 shows. We couldn't get enough of it. Right? I mean, but some of
that's
our
why we do 9
shows,
and 10 hour long shows now. I mean, there's just no way to do a short show.
Or I might say some of my most favorite shows were the Tuesday night shows. I don't know why. There was something about nighttime. I don't know.
Yeah, we were in different
maybe
moods.
It's me. It was a whole different vibe. It was. I liked it. We'll have to do a night show at least, you know, a few times a year. We could do that. Throw in one extra show. I don't know. Maybe not. Crickets.
I didn't see how quiet we all went. Suddenly, like, oh.
I know. It's like not a second show. Oh man. I thought it was fun, but it is more work. Mm-hmm. I know.
It was fun, but it's a lot of work.
Right.
I mean, you guys must have felt like your brains were burning out.
Thank you, Tara.
Really, during that period of time, I wasn't
really
sleeping at all, and I've spent a bunch of time trying to catch up on some sleep that I missed, you know, in the early part of the spring.
Yeah.
And so my sleep schedule's still screwed up. I got up at 3 o'clock in the morning again last night, and then I kept having to force myself to go back to sleep by 5 a.m. And then by 8 a.m. I went okay and dragged my feet pretty good. And I got a chuckle, and I literally the other day I spent so much time on the computer that I got into zombie mode again and bombed everybody with music again. But I actually fell asleep at the computer, which I'm going to try not to do anymore. Apparently, my chair is very comfortable, so if you know got a comfortable chair, and I'm doing the after dinner fall asleeps, which has only happened a few times, and it's kind of scary to have that happen. Anyway, here's a way that you can send a donation to Rebecca on a Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. Or if you want to send a small donation my direction, or a large one for that matter, you can write me. I do take personal checks, money orders, cash, whatever you're safe or comfortable sending to P.O. Box 625, Lolo, Montana 59847. And I'll thank you in advance. And we do really need your donations to keep going.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay, we have hundreds or thousands of people that follow this information, and maybe 5 people consistently 5 people donate.
Right. Yeah, we're not making any money off this. It's really rare that we get donations anymore.
Right.
And they've dropped off since we started
very
doing
rare.
these
And because I didn't mind, I put so much. I mean, listen, since 2017 till this year, 2014, I never asked for anything. I never asked for any money. I put all of the money into it myself. Every year, every month, I was putting in over $100 of all the fees.
Yep.
I didn't mind. I looked at it as my hobby. It was fine, and I did it. No big deal. Now it's a big deal. It's been a big deal for a few months
you
now.
had another
and
income before. Now you don't.
Yeah, it's like my whole world is flipped upside down, and I'm just saying, I can't really afford it like I could before. And
well, people, come on.
So thank
this
goodness
is
for the
made
people that
possible
are
from
helping.
viewers like you. You guys have to,
Please.
help this lady out because she works hard, and then so do I. Write us a letter.
Right.
You get one back.
It really is a lot of work. It really is. I spend days just getting ready for this show.
Oh, there's days I spend 6 to 8 hours in front of the computer. And then there's days I don't even turn it on. I walk away going, I'm not doing it today.
Right. I mean, we're sitting there compiling it, putting it together and making it make sense for people, making it understandable. It's like, I don't know.
People one by one.
If you appreciate this information, please consider, I'm one of those people that when somebody asks for help, I send people money on Cash App and stuff. I'll send $2 or $3 because I know if enough people do that, that person will be better off, right? So I think people just think they don't have the money, but if you do have $2 or $3. It's like, so if you did that once a month, or we get 500 or 600 views per show. If everybody just sent $1, I mean, that would just make the biggest difference in the world, guys. It's so doable.
If I had every one of my members on Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2, if I had every one of those members of the 2 sites that I work on every day, plus not including all the other sister sites, if every one of those members sent me $1 a piece, I wouldn't have to ask for a donation for 2 years. We would have enough extra income that I could actually go out, and I keep trying to save for that camera. I want like a GoPro. Actually, I want a 360.
There you
I gotta
go.
look that one back up again, but it's very expensive. And the one I was wanting was because it was plastic encased, and I wouldn't fry it. Because I had bought 5 cameras already, and I'm on my 15th computer. And Rebecca and I have both spent a small fortune over the last decade paying for internet to provide all this information for you. So drop us a card, and you'll get one back.
Yeah. Thank you to Christopher. He heard us. Yeah, he heard us. So see what I mean? $1.99. It's like that doesn't faze most people. I mean, even me, I'm still handing money out, and I have, a few dollars left after I do it, and it's okay. You know what I mean? My needs
I bought
met somehow or another.
At the truck stop today. I bought 2 candy bars for my kids,
Right?
And they were the giant chocolate, Hershey's chocolate, because we, get the good pure stuff. But those things were $3 a piece.
Yeah.
So if you can afford a candy bar, throw $3 our direction, throw $5 or 10 or 20 or 100 or whatever you can afford. And I know they were all suffering from financial, because boy, I mean, a bottle of sauce is $7. So, ketchup is running $5 now. It's scary. Mustard
so much
is
has
cheap.
changed.
That's amazing. Yellow mustard is still really cheap.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, don't forget the McDonald's hamburger scare, E. coli. That boiled down to don't eat any onions from Idaho right now, people. If you have them in your home, throw them away. There's a lot of people getting sick and actually dying from this E. coli in onions.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Coli.
Yeah, so check your onion sources. Maybe just not buy them for a while. And, I think McDonald's going to get really hurt because right after they had a visitation from a political candidate, then immediately after that, they have a quarter-pounder E. coli scam where people are getting sick and dying all over the country from McDonald's hamburgers, from the onions on there. and they boiled it down to ingredients. They
Right.
didn't think it was meat, but they did find out it was from the onions. But you don't want to know what's the rest of, you wouldn't want to know what's inside of a quarter-pound patty.
I was gonna say, I don't think most of our listeners go to McDonald's.
Well, if they're smart, they don't.
Maybe a few.
I'm
don't
a
know.
Burger King
I
fan,
mean,
so we do Burger King.
uh-huh.
Oh,
they
Burger
showed us-
King's here. You get Burger King here.
Yeah, we drove to town and they shorted us another sandwich, so they
Chocolate.
owe me another expensive hamburger again. And those things, I mean, I used to be able to take the kids there for $25. Now we're looking at 40. So that is rare. We don't get to do what we used to do. Hopefully our economy will turn around.
I'm sorry, guys, but I might have to go to bed because I think I honestly will fall asleep. The headache has suddenly stopped being a headache, and I really am tired.
Jillian. I know.
Go to bed,
you do
Jillian.
that. Yeah.
I will.
Sorry, I forgot. Yeah,
That's
it's
okay.
12:30.
I'll go and listen to you guys. No problem.
Okay, okay. It goes by so fast.
Well, keep telling nice bedtime stories, and I'll be able to sort of doze off.
Okay.
It's like I didn't sleep properly this week. It's weird,
Yeah, I had weird sleep too.
Me
all
too.
week.
Weird
Me too.
sleep patterns. It was really difficult, and I still had to go out and work. So, yeah. I've got 2 days off now, and I thought I'd be able to stay up all night with you guys, and I'm just passing out.
No, go to bed.
Well,
Yeah, I did that. I
you're
was
still
on the
hanging out with us.
computer too long the other day myself. I thought actually fell asleep.
Yeah, we just all kind of pass out.
In the first Matrix movie,
Wow.
man.
Hey.
Oh, somebody!
Jesus.
I got a really cool donation. Well, a lady was offering bags of DVDs. So I got 2 great big bags of DVDs. You'll see the DVDs. It was so cool.
Yeah, I have.
I
a
said
bunch
thank
of
you
those.
so much. Like
Awesome.
there's
You got-
one in there called. They've got a Matrix in there, Sam, and a Prometheus.
Ah, wow. Well, Prometheus is not Matrix, but Prometheus is the early part of the Alien series that was rewritten into after the fact. Prometheus is a good movie.
Is it? Oh,
Yes,
cool.
you'll enjoy it. It's very, very. It's left field. You'll enjoy it.
Yummy.
I have a copy of that. Yes.
And there's X-Men, I think, as well, and a whole bunch of other interesting stuff. I was so grateful. I mean,
Yeah.
I've got a DVD TV, so I can use that. So
There you go.
yeah, I'm away
There
to
you go.
go to sleep now, though. Good night, Wendy. Oh, hello, Jesus. I'm gonna miss Jesus. Gonna miss you, Jesus. Sorry, dude.
All right. Go to bed,
Yeah,
Jillian.
I know. Sorry.
I will.
Yeah.
Good night, people. Thank you.
Bye,
Night, Sam.
Jillian.
Night, Rebecca.
Good night.
Bye. Love you guys.
Night.
Bye.
We'll see you next week.
Okey
Okay.
dokey.
Love you too.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
No.
Good
Yeah.
night.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye. Boink.
You need help? She did it. Yay. She's got it figured out. And thank you, Jesus. He'll be here shortly. I can't wait. I have a little clip of his that he sent to me. He wants to show everybody. So can't wait.
That's good.
Yes. And thank you for your donation too. So Jesus donated. Christoper donated. So appreciate you all. Okay. Well, let's show Alexander's video so we can see what Germany
it'll let
looked like this week. If it'll let me. I think I have it ready this time. It looks good. So here we go. Whoa.
It's locking up on me. I don't know if it's moving forward. There we go.
Yeah.
It could be just what I'm, sometimes it's a stall for me.
Mine's been doing that too, blocking up. Mm-hmm. I like the music.
Remember, look at the dark areas first. There's a light cut in coming in off the right. That is the red asteroid going horizontally from upper right to lower left. Wow, look at that. In front of Atu's moon. Wow. We are seeing direction of the asteroids moving in ways we have never seen them before. They are coming from the upper right and going leftward. Wow. That's interesting. That's unusual. I would bet money that is Longbox Cube related. I bet that's the side orb with a drag-off cloud.
Really?
Yeah, and then you can't see the Longbox because it's hidden in the shadow. But I bet that's that little circular cloud with the tail off it is off the side orb off the Longbox Cube. That's the base cloud of Uri. Normal. Some of them got asteroids in there as well. This is the side of Uri. You can sort of see the white face of it right there. Cutting in and being illuminated on the left-hand side is the white face. And right there on the left-hand side of the sun, it should be where Matim is. Somewhere right in there should be Matim. That should be Matim right there. He's focusing on. And of course, now he's getting to the small stuff, which we can't identify because there's so much. Okay, that dark blue area right there is Uri. That main stripe is Uri's stripe. Notice the dark blue on the left and the light blue on the right. The light blue is the normal. The dark blue is the side of a planet that's being shadowed. You're looking at the back shadow of. That's why it's darker. Wonder what he has there. The moon has been sighted next to the sun recently during the day and at sunset, so be prepared for that. But I thought it was on the right-hand side. That would be where the side of Uri would be, right there. That's why it's dark right there is Uri. Dark, dark, dark area at sunset. That's Uri. Okay, remember that at sunset, the sun sets in the west, therefore this is the southwest. And then the red asteroid is dead center, and the tan asteroid, of course, is on the slightly left of sun, underneath Uri. And those are the stripes of Uri. Now that I don't even know what that is. That could be one of the normal planets, or regular normal planets.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It was moving pretty fast, but I don't know. Yeah, it was. Kind of keeps going and moves.
Yeah, there are, we've got on the other side of the sun in our out view, we've got 4 normal planets, or actually more than that, but they are visible. Remember to keep information where the normal planets are, and they're small. They're tiny compared to everything we're looking at. That could even be the moon for all I know. Sure doesn't look like it, though. If I would have a crazy educated guess, I would say blue asteroid because it kind of looks like the central dot of the blue asteroid, but I don't quote me on it. Yeah, that really does look like the blue asteroid, even though it's not the right color. Remember?
Yeah, it has a dot in the middle.
Yeah, it has that
okay.
facial dot in the middle that we've come to know.
Yes, I see.
And it's definitely not the comet because there's no tail behind it. And there isn't anything small like that around other than the spiral asteroid and a few hundred other ones, which we haven't really cataloged and identified. But
yeah,
this is very intensely bright and tumbling.
Asteroid makes sense, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. And bright like that. Wow.
Yeah, it's shimmering.
It's rolling, tumbling.
It's hot. Looks hot.
Well, it's not. What it is sunlight shining underneath after sunset, and it's being illuminated because it's semi-close to Earth.
Okay.
It's just
I
being
don't know.
illuminated, and that's why
I have
it's
no
so
idea.
bright. Yeah, look where it is off the deck.
Oh, thank you, Andrea. The headache remedy. I never get headaches, but I sure had one last week.
Now, I have found a product on the market within the last few years that, if your stomach can handle it, the Excedrin for migraines really works quickly.
Really?
They're hard to find. Yeah, they're hard to find. People will buy them up off the shelf. They'll empty the shelf to get them.
Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 12. It was just, all I could do is pull the covers over my head and try to sleep.
Well, now, were you drinking red wine or having any other sulfides or nitrates?
No.
Did you have a different dietary thing that you normally do?
No.
Was your back out? Were you sitting screwy on the couch?
I know why it happened.
Oh, pressure?
Yeah.
Emotional pressure?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry you're still going through some of that. I'm still dealing with my family loss. We just lost a family member recently too. She passed away.
It goes on and on, doesn't it?
Yeah, I thought that I'd be better by now, but I'm not.
Right. Sorry. It's tough, isn't it? It hurts.
It's not bad, but it's doing. It's like, you got to be kidding me. Really?
Right.
Like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Even the kids have started speaking a little bit more about it. Originally, they didn't say much at all. I guess shock period. And now they're, of course, talking about it. Now they're actually more emotional about it than they were. I guess at first it was a blatant shock, and now they're getting emotional about it. But you guys, you got the stages. I have to go through the stages. There's like 5 of them. Yeah, you ever wonder why here's the sun being blocked out by the light. The planets are blocking the sun, and it's way early for sunset, and yet there's no light.
Right, Andrea. I agree. Andrea's totally right. Cannabis.
Oh, Tara, thank you. Yeah, it's not so much a loss as it is a shock. We already pretty much lost her, but then we really lost her, and there's no recourse for any of the unsolved issues. Yeah, that moon, I tell you.
Too loud.
I wish I had a camera that could do that.
I know, it's fancy equipment.
I said that off the cuff. I wasn't actually asking for anything. I was just saying, I wish I had a camera that did that.
He's a
That's
professional.
An line. Look at that line. I've never seen that line before on the moon. It's obviously a range of mountains of some sort. Or did something roll, rolled off the ball, which of course it wouldn't do. That is so cool. Big old tiny chunk of rock that is rounded, stellar rounding. Oh, I watched a thing today on flat earthers that were in the legal system because they were flat earthers. They were also sovereign citizen. I was just like, I laughed through that whole episode. I was just going, oh my God, the shit you buy into. And, we don't have a flat earth, and there is no such thing as a sovereign citizen. And you have the right to travel, but not a right to drive a car. When you don't even get me started on that.
Oh, you don't agree on?
Oh, well,
I've never.
The premise behind it was written in the 1800s and 1700s, and so yet they're trying to bring that forward into a set of rules for 2024, and of course it doesn't work. Yeah, you have a right to travel. You can walk anywhere you want for free, and they can't stop you. You can walk from one state to the other if you choose. But driving a car that is a licensed vehicle, that you have to pay and have insurance for, and all of these rules that mandate all of this stuff. And the city laws and traffic laws, county and state, and all of that have to be followed. So this is, of course, where the sovereign citizens get into saying in a court, well, you have no jurisdiction over me, but yes, you do. If you were walking, then they don't. But if you're driving a motor vehicle that has to be licensed, registered, and insured, then you do. You can't pick and choose the rules. You either follow them or you don't. And that's enough political 5 minutes of jargon. Let's go back to whatever.
Guess what? I see people in our green room. So we're not alone, Sam. We're not alone anymore. I see Christopher is back and Jesus is ready. So let's go ahead and get them at it.
Let them talk
so here's Christopher. Hey, he made it back. You got a nice sunburn. So you look kind of red. But all right. And here, and here is Jesus, everybody.
Great.
So hey, good deal. Hey there, Jesus.
Hi, everybody. How you doing?
Hello.
Chris, how's it going? Sam, Rebecca, everybody in the audience, how y'all doing? I see we have a nice little crowd going.
We sure do. It's been a good show already.
Yeah, I fell asleep right after I talked to you, and I just overslept.
I slept all day yesterday.
That's okay.
You know, I've been trying to get my sleep in because it's been a really long week, but today I slept away all my extra time. I'll be on for a little while, but then I'm gonna have to go. But I did get a few hours of sleep, so I guess that's not bad. So that's good.
Yeah.
As long as you're safe.
What's that, Sam?
All right.
As long as you are safe.
Yeah, of course. You know, it's a big part of it when you're driving. You really don't want to be that short on sleep.
Right.
So
Right.
Probably not a good idea. But
nope.
Hi, Audrey. Hi, everybody. I did want to discuss that. Not the old 2018 that I sent you, Rebecca, but I do want to discuss what looks like those asteroids, because they really look to me like they could possibly be the spiral asteroid. It's just not in the right place to be the spiral asteroid, but it's two of them, just the way we had discussed with Sam. Remember, Sam, that when I posted recently where it was two of them, you said that the spiral asteroid spirals because there's two of them. Right.
Concentric orbit.
I caught something very similar, but it's on the wrong side of the sun, so I might. I don't know. I want you to check it out because I don't think you've seen it on Facebook because you haven't commented on it. So
okay.
Is it one that you sent me?
Yeah, I sent you 3 videos. I sent you.
Yes. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get them so we can talk about it.
Okay.
Let's see.
You posted some really cool stuff the other day, man, Chris. You had a great day. I was like, God, I'm so jealous. Those days are just awesome. Those days are awesome.
It's crazy right now.
Isn't I saw a little bit earlier. I kind of opened my eyes, and then I put the show on. I saw you were outside, but I was back off to sleep. So
I know how that is.
It's a good feeling. Why is it not there? Here it is. Okay.
That's a picture from Vegas, actually.
Cool.
Is it?
Whoa.
So this is, I heard you last episode talking about how nostalgic you get about 2018 Seminatu. I'm the same way. I'm going to have to go with that too being my favorite planet. I like Nepacity, but it's a little more destructive than that too. So I'm going to have to go with that. That is just phenomenal. This is a very rare occurrence. I have not seen anything the likes of this since 2018. But God, it was so awesome to see that.
Yeah, Atu's moon was so huge and so close for so long. And you couldn't deny the purple and the orange scenario that was going on. Look at that bubbly bottom. Wow. That is Atu's moon.
This is the same thing. One of them's in real time. The other one is time lapse on a different camera. But I mean, look at that. Both cameras will show you exactly what's happening, just right over the top of you. It's one of those days where you just like, what the hell, man? Why is nobody seeing this? This one's recent, Sam. This was I don't know, maybe 5 days ago. But if you see, there's two asteroids, one just above the other,
and they're coming in. They're coming in from the right and headed left, aren't they?
Yeah. I even recorded the trail that it leaves. Right, you'll see it here shortly. But I recorded the trail as it was going. I didn't get it till it didn't occur to me. I was like, I took this video and then I sat down outside on my porch and I was like, holy crap! I think this would be a great time to record it and time lapse it. And
are you sure those are asteroids?
Well, I don't know.
What if we were looking at?
I've been looking at it for days, and
the bottom one is the ion contrail behind the side orb, and the one above it is the long box cube.
See, here's a time lapse. You see the trail going by?
Yeah.
I held my camera for like 10 minutes with my hand there just to get that trail. That's why it's a little unsteady.
I wonder if that's
stood there for 10 minutes by hand and did that.
Yeah. Just to, I knew
that's
I was
cool,
like,
dude.
I had nowhere to put my camera.
What if the big white one on the bottom? What if the bottom one is the side orb and the thin wispy one above it? Look, see that triangle right there? Star Destroyer. 3 of them are parked right there. 2 one way, 1 the other way.
I know there was more that's obvious to
right there. Star Destroyers in front of the long box cube.
Wow. Well, there is a right side of the sun. Okay, so last time that I took, so it's not the spiral asteroid. Okay, gotcha.
There was
a lot of stuff flying around that day. This was just early on.
And it would have a thicker spiral.
Huh?
They would have had a thicker, more notable spiral. You'd see actually the spiral.
Yeah. That's why I was confused. I was like, it's 2 of them, like Sam said, but I don't really see that.
I would have to say that bottom trail, the thicker white cloud, is the drag off cloud of the side orb off the long box cube, because that's the only thing that goes that direction.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I was a little confused. I was like, it looks like the spiral, but it doesn't have that effect that the spiral.
If it would have matched each other.
Spiral asteroid does.
Cloud pattern, then it would have been asteroids. But they didn't match each other. Those were 2 completely different sets of clouds, and the one was thicker and closer to Earth, and the other one was wispier and more hidden and angular straight lines. So that leads me to believe it's the long box cube and the side orb.
That's crazy. I would not have guessed that.
Well, did you see Afon's? Can you find that again, Rebecca?
I just saw what he posted 7 hours ago. That was freaking close.
That was.
They're parked right next to each other.
Just reach up there and touch it. It was absolutely phenomenal footage. Yeah, this one. I just saw this one.
I see 2 boxes there. The darker one is the long box in front, and the Texas cube is behind. They are literally right next to each other.
I mean, the cube, it just looks so long. Like, it looks like 2 long box cubes. But it's not, right? I mean...
No.
Okay.
I think that maybe the long box cube is smaller than the Texas cube. Of course, we've never had them parked next to each other to ever judge that. And it's not like we can pull out our space laser measuring stick. But...
Yeah.
It definitely looks like 2 separate boxes to me.
Yeah,
it really does.
Separation of both of them for sure.
And the light difference between that straight line in between them.
Yes, exactly.
The edge of the
long box cube. I mean, that's that straight line to the left of the sun, lower left. Is that the Texas cube?
No, I think they're both on the right hand side of the sun in this shot. I think the long box cube is the dark blue square, and the gray blue square behind it is the Texas cube.
Oh wait.
It could be a Star Destroyer. I could be wrong. I don't know, but to me, it looks like 2 boxes. Or maybe God forbid, a third one
straight lines. Right. It's too straight to be not a cube.
Craft. And then, of course, we like earlier, we cited the space tube beside the long box cube, which it hasn't ever been before. The space tube was always just to the right of the sun, where the long box cube was always far to the right of the sun next to a Saturn's yellow moon. But all that's changing now that the Saturn's yellow moon is so vastly large, which shows you that the long box cube is much closer to us, which also matches this shot and then the shots we got in last week where the long box cube was huge, unbelievably large. And that's because this planet and the moon are much closer, not that it moved, but it just looks bigger because now it's way closer to us. There's a lot going on up there.
Besides 2018, this is the closest I've ever seen something.
Yeah. Well, we're at the end of 180, and they're right over the top of us.
Wow.
Absolutely.
And they are going by.
I haven't had, the planet sightings here have not been as prevalent. It's asteroids that I've been seeing all over the place.
Yeah.
Asteroids, like just
look at
freaking
that.
Wisping by everyone. And the thing is that
lead asteroid.
It'll be a clear sky, right? Completely clear. And then you'll have the trail, like that video I just showed. That was literally the only thing in the sky, which is why it drives me nuts.
The dark blob.
There was nothing else in the sky. All that it was that just line that went from the sun all the way to the east. No, it went from the moon. It was the moon because it was a sunrise. It went all the way from the moon to the sun.
Now, how come everybody didn't see this? How come the entire planet didn't see this?
Is this new, Rebecca? Is this old?
From up on.
Yeah, this is 3 or 4 days ago.
Those stripes are very indicative, and that's the first thing to look for when it comes to the lead object, guys. Is those stripy effect?
Yep.
That's crazy, and the size is perfect as well for the lead object.
Wow,
that is insane. That is absolutely insane. Alphon's been catching some great stuff.
Yeah,
great stuff. Yeah. Andrea, you don't do coffee. I don't know if we can be friends. I'm kidding. But yeah, I'm literally obsessed with coffee. I quit all my other bad habits. I stopped drinking, stopped everything, but I hit the coffee hard now. So
yeah, I'm a coffee drinker. I forgot to show you that when Jesus sent me those earrings, he sent me the sticker too. I forgot to show the sticker. It says, here he is, this little cute guy. Anyway, it says, take me to your favorite coffee shop.
Cool.
So, isn't that cute? I got stickers right here.
I thought that they had this little coffee shop inside of the convention. Greatest coffee and the nicest lady. She was just so nice. I ended up going to her shop actually because she said she had a shop. That's where I got Sam's coffee cup but just the greatest people, really, really nice, friendly, everybody when I was there. And I had to get that sticker. I was like, who drinks coffee? I'm like, Sam drinks coffee and Rebecca drinks coffee. So I got one of each for you guys, something coffee related.
Right. Yeah, it's too cute. I wanted to say hi to ABCD is here. ABCD. Good to see you. It's been a minute since we've seen you, so glad you're here.
ABCD.
And
right.
I'm getting some video pictures ready that Tara sent me. So we're going to see that here in a moment. Let's see what else.
Andrea, I don't understand warm tea. Maybe it's because different. I don't know. I love cold tea, sugar-free, cold tea with so much ice. Yeah. I love it. Absolutely love it. There's 3 things that I drink. It's water, coffee, and iced tea. I love it. And the occasional Diet Coke. But I love tea. I don't really care. Like when it's warm, I don't know. It loses a lot of its flavor. Maybe it's all in my head. I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta have like a good tea, you know.
Well, you in Vegas, that's perfect for brewing tea outside, man. For just getting it.
Just leave it outside in the sun, and then put some ice on it. Like leave it out there for like the whole day. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I hear Earl Grey. I've never had it, Andrea, but
that's my favorite.
Right. Maybe we should get together and have some tea and skip the coffee sometime. But I have not tried it, and I hear some people drink it with milk, which doesn't make sense to me. But that doesn't mean I may not like it. I have a friend who takes me to different restaurants that I would never go to, and I'm always delighted. I always have a great time. It's always great food. Because I realized over the years that I've gone in a comfort zone when it comes to what I eat and what I consume, and get out outside of your comfort zone and experience new things.
And I'm back.
Cutting pizza, Sam?
Yep, got no burns this time.
Come back, Sam.
Oh, that's good.
And I didn't throw the pizza on the floor. Did that like a couple weeks ago. There was a handhold in the cutting board, and I hit it last time with the pizza cutter, and it flipped the whole pizza board and everything onto my lap and onto my hand and onto the floor. So unfortunately, Shiloh lost half her pizza.
Oh, bummer.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, well, it's okay.
Right.
Stuff happened. We have technical difficulties, and no hamsters were injured in the making of this film.
No, they were all volunteers.
Right?
No, you can't. What do they say? Don't show them. Don't threaten me with the bad time. It's a good time. I think that's the one.
Okay, there we go.
So, show 85, everybody. Okay.
Wow.
So, yeah, the music keeps stopping on by itself.
Well, I gotta say, last week's show, they went on for 9 hours. I have to say, it was one of the most enjoyable shows that I've seen in a while. I don't know what it was. It was like 9 hours that just kind of flew by.
It did fly by, like, no problem.
It took me a couple of days to watch it all, to hear it during the work, but I was like, I don't know, what is it? Tara, I just want to say I love what you bring to the show. I'm glad that you bring this really great vibe to the show, and I think you fit right in with the group. Yep. So that was awesome. I loved I love the vibe. Yes, our last week's show was great. It was a great show. And Equip was on. It was nice to meet him as well. Put a face to the voice.
Right.
Nice. So it's nice to have him on too. It was a great show.
And I of course said far too much. Told too much off-world information.
There's some things in there that I probably will PM you about, so be looking out for that, Sam, because there's a few things that I was like, I'm interested, but I know I don't want to push them any further, because I know that that was really outside your comfort zone. But there was some
there are times that I do worry about what I say here, because I don't want to get us all shut down, and where they just come in and say, okay, that's it, you said too much.
There was some really interesting things that you touched on, and I would really want to hear more, or at least because I Googled a lot of it, or some of it, and I could not find nothing on it. So, I'll.
Well, remember the Pleiadian message. It is on. Rebecca did post a copy of that on her YouTube site. Also, you go to the Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and then you can type in Pleiadian message Samuel Hofman, and you'll get a copy of that video. There is a lot of information in that speech that the lady is giving. Now, granted, there is a percentage of it that is misleading, inaccurate, but that has to do with the level of terminology that is being handed to you by the author of, and I don't directly attribute it to be actually the Pleiadians sending it. It might be, I don't know. I never did consider them absolutely that's who sent this video or made this video, but they're talking, and I apologize for saying this, but they're talking to school children, and part of the Pleiadian message is given to you with some prejudices in there as well, which also makes me believe that it wasn't necessarily written per se verbatim from the Pleiadians, but yet some earthly person who was saying this is a Pleiadian message. But it's a very good video. It has a lot of the background information in there that you need. And I watch it all the time because I still pick up these little nuances that I hadn't gotten before. Another good one is Symbols of an Alien Sky by the Thunderbolts Project. That's an excellent movie. Do watch it at least 5 times. I do. I
watched that. I watch it every so often because I
watch it maybe 50 times already. A lot. I watch it and I still learn. I'm always learning new stuff.
Well, that's the thing. It's why I like repeating interviews with you, Sam, or videos like that, because every single time that you see him, it's like you pick up on something that you didn't pick up last time that you saw it.
Right.
And repetition is the best way to learn, also as well. So,
well, it's anything like that Hopi drawing that Christoper reused a picture of in his video. That Hopi rock wall carving, it stands about, God, I think it's like 15 feet by 18 feet tall or something like that, or even bigger. I know it's a very large petroglyph, but people see only that photograph of it. But that alone, every time I look at it, I learn from it. And like the Three Kings postcard that you sent me and stuff, and I'm still looking at that. And there's always something that we miss, and then you just get that pattern in your eye, just like that video that we showed at the beginning of the show where they're standing on top of that big box floating over the audience in that concert, and how that reminds us of the long box cube. And God, that wow, very strange.
They're talking about it, Sam. They're talking about the cube.
Yeah,
it's been mentioned a lot more. I think Chris just posted something on TikTok about the cube and Alexa. It was a really interesting video. But I've been hearing the cube being spoken about more and more on
in little blurbs from news and hints and around the world. People are mentioning that they have seen this cube, and of course they don't realize it's something we've been watching for almost a decade. The Empire Orb, of course, which does look like the Death Star from Star Wars, except the facial, the oculus, where the eye has an array of lights that is different.
Sam, did you see that video with Mr. MBB 333? It was a very close. It's pretty old. It's maybe a year old. But it was a video of what looks like. It has to be a Star Destroyer, but it is so freaking close to Earth and so freaking enormous.
Yeah, they are. They're huge.
Unbelievable.
They float overhead at night.
Yeah, the size of these things are just absolutely mind-boggling. To think
3 to 5 football fields long.
But to think that they're the little ones that come out of a bigger mothership.
Right.
It's crazy to even wrap your mind around it.
But it is, if you haven't seen it, Chris, you should look for it.
Okay.
It's Mr. MB. It is freaking crazy. I don't know what he's calling it in the video, but it's just a big freaking it's Star Destroyer. Basically, it's a Star Destroyer. It's just you can see it really low on the horizon, and it's literally taking up the entire camera view.
Right.
It is
insane. I have seen one of those landed on an Air Force base, and I have seen one fly over close, and it
wow.
Yeah, and then out dropped the lander craft, and this is our abduction story. And then they came down in a spiral disc with 2 sets of windows. And then they came down over the top of us. And then the big circular light turned on the ground. And whatever you do not walk inside that circle of light. Because when you do, everything in your body shuts off except your brain. That is where they turn off the human off switch, and they've got you. And then you'll stand there frozen, and then they'll land their little craft, and the little gray guys will, 12 or 15 gray guys will come running out of it, and they'll grab you and take you in there and put you on the examination table. And they sample you just like they sample wolves or elephants or tigers or panda bears or penguins or walruses or anything around the planet the way we treat them. And that's an abduction. And then you can't remember anything because they shut everything off. And I don't know if they give you a drug or a medication or whatever, or it's already built into our brain chemistry. But when they're done examining you, they put you back and they take off. In roughly 15 minutes to a half hour, your brain comes back to reboot and you get up off the ground wherever they've laid you. And then you have absolutely no memory why or how you got there.
It must be a drug. It must be because our bodies are so built for. We have all these receptors in our body, and look at the medications they have for general anesthesia is incredible.
Oh, or a harmonic that, it's like, baby goats have that thing where they immediately go into a seizure and freeze and drop over sideways.
And
they hit a cone. They put us in a white light, a circular white light with a tone, a sound, and we turn into baby goats and we fall over.
I would think so.
And that is how it works. And and humans have an off switch. And I hate to tell people that, but we do.
That's a very uncomfortable thing to hear.
It feels so helpless.
If you think about anesthesia like that, they have. It's called a BIS monitor. So they've got this monitor. They put this little, lead on your forehead, and it checks to see your brain waves while you're under anesthesia. So you don't have that problem of waking up.
Right, and
they
also
want to make sure while you're put under.
Yeah, I've been under that where
and all that.
You're awake, but you're not. You don't form any memory.
You don't want to be awake and paralyzed. That's like the worst thing that can happen to you. Can you imagine? Being awake during an operation? No.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I can because I sat up on during a skull surgery when they split the roof of my mouth open and they split my septum. I woke up. Yeah, and I heard it pop and I screamed.
Oh.
And then I had that big, huge titanium headdress where they had screws in my forehead and screws in my jaw to keep my mouth open in this big headdress. I mean, this damn thing weighs 40 pounds. And I sat up with that damn thing on my head and pulled my neck muscles and screamed. And I wake up on the table and I have to warn my doctors, including the Pleiadians, excuse me, I'm going to wake up on your table, which is why they took me aside and talked to me in the first place. But I also wake up in the middle of anesthesia.
That's not good.
That's gotta be
crazy.
Yeah,
gotta be a horrible
nightmare.
I mentioned it to the
triple the dosage or something. I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, don't overdo me. Don't give me too much anesthesia, but be ready. I may actually sit up on the table on you. And I pre-warn anytime I've ever been through, because after doing it once, I've warned people that I may sit up on the table in front of you because it's happened before.
Sam?
Hey Zeus, do you know where Hollywood Boulevard is in Vegas? Like all the way on Sunrise Mountain?
I vaguely.
If you drive east and you go all the way towards the mountain, that's kind of where I live. So I'm going to walk up there, you guys. It might take me like 15 minutes, but it's like a higher vantage point.
That's
and you
part
can
of Vegas
see the
I've
whole
never
city
been
from
to.
up there. So, and the sky's looking crazy right now. So you
Go.
got like 15 minutes.
Go ahead.
All right.
Okay, cool.
Can't wait.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, Chris. All right. Can't wait.
Our Man on the Street live footage.
Well,
I love
Sam, I wanted to ask you before we get off topic here. Psychologically, I think a lot of people, and you say this often, which I truly agree. It's not as easy as take me with you.
No, it's not.
But psychologically, what did that do to you? I mean, you're a strong-minded person, which I think, I think if anybody would be able to handle it, it'd be you. But I would imagine even to you, something like that.
It's a roller coaster ride. It really is, because part of you
psychologically, you just can't be the same.
No, I never went through any guilt factor like I'd done anything wrong in order for that to happen. But I did suffer the, oh, no, it didn't happen, and oh, yes, it did happen, back and forth for a very long time. And most of it was wiped out. I had pieces of it at first, only tiny little slivers. And then in like 97, it just like somebody opened up the tailgate on a big dump truck, and it just washed me away with memory.
So you kind of blocked it out, is what?
Yeah, you do, because your common sense.
No, I know. I have had I had some traumatic things happen in my childhood that up until recently, like after my divorce and after doing therapy, it came back and kind of hit me like a ton of bricks. So your mind
you talk yourself out of it.
In an attempt to protect itself,
right,
will block some things out and kind of just make you forget, but it's still there.
Yeah, and it does come back in little ways, and you can even be miserable in certain ways and not even realize why you're feeling uncomfortable or why you're behaving in poorly or less than admirably. And when it came back to me, I all of a sudden I remembered just most everything. And over a little bit of time has more come, but I know for a fact what we were doing and where we were, and the fact that I wasn't alone and the other guys, and I know what went on inside the ship. I know what went on outside the ship. I know what went on before we got on the ship. I know where we were. We had this huge pile. One of my friends was a pyro, and he liked to throw, in Montana, there's lots of firewood. And this guy we had this huge bonfire. And by the time we got back to camp, after the tent, it was only coals. And they were just glowing in the darkness. So there was a good deal of time lost. And that was a great deal of me wanting to remember.
Good 6-8 hours just
about at least 3 hours.
Jesus.
At least 3 hours. And then we were also, when we got laid down on the ground, they started laying us down in an area that had a lot of water. It was swampy. And so one of the guys pretty much was drowning when they laid him down. They weren't too pleased with him at all because he was kicking them. And this part of what brought the memory back to me was his boots kicking the grays, and they were fighting him. He was fighting them. And they told me to tell my friends that if they didn't behave themselves, none of us would go home. We would just vanish. So I had to go in there and parlay with my friend and get him to stop fighting this because there was nothing they could do about it. And I don't know what happened afterwards, but that was part of the flag that reminded me these things. And every time I would look at my friend in those boots, I would always have this, how much mud have you got stuck in those boots right now reaction. And it kept talking to me. And then part of the readmission in my brain in 97, 98 was remembering that one of the key memory locators was those boots. And that's what partially, and this is what I did with when the government had me in DC and my memory was screwed with. Some of these key notes that I brought that memory back with are related to the guy shaking and screaming in my face with the dandruff and meeting the gray in the lab coat and a couple of other things. If you have these fragmented memories that are there and you don't remember the rest of it, and then over time those fragments get bigger and then they come back, and then all of a sudden act 5 of Hamlet, and boom, there it is. And you have to weigh, and you said psychologically, then you have to weigh whether or not you're batshit crazy. Have you lost your mind? And is this something that
that one, I think all of us, maybe not on that scale, but I think any of us that are here seeing what we feel on a daily basis. Am I batshit crazy? Am I losing it? Have I lost it? It's a constant back and forth. But the sky always reminds you that no, you are not batshit crazy. This is actually,
there it is again.
I'm going to quote what you said last show that I loved, Sam. You said, this has to take hold. People have to accept this information because it is real. I love that you said that. It was really inspiring to hear you say that, Sam, because I'm not going to lie. I have moments where I'm like, are we just talking on the wall, or are we just echoing? But I think the truth can only be suppressed so long.
Well,
and the truth
always has Perry. No, this is regardless of whether or not this ever goes anywhere, we have this. This is ours, and that's on one hand, it's not enough, but it should be enough. But it is enough, and
I agree. Here's where I am at right now. I know that not everybody, from my experience, and I think everybody will agree here, when I first understood this, I was very excited about sharing it with people, thinking, oh, all I have to do is show them this video or this sighting, and people will accept it. In fact, the fact that people wouldn't accept it, that never crossed my mind. I have to show people this, and I was slowly reminded that it doesn't work that way. That
right.
Not everybody's going to accept this.
And the fact that we have 150,000 to 800,000 photographs of these planets over the last decade doesn't matter either. No. And this is part, even what Christoper did good videos.
I set out, Sam, to my mission, and it still is my mission to this very day, is to make videos that were so obvious that they cannot be denied, right? Where people had to accept it. Then I realized that even that doesn't work. And it could be a shock to the system to realize that
it is. It's uncomfortable.
We live in a world where evidence doesn't really make a difference. All that matters is what you've been told and ingrained in your hardwired into your brain, and that's upsetting. Very upsetting.
I thought in 2012 everybody could easily see Nibiru.
I struggle with that constantly, Sam, with the fact that people will just refuse this information. I struggle with it constantly. It annoys me, it baffles me, but I've come to accept it. I'm at the point now where I do this because I enjoy it very much. Watching the system is one of the highlights of my life. I will die a happy man knowing that I had front row seats to the greatest event of all time. And I will never stop making videos. I have to. I enjoy it. I love it. I live for those moments. Whatever comes of it is extra, because I'm enjoying it myself. I've made some amazing friends. I've met some amazing group of people along the way. So we have a family here. We all see the same things. We are not crazy or wrong. This has been, in science, it's repeat, evidence, gather evidence.
It's a great book series.
Over and over. This will hold up in any core and in any science project. But it is upsetting sometimes that it doesn't. But you have to learn to live with that. Because if you don't, it will drive you nuts. It'll drive you crazy. I do it out of love, out of just loving watching the system. It's just, God, I mean, wow, how could you not want to watch that? It's just the most exciting thing ever. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I accept that not everybody's gonna accept it. I post something in hopes that we find another Tara, another Chris, another.
It's such a huge letdown that NASA is not doing their part. They're distracting us with the James Webb telescope and all of this, and they're reminding us that they don't really know what they're talking about, and yet they're. Granted, they can't say anything about what's going on right in front of us because that does fall under classified and, within the NEO classified issue. And so that we are kind of breaking the rules a little bit, although we are sharing our opinions and we're not sharing documented information from NASA. So therefore we're safe. But even 10 years from now, after the rest of the world finally catches up with what we've been talking about for 2 decades by then they'll want to go back on our information and go, wow, these guys really knew what they were talking about. And we have all the evidence, and which reminds me, I do need to do another backup of my file because there's thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures I would hate to lose. Although I do have most of them on file, but I need to.
I've started gathering all my favorites onto an external hard drive, just in case, because it's really easy for us to forget the magnitude of what we're doing here. I want to remind everybody here that we are at basically the cutting edge of science. Unfortunately, NASA is not forthcoming, and we're the only ones doing this. So we have to protect this information, because anything can happen at any moment where they could wipe us out. I mean, look what's happened to Rebecca's. You're on 2 accounts now,
Yep.
Rebecca, that have been just wiped out.
Right.
And the more things become obvious, I think the more they're going to mess with us, because I do feel that they're messing with us. I've literally been on YouTube when I saw our view count go backwards. I've seen that. I've literally seen that. So I think it's important to protect as much as we can, because maybe this generation won't accept it, but maybe next one. Or I do feel we're the ones getting the ball rolling, but I have accepted that it might take some time. Unfortunately, it might take a big event to wake people up. And honestly, even then, I wouldn't be surprised if people would just blame it on X country and say it was an attack. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a big asteroid event and people decide to blame it on war, an act of war on some country, because
they'll lie. Of course they'll.
Yeah, of course they'll lie.
Yeah.
The thing is that we here's what I think about the difference between some of us here, all of us here, and most people in the world, is that I live up there. My mind is constantly thinking up there. Most people I see, their peripheral vision, their way of thinking, it's all really worldly. It's all down here. I don't think any of us live down here as much as the rest of the world. I know you, Sam. I know most of us walk here with their head up high, looking up at the sky constantly. Worldly things just have lost their appeal.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I think it's very important to continue life and do worldly things and enjoy your family and that kind of stuff. But I've lost interest in so many worldly things since knowing this, because it gives you an overview of the world in such a different light. And I think I have said this before. I think that it's something that would benefit the world if we could all get people to see the world through these eyes, through this lens. I think we would treat each other differently, because I think we would leave behind all our petty little differences. I think personally that's what it did to me, is that I stopped putting so much attention on dumb shit that doesn't matter, and I take life more serious. I don't take things for granted. I know that we're just a small speck, in the vast space, and we're very grateful to be here, even though there's some tricky reasons why we're here. But I mean, we're here nevertheless. And I think we should be grateful for that, and not take it for granted, regardless of how we got here. Because that could be you could have mixed emotions, about how we were placed here. But
we're only here for a very short time.
Yeah, exactly.
Way too short. I mean, I'm on the other side of that countdown. I'm 63 now, and I'm like, holy cow. I only got on average 20 years left, and that's short.
Yeah, Sam. Yeah,
my parents both lived into their 80s, and so that's my. Frankly, I want to live to 200, but oh my God, can you imagine how old your bones and fingers would be?
Yeah.
So I have to find the healing.
We would need some kind of assistance, some kind of regeneration.
I don't want to be dusty.
Yeah. Tara, I love what you said. You have FOMO, about a fear of missing out. I suffer from that constantly. I have a problem with that. But I agree. But I also agree with what Sam said to me when I told him. I said the same thing. I missed so much, when I first came. But Sam told me, your time is your time. It's not one of those things you can rush. It's not one of those things that. It's just one of those things that you just wake up whenever you wake up. And that's it. That's just the way it works. I feel like you did miss some stuff, but some very cool stuff is about to happen. It is happening, and is about to happen as they move away from us. It is happening, yeah. But as they move away from us, I was telling Alexander this recently. They're very hard to photograph right now. Very hard to photograph. As they move out, we're gonna have a chance to start catching them again in their entirety, and that's gonna be fun because that's that was my whole thing, was try to catch them in motion, right, as they're moving, and be able to see the whole ring, the whole circle, the whole.
And we're in the habit of looking next to the sun, to the right or to the left, but when you're looking at the sun, stop what you're doing and turn around all the way the opposite direction, 180. Look the other side of the sun, and you will see a facially illuminated, very, very large planet in front of you or overhead of you, away from the sun. It's time to start looking at everywhere. Do the 360. Don't just do the 90 degrees on one side, 90 degrees on the other. Do the 180. Look the other direction, and see that it. Because Andrea was just saying, I can't wait to see them when they're facially illuminated. Well, that is happening already. It's happening now. Nibiru spatially illuminated. Atu's facially illuminated.
Look at what Chris just posted. That is one hell of an illumination. I mean, that thing was so obvious and in your face. That was awesome.
The asteroid one?
Gosh, I don't know. He posted this maybe a day or two ago, but it was freaking awesome. It was
Christoper does those 2 videos that he did that he just posted, and I recommend people go sign up on Chris's YouTube site and give him some likes and some followers, because he's not getting enough viewing, and he deserves it. He's doing an excellent job.
It's called Nibiru System Sky Watchers. That's the name of his group.
I've been tagging it in all of my videos. I've been tagging it.
Nibiru System Sky Watchers. And he said he's almost there. It's uphill, and he's a few minutes away. So he sent me a message. Hey, it's me and Daddy. Petite. I think it's how you say that. Hi. Welcome.
Hello.
Good to see you. I don't know if I've seen that name before. Have you, Jesus?
That's a new name to me.
That
nice. Sounds good to me. So, but hi.
I like seeing a new name, new people.
Aboard.
Cool.
Welcome aboard the greatest show on earth.
That's exciting.
Give it some time, and you will be amazed at what we have the information gathered here for you guys.
It's fun.
Andrea, I'm right there with you. People often ask me why I haven't had kids. I think it's because I'm done. I think I'm not coming back this time. I'm going home.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I tell people. It's my last day on Earth, so I'm done. I will not reincarnate back here anymore. I'm an old soul. I think I'm home.
Right.
That's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Keep on trucking.
Yeah, keep on trucking. Yeah,
that's an old '70s term. I still chuckle over that.
Right.
It actually is. It's managed the test of time, because people still know about keep on trucking. And oh my God, we were saying that about the Woodstock era. I was like 9 when Woodstock happened.
No, I remember that saying from high school. I remember that. Hey, you still see those trucker hats.
Yeah.
Anytime I go into Love's, the truck stop Love's, I like to gas up at Love's because it's cheaper. But I always see keychains and you name it with that saying on there.
God, it reminds me of the old CB days when everybody was into the CBs and Breaker 19 this year. Oh my God, that was lifetime ago.
Good old
now we're doing that here. We're doing our CB talking on the internet. with our faces. And Breaker 19, this here's the Rubber Duck, and we're going to tell you about the space cubes and all the Star Destroyers and extraterrestrials coming down to a swamp near you. Yeah, they're quite real. I'm in awe that this has not. I mean, look what that Miami sighting thing did. Look how crazy everybody went over that. Now, granted, we still don't even know if it was real or not, although there was some definite activity in the skies with helicopters and other shit that they don't come up with to do a movie, event or, a fake flag or whatever, because there was a lot of activity around that. It's gone away. Nobody even talks about it anymore. Go ahead.
Well, I just feel like they do go all out in psyops and false flags. So, I mean, like they'll just stop at nothing to, put that message across. That's how desperate they are to, keep people in the dark. I mean, it's like full-fledged, 100% all out.
What we saw was pretty spooky and convincing in certain ways. And then there was those creatures that were running that just didn't make any sense. And then there was the big tall shadow guy. And then there was the craft with the lasers in the sky and all of that we did also see as well. And we linked that information, which was separate of the Miami event. But, oh, my God, we talked about Star Destroyers being very close. They'll be off the deck. They'll fly over at night, and you won't even hear them. And the only reason you'll know they're there is if the animals come running out of the forest and you happen to look up right at the right time when there's a central illumination, you can see the bottom of these damn things from city lights or whatever, and or local illumination, street lights, whatever. And those things are absolutely silent, and they're regularly huge. Star Destroyers fly a mile or 2 or 5 miles over the top of surfaces regularly. Yeah. The landing craft are all over. We're seeing them in sightings from around the world every day, in Europe all the time. And they, of course, get lost right away. And the Empire Orb we've seen, in the Long Box Cube and the Texas Cube and all the Space Tube and all the, God, how many sightings do we have of the Starfighter docking stations? I mean, all of those are repeatedly captured, and they match time after time after time. And they're not just the blobs flying around in the sky that we can't identify when we call it, a UAP or a UFO. No, we're having direct, absolute close captures from around the world for years now. And I'm so wondering when people are going to either get on board with the fact. Now, granted, I understand this is a very fearful topic. And again, I dare you at the end of this show on YouTube, if you go to watch it again on YouTube, on Nibiru Followers Anonymous for Rebecca, I dare you to make a comment about what you think about these cubes, or the Star Destroyers, or the Space Tube, or the Empire Orb, or any of this. Nobody is commenting about the extraterrestrials that are parked over our heads by the thousands right now. And I mean thousands of beings and hundreds of ships. Nobody has yet to comment, and I've asked show after show after show for somebody to comment. And we can't do a better show until you tell us how. So go to YouTube after tonight's show, watch a second copy of it, or just log in so that you can comment. We want to hear your comments.
There's two things that get the algorithm going, and one of those main ones is comments, guys. It's not just the likes. The likes help, the views help, but the comments are what really gets the algorithm going. Whether they're positive or negative. I stopped deleting rude comments on my videos because even those help. I've come to a point where I'm like, as long as you're interacting, this pushes the algorithm to send this out to more people. So I let the hateful comments just be. I don't even. Right.
I even respond back to them because it gives me an opportunity to comment again. So I reply back to the hateful. If they're laughing, I'll be like, "I'm so happy you're happy," or so. But
yeah. So positive or negative, a comment is helpful. There's no such thing as bad publicity, as they say.
Right.
So just comment. It doesn't have to be a big elaborate comment. Just get the conversation going, guys. That's really all it's about, and then get people talking about this, because we really need to get people talking about it.
Extraterrestrials are very, very, very real. I have met 3 separate races, and yes, anytime anybody tells me that, I barely believe them until they start giving me details about the description and how they reacted and how they appeared. Because most people, they'll say, "Oh, I saw this," but then they don't give you any personal description of the creature. If they're missing that, then they're missing the story.
I see Chris.
Hey guys.
Look at that sunset.
Hey, Chris.
I tried to make it on time.
Oh, wow. Wow, look at that view. It's so perfect. Nice and open.
I got some more video of it about 2 minutes ago, but it's really hard to time it. I've never walked this far up the mountain before, so.
Oh, wow.
And
you
don't
are
have
high
a
up,
car.
aren't you?
I think I know exactly where you are, Chris.
I'm like on the east side of Las Vegas.
Yeah, I think I know
Sunrise
exactly
Mountain
where you are.
area.
Yes.
You got the Longbox Cube is right there.
Still there.
Yeah, it's right there.
A lot of things streaking by, my friend.
Yeah, you see the 3 stripes in the gray? Right above that light post?
It was pretty illuminated a few minutes ago, but let's see if I can
look at that.
Walk down the street and see if you can see anything better.
You should. This is where you should have your big blue sign that says Nibiru is here.
I know, right?
Ask me why.
Okay, so he needs a T-shirt, Sam. He needs a Montage Towers T-shirt.
There you go.
Yes.
I would love to get more of those made.
If you get those going again, let me know so I can.
I did type a message to Deb. Perhaps Rebecca, if I give you Deb's link sometime, that you can talk to her. She can give you the information how we can get through the company that she used to make, because they were quality. They were really good T-shirts and they hold up very well. And they were worth easy with the $25 that they were.
I didn't get a chance to get me one last time they were on sale, but I would love to get me one.
Same here.
I would love
Me
to
too.
get one.
Or we
guess
can
you
find
can,
another
We need to
company.
get Chris one because he needs to walk around with one of those in Vegas,
Yeah.
And get the ball rolling, And it'll make it easier than going from person to person talking to them, Also, what I'm gonna do soon too is get me some business cards so I can just hand them out. I'm gonna make Followers Anonymous.
Yeah, that's a great
business cards. That way we can get Rebecca's channel and get this going.
TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, etc., and give all of those links available. That way you can hand it to them, and if you can afford to, you can have a good picture of one of the early planets on there or something, or absolute Nibiru, or like I did in a gold card. Because the reason I did it in a gold card is A, it's pretty, and B, it directly has to do with our existence. Sort of a big metaphor. Very
unique. I think people would remember a card like this. I know. It's vivid in my mind every time those little cards. I love them.
They're so simple.
Yeah.
They were not cheap, but they are simple. And they are different, special, and gold. And they were not the cheapest card stock available. I promise you that.
They don't look cheap.
No.
Cheap.
They were a little pricey to have printed up, and I'm on my 3rd box already. My first ones were white, and then I went to the gold, and then I went through that batch of well over 500, and now I'm down to about 30 or 40 of the gold on my second 500.
Yeah, I think you should stick with the gold. There's something about them that just kind of goes
cool.
well. I love them.
Although I'm going to have to add more information on that, including Nibiru Followers Anonymous, TikTok, YouTube, etc.
Yeah.
Who is here?
Yeah, I think Nibiru Followers Anonymous at YouTube is the main one we really should be pushing out there.
Right.
What I've started doing now is instead of my YouTube channel, I don't really post a lot there. But I do stream this so I can comment on there. So instead of sharing my channel, I've been sharing Rebecca's that way because most of the bulk of our views come from her channel.
There's 2 Star Destroyers underneath that. You see the black lines, 1, 2, 3, right in front of us there with that little patch of white. There's two star destroyers underneath that, and the funky patch just to the right of the light pole is the side orb, and the three little gray black lines. That's where the long box cube is. Or it could even be bigger in that larger. It could even be that larger. No, I'm not sure. That larger blue above there. Like, wow, that's huge.
Hey guys, unfortunately I'm running out of time here. Unfortunately, I slept all my extra time that I have for the day.
Okay, well, go do your thing.
But
yeah.
Fortunately,
glad you were here.
We understand.
Back to work.
I know.
Love seeing you every week.
I really needed this time, but I guess maybe next week. Then next week I'll have more time.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Cool.
It
happens.
Weird.
Hey,
It's been a really busy month.
I'm telling you, I slept all day yesterday. And then you wake up and it's like,
that's my kind of party.
This phone call or this.
That is my kind of party, Chris. That is my kind of party.
What do you do for fun? I like to sleep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, that is my kind of party. But yeah, we'll see you guys next week. I will be listening as always. Yeah, unfortunately, duty calls.
Sure.
All right, guys. Love you guys.
Well, it's good seeing you again.
All
Love
right.
you too.
Careful. Drive careful.
Always.
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Okay.
I'll
See
be
you next week.
Bye, guys.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. That went too fast.
Yeah, they always
does.
do. Of
I
course,
know.
we're at 4 hours 47, and there's no
I just
reason
saw that.
we don't have to be 9 hours, but it's definitely not 3 hours. So, thank you, Kenneth.
Right. Let's see.
Yeah, I tell you, man, I am feeling my joints, and oh God, I have new pains and things that hurt me that I've never experienced before, and it's like, are you kidding me?
What's
Like,
happening?
oh crap, So this is being 60 something. Oh joy! Everybody should try this. It's so fun.
Right? Oh, no.
Oh, the planets are.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say they're killing me, but boy, this is a thing to deal with, man. Oh God, what our bodies are going through, and I mean, I can't remember ever being this nauseous nonstop. Being on the seasick on a boat.
Yeah.
You got kidding me. And my sleep schedule's all screwed up. And all my life, I've gotten up normally at 5 o'clock in the morning on the dot. Like I have this internal clock, and now I'm getting up at 3. I mean, what the hell? So everything's messed up. Our normal is not normal anymore.
Right.
And everything's on the edge. Oh, look, the desert.
Right?
Yeah, you found the edge of the
pointing it
desert.
at the ground or the sky?
You were pointing it at the sky, but I saw the sand. I saw the sand dunes. So
I think this is probably the best spot I can
Let me
find.
go back. There. So what's that? See that? I don't know, that streak that's curved and coming down. Is that anything in
here?
particular? Yeah, there's. It's just nosediving.
Yeah, it looks like a fighter jet, but it's way too big to be a jet.
Huh.
Could be an asteroid coming.
I don't know.
And cropping in.
I just wondered if it looks significant.
I think all this is Isatum, right? Like,
yeah,
and
that's an yellow moon.
The yellow moon, and
right there. Yep.
Yes.
Wow,
correct.
Right there, yellow moon.
The ion tail just going
right there. Dead center is the green asteroid.
Wow.
Green asteroid is in that blue area, that wispy multiple fingered thing. No, over to the right a little bit more. And then right and up.
Yes, David. It was like that.
Up a little bit more. Dead center, that weird patch right there, dead center. That's where the green asteroid is. Because it's got little dots inside it. Yep.
So.
And that, by the way, you can see the side of Nibiru. You know what?
Yeah, keep going. Keep going a little bit more. No, to your right.
To your right.
Like right there. That's where Nibiru is. And this area. Right there.
Yeah, there's a big mountain in the way.
Right there.
For us. Wow.
No, it looks good.
Fingers and everything.
It looks good.
That's where Nibiru is.
you can see it's showing itself with those lines.
Wow.
Yes. It's big. Wow. That's where it is in the evening sunset time in the northeast.
Left-hand side, it would be where Nana and Melsaru should be. And then I think we're seeing gray dots of Nana and Melsaru. And then the green asteroid is in front of them. See that little circular dark spot right there above the, or just below the little white cloud? There's a dark gray dot. And that's about the size of what a Melsaru looks like.
Okay.
And then Nana orbits a Melsaru.
Wow.
In a concentric orbit. And that's the side the last time I saw in 2012, I saw early sightings of Nibiru. And you could plain as day see both moons. And then the little, and it was fast enough. It wasn't really fast, but the little moon Nana going around concentrically around a Melsaru, and it took a little time, but you got to watch it plain as day. And you know, land masses and normal clouds. And this is right there. You're getting to a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn just at the sun there, and then above that.
Notice how there's like these like striped rays.
Yeah.
They kind of like fan out. It's like red, blue, red.
Yeah, that's
been doing that for like 4 or 5 days now. At sunset, there's these.
It's a rosation flare because the light is shining underneath Saru.
I have pictures from it yesterday. There's no clouds in the sky, but you can see it completely. And then the sky has just been turning red like this every night for like the last 2 days. It's pretty wild.
And if you look at the horizon, just slightly middle or left of middle, right down at the horizon, see the orange? See that big circle?
Yep.
That is most likely the base cloud of Saru. The green, notice it's slightly green, blue. See that little edge right there?
Yep.
That graduated oval.
Yeah, right here. Wow.
That is where Saru is, and then in front of Saru to farther left is Uri, and above that, and above you is Atu and Atu's moon.
Yeah.
And that's right there. You can see the first white stripe of the side of Saru right there. And that little illumination. See that little illumination dot is where Matim is. But Matim's bigger than that. But that illumination dot is one of the asteroids sticking out of the side of Uri right there. And that's the base cloud bottom reach of Uri. That's that dark blue left corner with the stripes.
Yeah, you can totally see the stripes of Uri.
Yep. And then if you look,
God, I wish you guys were here because it's just different when you're, outside as opposed to the camera. But I mean, just look how fast it's changed already. This is crazy.
Yeah, it does. And I love that you did that series roll in your video because it does show the rotation and the movement and the change of the planets so well. And you hadn't done that before, and it's excellent work. Keep it up.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll try to keep doing that. And then
yeah, that looks like an F-16 going down, but it's way too big to be an F-16 going down. Right there, that cloud,
it's possible. We got Nellis Air Force Base right over here.
Yeah, but it hasn't moved. It's been in one spot the whole time.
Yeah, you'll know when they fly over your head because they're really loud and they're fast. They're pretty cool.
We had a guy here in town, here in Missoula, that owned a MiG, if you know what a MiG is.
Yeah.
And talk about loud. Oh, my God. Right? When that MiG went over the valley, you could hear it forever.
How do you own a MiG?
I don't know. How do you get to fly it around populated areas?
Yeah, I just own a Russian airplane.
Jet,
it's not a big deal.
Everybody?
Right. Doesn't everybody?
Yeah, I'm going to own a MiG in Montana and fly it around. I have a little bit of money. Yeah, no problem. I mean, where do you get spare parts for those damn things? Jesus.
Right? I mean, those planes from the 70s and 80s are something else.
Yeah, and the question is how many hours have they been flying? And oh my God, I'd hate to work on them because they're a nightmare with old technology and all that old stuff that has to be replaced right now. It's like, the revamped F-16s are highly rebuilt now, and yet they're still number one on the planet for us, the most versatile fighter jet is the F-16, and
Right.
they've got an F-34 now and an F-39 and all of this crazy shit that they got technology you wouldn't believe. Look at that! Oh my God, look at that right there! Look at that white round, right there. Look at that white little dark object. That would probably, God, is that the lead asteroid heading downward? It's strange.
Wow.
Or is it smaller than the lead asteroid? But it definitely looks like something quite small and asteroid-like. See the little rounded circle around it?
Right. And like you can see,
or is it the side
like
orb?
another.
Oh gosh.
There's like an edge that wraps all the way around the horizon. It's really strange.
Is that the side orb of the long box cube? That would be that's probably the right size for the side orb. We'd think that lead asteroid would be bigger, so that would have to be right there. That little sea cloud.
I don't know.
Over to the left, at the corner right there. That sea
the other
cloud.
left.
Yeah, that sea.
Yeah.
Is that the side orb in front of the long box cube?
Oh man. I think
the size is right.
The long box cube has moved since we saw it last from, because it was much more like over. This is northwest.
Right.
This is west. It might have moved. Yeah, it could be it again.
Remember, Earth is moving also.
Wow. Right.
But the size-wise, that's too small to be the lead asteroid. It's going the wrong direction to be the green asteroid. And there isn't really anything that size behind the lead asteroid.
Yeah, look at that. It's like,
and that looks like the side orb
going one way, and there's something behind it going the other way.
Yeah. And the drag off goes to the right. So that's probably the side orb of the long box cube. And that big dark blue area in the upper right corner is probably a very large long box cube.
Wow.
They're here, people. Alien ships, intergalactic craft.
You guys can like see here. Do you guys see this like band?
Yeah.
I can see two different colors of blue. You can see the depth. There's something absolutely passing over right now.
Yeah, it's at the yellow moon. It's going now over the top of you at sunset, and it should be it should be due north when sunset is in the west.
Okay.
This is where I saw it a couple of days ago before I did the drawing that I did.
So would this be the lead asteroid right here? This big? No. Okay.
Has to be higher up to the right.
Higher up to the right. So then it's over here somewhere.
No, higher up.
Possibly somewhere here.
Go look a little more upward and then go back to the left just to see. Somewhere in there is where it should be.
Yeah. I think you're right with the long box cube and the side orb right here. It definitely looks strange.
It's changing too. The sea cloud.
Yeah. You can see the edge of the bottom of the cube. It's like coming this way. And the side orb is coming down. That is wild. And if people would just pay attention for 5 minutes, just to watch the sky, just for a few minutes, just to see this, our skies have completely changed. There's no doubt about what's going on.
And then you go back to the horizon, and then you see that line right at the horizon where the color changes too.
Yeah.
You know, you got that yellow, weird, greenish, yellow, white, normal horizon sky. And then above that white, that big, weird, funny cloud line, then you got all these bottoms of the planets, and then they're completely different colors. You're getting a side illumination right there of a Saturn's yellow moon in the upper middle right. See that big white straight finger cloud? That is the side illumination of a Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
Up a little higher.
Up a little higher.
Right. See, up a little higher.
These poles.
Yeah, but right directly in line with that pole, look up.
Okay.
Look up. See that white edge behind the pole right there?
Yep.
Go back over to the pole. Go back to the left. You've already walked past it. Anyway. The edge of a Saturn's yellow moon. See the color difference?
Yes.
Dark blue is the Saturn. White light sky is normal sky with a hint of Saru green blue in the background.
Wow, that's
incredible. Left, which is over the sun.
Right.
See, just like the monthly site drawing with the Saru in the middle.
Yes.
And then you got some more asteroids popping into view there. Those little white dots. And that is right there is the site of Uri.
Right.
And the Salamander asteroid group, etc.
Wow.
Right there. And that white cloud in the center is the Spiral asteroid.
Okay.
And all of their little friends that are now becoming more popular. And that area is where the Tan asteroid and all of that is. And it's the same pattern over and over and over again.
Incredible. I mean, you would think that after sunset, you would have normal illumination on both sides of the sky. But there's not. You can see the edge of the planets here. You can see the edge of Uri.
Yep.
Attu's moon is above it, right?
Yep.
Okay, so it's a big dark band right here. It's this light in the sky is totally cut off. And then Saturn and the yellow moon are over here. That's incredible.
Yep.
And it's out view, which is screwing with your head.
Yes. And then you guys said Nibiru is more to the northeast.
Yeah.
It is.
Right. So,
exactly. And then I was going to say, if you keep going to the southeast, a lot of the times, that's where Attu is. If you keep just panning around, like a lot of the times, like you keep going, it'll be, southeast is a hot spot for Attu.
And that's where, of course, at sunset, you'll have the sun in the west. And if you look to the east or the southeast or the northeast, you're going to see facial illumination of whatever planet's over there. If you look to the northeast, you'll see Nibiru. If you look to the southeast, you'll either see most likely Attu's moon, and then back towards the middle again, towards the left-hand side, which would at sunset would be the southwest. That's where Uri is.
Yeah.
Oops. Hold on real quick. Let me see if I can just take a picture here real quick.
Okay.
The parking lot 360.
Yeah, we're getting that.
I love
we're
this.
not at Walmart, but we're doing the 360 right now. Okay.
Neat.
Yeah, you can totally see
that.
See that line at the bottom at the horizon?
Right.
Is that
here.
What is that? That looks like Nepicity a little bit.
No, Nepicity would be higher up and to the right. You're seeing the side edge of Attu's moon, Uri, and Saru.
I don't know my right from my left
left
anymore.
Yes.
And above in the middle, there are asteroids going over the top. And then you start getting over to that dark area on the right-hand side, and you've got the Saturn's yellow moon. You see the little straight lines. That's the ion tail going around the Saturn's yellow moon, which is very blue.
Absolutely see it now. That's incredible.
And that dark blue area is the Saturn's yellow moon. But the light blue area is the Saturn. But the gray is the open normal sky, but yet still has part of Saru in the out view. And is that a helicopter?
Wow. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
for some reason I live like right over. They come from like the Grand Canyon. They go on tours out there. And then they come back around this time, and my street is like their avenue. It's great.
Oh, joy.
Yeah.
Oh, joy.
It only lasts for about 10 minutes.
And then you pick up all the stuff that fell off the shelves and spilled coffee and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to live on this side of town where I'm at now when I was a kid. And I was telling you the Air Force Base was much closer to where we were living then. And stuff would fall off the walls all the time.
Yeah, you don't live in the subway next to the subway in
that was
Brooklyn,
great.
to be thankful. Yeah, I don't know how anybody could live like that. It would drive me insane.
Right, you come home, everything's on the floor.
Poltergeist. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Big shout out to Slapped Ham. I've been watching a lot of Slapped Ham lately. And the ghosts, and that. Some are real, some are fake. Awesome shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not what I thought we were going to see tonight, but still, the sun has been down for at least 20 minutes now.
Yeah. Wow.
So
yeah.
You can just right here, you can totally see how they're illuminated. It's incredible.
And that illuminated area that's orange just off the horizon at the center of the sun, that is the bottom of Saru.
Right.
That's why it's illuminated the way it is. Otherwise, it would be dark.
Yeah.
Because when the sun goes down, it gets dark.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. This shouldn't be yellow like that for this long.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Because the sun is shining on the bottom of these close passing planets.
So awesome.
Yeah, it is. They're there. And everybody, it just blows me away. No, everybody takes it for granted. Oh, normal sky.
No. I've noticed a lot of people this week have actually been taking pictures of the sky. Like one day we came out of the store and at least like 4 people at once. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, did I just step into the Twilight Zone? What's going on here?
You asked them what they were
taking pictures
shooting?
of the sky, you know?
Did you ask them?
I just let them do their thing.
Oh, okay.
You know,
So Nicole says,
I thought I'll just let them ponder for a minute.
there you go. Nicole typed in, Sam, I just captured a long, thin, self-illuminated craft flying above Erie, Colorado. I sent you a small clip and photo of it. It was awesome. All right, I will go to Facebook and look. I'm not currently on Facebook. My voice hip out from over texting my computer. Or rather, not my computer, but my news feed. All right.
The yellow part is our sky.
Right.
But just above the yellow part is Saru, like just above that line that's going all across the sky, that straight line. Right above is Saru, and then right above that would be probably Nepicity with Uri to your left and Ice Adam's moon to your right, basically. And then back behind is Nibiru to your right and Atu to your left.
Okay.
Okay. Here is a copy of what she sent. I will send to you, Rebecca. It's a short, small UFO.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's a second. Okay, this is a picture of it. So, oh, wow, with 2 others that look to be triangular craft and then a lander. How interesting. Thank you, Nicole. Those are very viable captures.
Cool.
No, I'll get off of face. Whoops. Oh, God, I got to go back to Facebook because I have to send it still. Duh, Sam. Come on. Earth the brain. All right, there is. I have to pull up Rebecca again and send her. Did I not send that to you and I sent it to her? Duh. All right, there. I'm sending that to Rebecca. And apparently I sent it to you, but it didn't go. Weird. All right, I will try it a second time. And see what I get. Okay, the first one says log in or sign up to view. I hope you can.
Well, she said she posted it to her page. Let me just see if I can.
You can send, if you want, Nicole, you can send it to me too, and I can send it to Rebecca. Or
well, if I post
like
it
a lot
and
of
then
work,
grab a copy of it, I think I can do that easier. Yeah. All right. So let's see what happens when I post it to my page. And then go to that and then grab the link. And then I will send you the link here. See if you can open this one. I don't know if it's different or not.
6 hours ago. I don't think that's
It
it.
says log in or sign up to view again. So I don't know if you can open those.
I'm looking on Montana Skywatcher. I don't.
No, this is on your PM. It's on your PM.
But she
that
has
I sent
other
you.
good ones too. I'm gonna save those.
Okay, I'm coming off of Facebook now.
She's got the best view.
right?
Uh-oh. Mittens. Mittens is here. Hang on. 1 second. Just one moment.
Yeah,
We got
egg.
it.
Saru has got an orangey yellow open bottom core. Boy,
And
she's
it's there.
big.
It's been there
Is she getting
almost.
big?
Oh, she's getting big.
Hi,
Wow.
Mittens. Hi, Mittens. Look up.
Okay.
Knows
Okay.
her name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Saru has
She
been
really
visible
does,
for a
yeah.
couple of months now. You just got to know where to look.
Right.
Let's see.
And it was shocking how fast we got there. And I was expecting it because I knew that we had turned a corner and the whole rotating solar system over the top of us had turned. So I knew that Yuri had moved out of the outview way. So I knew that we should be seeing Saru any day now. And boom, there she was. And then she's gotten really big in the last week even. So we're going to be seeing Saru pretty predominantly most of next year. Should be really cool. And it's got a really intensely bright base core that is just unbelievable. And I could send you an old copy of that unless you've got one of those, Rebecca.
Which
I
one?
can grab a real quick. The base core, illuminated base core of Saru.
I know. She's so cute.
Older pictures. I can grab you a quick one to
Just saw
send it
these.
to you.
Cute,
everybody
cute,
can
cute.
know.
Oh, okay, Nicole. I'll check it. Yes. Okay.
All right, where is it? All right,
And
this
she's
is
fun,
the number
too.
one.
She's like so
oldest one
playful.
I've got. And then I will
Okay.
grab another one.
Uh-huh.
Let's see, another Saru. Saru pictures are pretty rare.
Here's my thing with Saru is how much it looks like Mapicity. There's so many similarities. Really?
Yeah, they both have an open core, except that and I sent you two pictures, so you should have them now. If you want to show everybody, now these are years ago. These are like 2012, back when Saru was starting to do the backward dance early. And as Yuri swung around in our faces, Saru was backing away from us. And we haven't seen Saru since pretty much 2017. And she backed away from you. And then it's part of their rotational normal spiral as their transition has gone back and forth over the years. So we didn't get to see Saru a lot for a very long time. And these are two of the older base cores. I have to include that other one because that other one is also really cool, even though it's much smaller.
Oh, you sent me another one?
Yeah, this is that one. You have trouble with this one all the time. Remember, I kept trying to correct you how you were drawing it.
Oh no. Okay, I might have it because I have a Saru.
You remember this photo?
File.
And I made a correction somewhere, but I don't even know where I put that copy.
Okay, hang on.
It may be in my drawing file.
Oh, why I have that 3 times.
Yeah, these are the 3 stages of the bottom picture is the oldest, and the first picture is the newest, and the Saru in the middle is the middle picture.
I'm gonna
And
pull
that's how
this
when
up
we
while I
first
get
learned
together,
about
but-
the illuminated base core of Saru. And it was so absolutely unbelievably, nobody's ever seen anything like this in the sky, that all the way back in 2011 and 2012, we knew automatically that this was something to keep a copy of because it was so completely different than anything that we'd ever seen.
Yeah.
Little did we know what Nepacity was about to bring us, which was like 3 years later. And I'm just here by myself. La da da. And she popped in, popped out. Maybe she's clearing her system. And I said, unable to send. Yeah, we've had a little difficulties with lots of stuff, Nicole. There's been avenues that have been cut off from the way we do things, the way we used to do things. We used to have actual satellite links and stuff, and you used to be able to take captures of earthquakes from the USGS and post them. You can't do that anymore. It's like they're making everything harder on people, just that way you can't share the information unless you're the primary user. Okay, you're locked up.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you blink.
Yeah. Okay. So here's my folder one of them I have on Saru pics, and then I'll get the ones that you just sent me if I don't have it included. But so there's your drawing.
The drawing.
Saru. We don't see that very often. Yeah. So there it is.
Yeah.
That one. Look at that.
Yeah, that's
perfect.
Yeah, she has a really weird. Yeah, no. See that dark blue area all above this ring is that big full circle. Is a slightly tipped axis, very large Saru. And that green dot in front of it is not a lens flare. That is that's actually nepacity. And the reddish orange in there is where its atom is in the view. And Nibiru is also in this view to the far right. It's off picture. And this is 2011. This is just, and I believe the photograph actually comes from, I think it's dropping from Antarctica. Because in 2011, they were just coming into view underneath Earth. And we never saw circular illumination before. And then over time, we realized that was the base core, very bright, very thick, illuminated base core of planet Saru. And it doesn't have the three. It only has the one thick, very bright core.
Hey, Sam. Sam.
Yes. Yes.
Can you hear me okay? Oh,
you're skipping in and out. Is it you or is it me?
1 second. Sorry, I'm on the I am next door. Sorry, I was on my
Yeah, you're patching in and out, but don't know what you're doing, which is okay. But anyway, you can see the orange illumination on the outside, and that is atmosphere illumination, which is why it's orange. On the much larger, you're looking at the bottom of big planet Saru, that whole big circular area all the way to where it says Saru arrival is the top of the planet, and the bottom, of course, is the bottom ring. And you will see that in the other photographs when she brings them up. And apparently, we're having issues with the internet. Hope you can all still hear me, and I'm not skipping out. But we do try. And when we give out too much information, sometimes we get stopped or they start messing with us or, go get more donuts. We're going to get boring from here. I swear, new cup of coffee. Speaking of which, time for a sip. The old sip of, ice cold coffee. So, still waiting for Rebecca's return. Off camera, but she's still with us. Okay, well, yeah, she's still running the thing, but she patched out and I couldn't hear what she was saying. She was glitching out to me. It could be me. So anyway, while we're waiting, let's all hum. No, I know, we'll play Ave Maria. I'm joking. Anybody who's been watching pop politics, perhaps I can't think of any other reason.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Got it. Take care of something. All right, I'm back.
Okay.
That's the same. Oh, here's this one. Are we still on Sarah? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Probably change the subject by now.
Yeah. No, I was, trying to think of a joke even, and I couldn't even think of any jokes.
Oh no. Yeah. Well, sorry.
I had one on my brain.
Well, here's the other one you sent me. That one. Ooh.
Yeah. Now that's the big base cloud of Saru in the early years. This is like 2011.
Yeah.
And and it's very orange and very regular. And some people all go, "Oh, it's a supercell. It's a supercell." Not like this. supercells don't glow like this one does.
So from Nicole, it was just one picture. Is that right, Sam or Nicole?
A video and a picture.
Oh, a video. Okay, I don't see that yet. Oh, here.
There's a short little video, kind of grainy, and yet it shows what it shows, and then she shows you a still capture of said same.
Okay, well, I will get it, and we'll all see it together.
Copy.
Hi. All right. My glasses are crooked. All right. Let me get it.
My brain is crooked.
Oh my gosh. Oh, isn't this fun? I'm having a good time.
I watched Ernest P. Worrell Halloween here recently, so I'm of course up there doing them strange voices again. Love the man, great actor. And Jim Varney or something, I think his name was. I should have memorized it. He's such a great actor. I should memorize his name.
The guy that did, what was he doing?
Ernest P. Worrell. Ernest goes to camp. Ernest goes to school. Ernest Halloween. Ernest.
Ernest, that's right.
He did TV commercials for Sprite and 7-Up and all of this, and different local bakeries and you name it. Great actor. He of course has passed on since.
Right.
Almost 70s on it. He did a great Walter Brennan. I think one of the best Walter Brennans I've ever heard. He did a great John Wayne. He did unbelievable satire that nobody else touched. Not even Robin Williams did as well in certain things that he did. He outdid Robin Williams in certain ways. Anyway, go watch, Ernest Halloween. Ernest goes to camp. Ernest goes to school.
Yeah. I definitely remember. Now that
Well, the kids are going, and it's almost Halloween, and so the YouTube is full of nothing but Halloween programs. So I've, and the troll boogers and all of that. So I've unfortunately watched a few side shows to distract me from this crazy world of passing planets. And by the way, that's not easy lately. I'm not even finding the joy in my older documentaries about Rome or any of the other stuff anymore. It's just sort of kind of outweighing. I want to see Nibiru stuff, and I can't even enjoy an ET video anymore because these guys are talking about extraterrestrials, and is NASA lying to us about this? They've all lost their meaning because we know better. We know that they're here, and anybody else is just talking out their noses. And we have.
You can't stand to listen to it. You can't stand. I can't. Yeah. I'm like, when you know the truth, and you know that they're just making stuff up or speculating, acting like they know.
They're trying to sell copies and get their money, and sell. And they, I wrote a book. Here, let me. I want to read 800 pages of crap. Thank you. Most of you guys are probably too young to know what the movie or the book Stutz Terkel Working, and I was forced to read that in school, and that was one of the dumbest books I've ever read in my life about working. Jim Carrey was great too, but Jim Carrey's very troubled, and he's got some answers, although he's mixing them with other things. But anyway. But if you're Hollywood jet set, I suppose you'd have to have that. He has luxuries I don't have, but I have luxuries he doesn't.
I'm not going to say anything. All right.
Yeah.
I got the video. I'm sending it to the computer now, so we'll be having it in a second. I just know you can't get to that level of fame without being, and that when you're that, it's hard to trust anything coming from them.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, Hollywood. I had the opportunity. I had the opportunity to move Hollywood. I had a Columbia recording artist contract offered to me, quite a deal of money per week even, but I didn't know how long it would last. I could be uprooted and be there for a month and then be sent home. So it was only, it was an outable contract. And then I went down and started walking Hollywood Boulevard, and I went, no, thank you. And Capitol Records and all of that, it's downtown Hollywood. And I was
Right.
not wanting to live in that environment because, A, the money that they were giving was great for Montana money, but for down there, that was barely get by money. So it turned it to, after being down there long enough to see that the money that I was being offered wasn't really that good of an offer.
Enough.
Never mind.
Yeah.
And not only that,
What were you going to be doing?
I was going to do a backup singing for Columbia.
Singing. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And I used to
Right.
be able to do that. And I got referred to from one of my old band members from one of my mini bands that I was in when I was
having a good
my younger
time.
years. And they
Right.
contact me and they wanted to use me and they gave me a contract offer. And I also had my son at the time, and then I was pretty much primary caregiver at the time because his mother was traveling a lot and working a lot, and so I was taking care of the kid. And then I turned down the offer, and then within a few months, even the kid was gone, and she took off with him. So that was another long, sad story that I went through with my son. But anyway, that was in the 90s.
Right. I feel like some of us have had way more difficult lives than a lot of people.
Yeah,
You know what
I have
Just
about
way
3
more.
soap operas and a couple of sci-fi
Way
movies
more.
in my life. Yeah, I mean, hell, the
Me
abduction
too.
story alone
It doesn't
is
make any sense. Right. I don't have that, but I have enough. Look at that.
Quest
That's
for
pretty cool.
Magic.
I mean, plus what?
I said quest for magic. All these other stories in your life
that.
come up with, and the things we all go through, and the teenage years, and and then that school day. You could I could write a few memoirs, but I mean, where do you begin? Not only that, I don't want to have them used against me. I've hesitated. People have asked for a book, and I've hesitated writing one. The kids aren't old enough yet, and when they're old enough, then it's a different story.
Yeah.
There are other people out
personal
writing books
book.
about me, but they're not publishing because they run into snags. And I don't blame them for a second. I know this is impossible. It's an impossible story to share. And like I said, I've got at least 2 or 3 sci-fi under my belt, It's my life.
Right.
Jesus.
Now you do every time, like all the times we've talked, I would be thinking that in my head, like this sounds like a movie. This would make a great movie. I would be thinking that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really. So hey, it could happen. There's a still shot. That might be easier to see.
Yeah, before the thyroid cancer surgery, I could sing a hell of a lot better than I can now. I have trouble talking now. And they told me before they put me under there was a 50% chance that I would never even speak again. So I was like, oh God, thank you. And this is like 2 minutes right before they, wheel you into the operating room. They've already given you the magic juice. You're dizzy as hell. And the guy goes, I feel I must inform you. There's a 50% chance that you won't ever be able to speak again. And it's like, so I lucked out. That's why I have gruff, gravelly voice sometimes after hours and 29 minutes of talking. Yeah, look at that. I see 2 Star Destroyers because those are 2 upper dots are triangles. I looked at them big on my screen here. And the bottom one is a lander craft. A disc. That is the bottom one is a disc.
A disc?
Yeah, it's
like a flying saucer?
Yeah, it's a flying saucer disc. It's not a tube. Because it occupies.
You don't see very many of those.
There's a darkish aurora on the top of it that the tube doesn't have. So this is a closer landing disc, and the landers would actually fly up to the Star Destroyers and land on them, inside them, just like in the Star Wars movies. Go up from underneath them, then park in the big hangar deck, and then the doors close. Yeah, you got a lander and two Star Destroyers.
Wow. I wonder how big they are.
Dot in there that's minor.
Huge.
A third light. Oh, and there's a 4th one. And there's other blobs of color as I'm looking at the dark areas. There's all kinds of stuff in here. Little nuancey pictures of change of light. Yeah. Yeah, that's sure. You can tell if the kids were affiliated with this. Those are definitely ET craft.
Neat. Yeah. Cool picture.
I'll go back to normal screen.
I need to get out and look at nighttime sky. I don't.
Yeah,
look that
I don't
often.
enough either. And of course, it's cold up here already. And I don't like hanging out in the cold. And I have an unfortunate situation. We have Missoula lighting, and Missoula is very, very bright. And so literally the entire north sky is robbed from me.
Right.
And so I'd have east and south because the west is pretty much mountainous. I have Lolo Peak to my southwest. And so I can look up but not out. Anyway.
That sounds nice though. I mean, I live 2 miles, less than 2 miles from downtown. I'm like really close to downtown.
You do have a level of light pollution because you are in town.
Yeah.
So you're looking up.
Yeah, yes.
You'd probably be amazed. I have not seen any stars lately, hardly at all again. I mean, the planets are over the top of us and in the middle of the view. And I haven't seen Orion. And of course, the Orionid meteor shower, which is supposedly still going on. And I have not gone out to look, and I should. And I should forget about the light blindness or the solar pollution that our towns and streetlights put up. Anyway, and we have to, of course, keep looking for the second star.
Right.
That sounded like an that we wanted to go someplace with.
No.
Are you running out of things to do?
No.
I mean, if you're done,
I was looking at my list of what I had done or not done, we're good. Whatever you want to do, Sam. I mean, it is 5 hours, 32 minutes. So I don't know what happened to Christopher. Maybe he had to go. I don't know if he,
or maybe his phone died.
I don't know.
Or
Could be. I didn't know if he said anything or not.
It took him quite a while to go there.
That's
so
true.
Might still be on his way home.
He's still on his journey. Okay, I just didn't want to miss him if I was on the lookout for him.
Tara says, "Can you show my orb
Tara,
and 2 suns?"
That's again? Right, Tara. I'm glad you reminded me. Let me get that video. Also, I have a slideshow of pictures that she sent me. I almost forgot, Tara. Sorry. Let me turn my music down so we can pull her video up.
Hearing any music?
Oh, I hear it.
I don't.
Oh, wait. All. Well, I turned it off just a second ago. Now you don't. Here you are. And then this video just has your pictures, Tara, and then I'll get the 2 suns clip, and we'll do that next. Okay.
I'm not tired. I'm just running out of voice. That's all.
I hear you. I know what you're saying.
I've got 1 Ricola left. Oh no.
Oh my gosh. Well, we'll wrap it up after Tara's stuff.
No, I'm still good for. Oh, as a matter of fact, I have half of the other one still left that was sitting on the deck. Didn't even see it. So I can just grab this Ricola. I'm fine. I don't keep them in my mouth the whole way. I'll pop them out and put them on. I got this little piece of marble. That's a little disc of marble that I put it on, and only that goes on that. So I do wash it regularly.
Right.
And that's my little parking space for cough drops.
That sounds like something I would do, honestly. I feel like there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Well, you don't want to stick it on the countertop. And you don't want to put it on a coffee coaster because then your coffee cup gets stuck to your coffee coaster. And you don't want to stick it on your pop can because the pop can top is dirty unless you washed it off. And you don't want to stick it on your computer or your keyboard. So I have this little marble sliced disc that someone sent me, and it's a worry stone. It's palm sized.
Right.
And it's smaller than a coaster, so I just put my cough drops on it.
It's perfect.
You know, I was sitting there. It's something,
Really?
it's a worry stone you're supposed to rub in your hands or whatever. And it's got flat edges. It's not smooth and round and lumpy, but it is smooth, straight, square cut disc, circle.
Uh-huh.
And it's always sitting on the desk in front of me here. And I was looking for, where am I going to put this cough drop? It's like, I don't want to chew on it anymore. I'm trying to talk. I need to get this out of my mouth. And I went, oh, perfect. And that's, Star is Born from then on. Yeah, look at that illumination right there. That is one of the that's that same illumination we talked to when Christoper was showing live. There was an illuminated single micro asteroid, and that's that same illuminated asteroid as he saw live just a few minutes ago. This is this is most likely Saru over the sun after sunrise.
We've been seeing that a lot. That's just like Christoper's. His had clouds and whatnot, but otherwise, that's very much like what he just showed us.
There's sort of a green blue to it there, yeah. How many pictures was there? I think I was talking and not paying attention.
I know. Well, let's start over. It's not long. Yeah. It's only 2 minutes.
Okay, I apologize if everybody goes, oh, we don't want to see it again. I was apparently talking.
We were talking about cough drops.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I lost track. Okay. Oh, God. Okay, I remember now what we were doing.
Sun had been down 20 to 30 minutes.
Now, that dark object on the left at sunset.
That's Saru and Nepicity.
Yuri and Saru. Nepicity is above and to the right, not to the left. At sunset.
Okay. Up there.
Yeah, up there. Right. Yeah. That right there, that is the side of that. This is Saturn's yellow moon, and this is Saturn on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And that's what I have on the site drawing for
how
October.
Dark that is, the shadows.
Yeah, that's Yuri is the dark left corner. Now that white dot could either be the moon, or could be one of the asteroids illuminated. The one that Christoper got a week ago that was really big and very illuminated. That could be that, or it could be actually the moon, or any number of things. Or it could even be the spiral asteroid. The size is right. The horizon is right. I can't absolutely
seems really
tell you
low to be the moon. I don't normally see the moon that I don't know. Yeah.
I'd have to have been there to actually call it, but that's definitely an illuminated object. And this, of course, and here's another example of the red asteroid in front of the sun.
Oh, Tara said it's a street light. Thank you, Tara. Street light. Hi, Chris.
Oh, it's a street light. Okay.
Back.
Hey, guys.
These are pics from Tara.
Cool.
That looks like the red asteroid going in front of the sun.
You sent me pics too, Chris.
Where
do you want to send me anything else?
I don't.
She's in Texas.
Think so. It'll take me a while to find all that stuff we just looked at.
Okay, I got the ones you sent me. I'm gonna show those.
Wow.
Yeah. Now there is a flarish illumination to the left of the sun. There's the blue blip, which could be lens flare, non-lens flare. Don't know. And there also could be a backlit crescent flare of the lead asteroid on that previous picture. This does look like the lead asteroid coming in. There again, there's that flare illumination that you saw in your live, Christoper, this evening. That area, that dot was illuminated, wasn't it?
Same spot.
Yep.
Exact same thing. Look at that. Wow.
And that is likely to be Saru in the back above the sun. And the rounding edge would be sort of like a base cloud angled light. And the inner core is the orange. And we lost Christoper again.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Tara.
Okay. And then here is her clip for, I think it's Tara. Sarah. Tara. I don't know why I said Tara. You said Tara.
Tara.
It's like Sarah. Right.
Right.
Okay. And here is her picture, her video of the, what we believe it's 2 suns. I think this is her second or third capture now. She's
Okay,
like
I'll have a look at that.
on a mission to
Oh, I honestly,
catch
that's a
her.
biggie.
So,
I can't think of a better prospect for
uh-huh.
shoot big. Yeah, you got
The
two
same
lens flares there.
location.
There are two lens flares there. The question is, would it be that small? Or does she have the blue asteroid in the upper right corner? Would our star be that small?
Wow. Would it be? I mean, look at that.
No, it wouldn't be. But
No.
if it's that close to view, is it being outshined? And how big is the actual star? Because we're seeing this a very large flared up. Look at the size of that.
Yeah.
And she's in Texas, and it's that big. Now, the farther south you go, the bigger the sun does appear. I learned that the first time I went to Mexico and California. Sure. It's a whole lot smaller up here in Montana.
The upper right looks kind of cut off too.
Yeah. That blip, that white blip it's definitely there because it moves along with it. Doesn't change with the series.
Right.
It's definitely there. Now, question is it the second sun being outshined? It's way small to be the second sun. Or is it the blue asteroid? Because that's about the right size for the blue asteroid. Let me blow it up another here and see if there's a facial to it. I don't see a facial, but yeah, it's a little small to be the second star. It could be, because it could still be being outshined, and we do not know how big this real star in the center, as I said before, how big the actual star of what we're looking at here is, because it could be a cutoff enlarged flare as well, from right or left, or both. So yeah, thank you. It's very good that you caught that. It's one of those two. It's definitely not normal. It's not one of our regular planets either. Although it could be, because there are 4 regular planets on the other side of the sun, but I don't think it's that bright.
Okay,
it's hard to call.
Get a few pics for Chris. So we don't know if it's an asteroid or a sun. Is that what we're saying?
Right. It's either blue asteroid or it is the same, but it is definitely a illuminated smaller object to the right of the sun. It is not a.
Yes. I wanted to pull Tara her video from last week. She had a 2-sun video.
Lens flare.
Right.
Because it moved blips in the lens flare. So that it tells us there are 2 objects. Flare.
No. That was last week. Is this the same thing?
Wow. It is in the same spot, isn't it?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Wow. I wonder.
That.
See?
I wonder.
Something.
I can't imagine that Seoul would be farther away than it used to be. We still have to hold our placement, but our system is not breaking up. So that's what makes all of this hard. If you don't see it for yourself, by yourself, when you're standing outside and actually watching, sometimes it's really difficult to make a summation. You can have supposition, but not summation.
Right, Tara. Yeah. I don't know if Sam, are you having second thoughts maybe that it may be not
I'm still this is why we haven't completely called that the second star is that they're separating. We don't have we're up to 6 or 7 examples of it. By the time we get to 10 or 12, I will have a better definition of it, because then we'll have more examples. And this is why, look, God, we talked about the planet names from year 2.5 to literally year 3.5. Literally, we talked about the planet names for over a year before we even settled that. Yeah, okay, we're going to call them that. because I knew the names ahead of time. But then we were calling all the purple planet or the striped planet, or Uri was the striped planet, and the blue planet, and the blue-green planet, and the red planet, and the little green planet. And they all matched. And we went literally a year or longer knowing the names, but never being able to attribute it without more proof. And then once we saw Purple Planet had to come in and it matched everything else, it was like, oh God, that we just have to. And so we finally named the planets because we didn't want to jump across that board thinking that we're all king shit and everything. And we knew what we were doing until we actually proved it. And well over a year of watching it and debating it with new members and old members. And we finally, we went with the names. We've never looked back since. And they are accurate. And they are from, the Pleiadian message. So it's not something, we didn't make up the names. It was a hand-me-down from the internet going all the way back to 2008. So, and it's stuck. And, I'm not going to call them Harrington and all the other crazy shit that other scientists attributed, which was just a way for
let me see,
to mask the whole thing in a fake name, so nobody would know what they were talking about.
Wow!
And by renaming the planets after themselves, which I didn't want to do, and I didn't want to be arrogant. Oh, look, Planet Hoffman, and the Moon Sam,
Let me see if this one's it. That's not it. Okay, she's asking me if I have okay, there's another.
Now look, 2 lens flares
further back slide. I'm looking. Let me try it again.
Wow. That's telling us there's definitely two objects there.
Wow.
Why isn't the other lens flare bigger, which is weird?
Mm-hmm.
You can't do all the science and have all the answers, but yeah, that's definitely an object illuminated above on the right hand side, which would be very strange.
Not it.
And are we that confused? Have we really forgotten the size of our sun?
Yeah.
Is Sol that small? I mean, wow. And the standard red, a much larger star, is this standard red even bigger, getting closer to us? Is it like 80 million miles or 75 million miles away from us? That's my fear. Because right now, if it is leaving, why is it on the left-hand side of our sun? Because if it was leaving, it should be on the right-hand side of our sun, which causes me a level of concern. We don't know where it's going to go.
Guys.
We've never seen it. We don't have any idea.
There it is. This is that same video, but further back.
Yeah, there's definitely an illuminated object to the upper right.
Wow.
Because I've got it on a large screen right now, but yeah, keep watching this. Tara, thank you. This is 6 or 7, and we watch this.
I know.
We got to keep watching it, and then again, if they separate farther apart from each other, then we'll get a better idea.
Right.
So we've got to just continue to watch what's going on and keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job. And yes, it is really hard to get this shit through clouds.
She said between 11 and 1 seems to be a prime time for this.
Well, yeah, that's because that's when you're going to have the highest arc and direct overheadness. And I would look before dawn if the sun is going to come up, and then you might see the smaller one first.
Yeah.
Then crack of dawn, it goes across the horizon, depending on where you live. If you have mountains in the way, it takes longer. And the other one might come up first, and then you see the smaller one by itself, and then the larger sun come up, and then that will, of course, over illuminate. So who knows? This is all part of the game where we got to just keep watching and keep watching and keep watching and compare our notes and take more videos and more captures and yeah, look at that. That is very definitely illuminated. And it's not asteroid illuminated. It's really bright. So, and then we have not talked about the Tool Star. There's something we haven't talked about in a long time.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't hear about the Tool Star. I mean, that was back when I first started your group. That was something that was talked about often. It was this little blue dot, wasn't it? Just a little blue dot.
Oh, bright, very intensely.
Yeah.
Brighter than anything out there.
Wow.
But yeah, it always puts off this intense shaft lighting.
Is it I can't remember, is it a moon or a craft?
No, it's a mini being or man-made created star.
What?
Wow. Yeah, it's a technology. It's adhered to the outer proximity of Nibiru proper. It's a technological star that was created. It's a mini star, and they use that to stay connected to their star, so they don't go behind Nibiru and hit an ice age.
Wow!
Because they control. This is part of their technology. They control their placement in the binary solar system with this mini tool star. It's a direct miniature star thread connection to their star, which keeps them in more controlled, proper placement.
Wow.
Beyond that, I don't have the knowledge of that, but that's what I know. And I don't know how I know it. I just know it that I know it.
I wonder how old it is. Like, you think, well, there's no way of telling, I know, but.
Well, I talk about,
star.
The same thing on what's inside the Ark of the Covenant. Remember in some of the pictures from the Bible, you see them opening a lid, and there's this big, bright, intensely large flare of light that comes out of. What if they put a mini star in there? A little contained microcosmic star. And that power alone would put off an aura of healing, any number of powers if you could focus in on that energy. And I've often believed that inside the Ark of the Covenant was a tiny mini star. That's just one of my little quirks. You can laugh all you want, but
no, it's something to laugh at. I don't think.
I've always believed that there's a micro mini star inside the Ark of the Covenant. And I can't elaborate more on that.
That makes sense, because in Raiders of the Lost Ark, when they opened the Ark, it was so bright, like this white light was emitting from the Ark, and all these that
skeletal lady that rose up out of the Ark as well. When we did our 1997 Hopi Indian sojourn to Holland Lake to do Halley's Comet captures of spirits, when we saw all those thousands of ghosts on that rising of whatever was going on with all of those spirits, we saw thousands and thousands and thousands of them.
Right.
I got the scary lady that rose up out of the Ark of the Covenant, where that looks beautiful. Oh, she's beautiful. And then it turns its face into this vampiric skull thing. That is literally some of the stuff that we saw when we went to the lake and saw all of those ghosts. And I'm telling you, there's so much more to the cosmos and spirits and humans and alien races and our having a soul and all of this and being collected and recycled and all that. There's so much more going on. And it just, people should have the greatest of hope that they are something of way more cosmic connection than you've ever even dreamt of. There's way more to it, way more to what's going on. And I think everybody should believe in the best right now, not the worst. Don't go to the scary. Don't do the fear. Do the best of possibilities and shoot for the moon. Really, seriously, shoot for the moon, because you can be whatever you choose to be. You just have to believe. And it's like what we do. We see these planets because we believe, not because we chose to, because we developed it going, oh my God, what's that? Oh my God, what's that? Look at how dark that is. How come the sky looks so screwy? What is going on? What am I looking at? And then, of course, all of us getting together and comparing notes. And 14 years later, of course, I knew they were coming. That's probably why I saw them easier than everyone. It was expected. I had a level of expectation. So, sure. And then when all of a sudden, bang, there it is. It's like, oh, shit, they're here. Or if you hadn't heard that the planets were coming, and your average Joe in the 70s, anybody that was reading Isaac Asimov or, following any of the sciences or Einstein or any of the stuff that was in publication way back in the 70s, they knew that Planet X was coming. Everybody knew it. It was, common knowledge. And and then, of course, this is part of why I wrote my paper going, well, we have to have two suns. And that wasn't common knowledge. Everybody believed, Planet X was this dark rogue planet traveling in the dark by itself. But you can't have that if you're going to have a civilization that lives on that. And this is, of course, the Anunnaki. And they have a civilization, long-term, technological, live for thousands of years. Well, they have to have their own star. They're not hiding away from Mars and coming back in to get warm. Oh, damn, it's been cold out there for 3,600 years, man. Yay, we finally got 70 degrees. They have their own star, their own solar system, multiple planets like we do, all binary, we're attached. And it all fits. It all fits. It all fits. There isn't one part of this that does not fit. And that's why we know it's the truth.
Yeah. Well, you can see it for starters. And height and depth. But you can see it. I mean, that is more than a lot of people offer. A lot of people just offer these ideas that they tell you stories, that you can't really prove at all. It's just, and people eat it up. But they don't have anything to go off of.
Here we are handing out facts, and they go,
here we are.
You know what you're talking about? Nah, not possible.
That's
How
impossible.
could you possibly know that? Well, we're telling you facts that we chiseled out of stone, because we don't just pick them like flowers. We actually, carve that rock into a reality of fact. Because like an example is, here we've got 6 or 8 or however many sightings of the two suns separating, and it's only a supposition still until we get more proof.
Here is now, Tara also sent me this video, and it's an orb. Okay, it's a glowing, sparkling orb. Okay, and then it's also behind. After that clip is some clips that JD Martinez has taken and sent me, and I see, there's several orb videos out there like this, but JD's is the only one I've seen that are daytime. Most people catch them at night. So anyway, here we go.
Cool.
But this is happening more and more.
I think that's that same one that we were viewing earlier.
That was from Alexander.
Right.
This is from Tara.
Right.
Oh, the same thing.
Yeah.
The blue asteroid.
That is cool.
Okay. That was short. Okay.
Probably the blue asteroid.
But see, this is totally different because JD catches his in trees.
Wow.
Is that a car on the other side of the trees?
Well, hang
Let
on.
me blow this up a little bit bigger. That looks to me.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
I zoomed in on that really hard.
Changes color. Now there are orbs that are like drones, which are reconnaissance orbs.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's big attack drone orbs from the ETs. And then there are spirit orbs, which are different.
I think that looks paranormal to me. I don't know.
I mean, I think.
Do you have a regular? So I can relook at the regular footage again. So I think I was looking at the wrong place.
I'll send you a copy of this, Sam, too.
Okay, now I get a better. I blew it up too. It's a better view of it. Huh. Yeah, that looks like a paranormal orb. because the shape is changing. A regular orb doesn't change shape.
He sent me a few clips. I haven't got them all put together yet, so I'm going to make a video out of all that he sent me.
Yeah, there are. Oh God, it's amazing what orbs can. You can watch a paranormal orb and it'll go across the parking lot, for example. This is why I talk about slapped ham. It's on YouTube. Type in slapped ham, and he does the best. There's a bunch of other people out there too. So,
that's Tara's again.
The thing about
so we're thinking this is asteroid.
You can watch an orb crossing the parking lot, and sometimes you see the shape of the skull, and because the orbs are usually right where the skull is, and then you see all of a sudden the formation of the spine, and then the rib cage, and then the arms, and then the hips, and then the legs, and then they vary into. Then you all of a sudden see the meat around them, and then all of a sudden 2 more steps, and they'll turn back into an orb, and you see transitory examples of them as they move. And usually most spirits move really quick. When you get a big orb, you've got a ghost. When you got a small orb, you might have a micro ghost or a less or a weaker ghost. It's dark outside where Christoper is.
Okay, Tara.
Of course, I haven't looked up my window to see if
I got the wrong one. Resend it. You sent it. Okay. Why did I get that one thinking it was yours? I'm wondering who that was now. We'll get it straight.
To me, it's like the one we thought was Tara's, but wasn't. It's like more mechanical looking. And the other one is, like Sam says, it's like paranormal, right? It's like
shape changing.
Colors are blending together. It's just, that's
how
I
felt. The pixelation is getting larger, smaller, larger, smaller. An actual reconnaissance orb sent in technological and actual tech orb, which is a robot, doesn't change shape. They stay the same size. They may change color, but they stay the same size.
Wow. I have hers now, and hers is almost like the one I just showed you. It's like almost identical. So I bet you it's that asteroid again. We're going to find out.
Yeah, well, other people will have multiple sightings around the world.
Yeah.
And it does roll, and it does tumble, and it does put up different colors. Just because we call it the red asteroid or the blue asteroid or the green asteroid doesn't always mean it's that color. Sometimes they're yellow and very illuminated. Sometimes they're, dark, and then we see the facial markings and we know what they look like because we know what the shape of the red asteroid is. We know about the weird multiple, almost virus-like look to the green asteroid, and only after the green asteroid got close enough did we understand why, because it's got a shitload of small asteroids with it. And I never in my wildest dreams even assumed that, because for years we'd watched it and it just looked like very illuminated little weird dots outside of something that, like a Tinker Toy set or something that you would draw in a cartoon of space. But it turns out those dots were all those other smaller micro asteroids around it. Who knew? Amazing. And I see it now more than I used to, even just looking in the sky. I go, oh, I see it. Well, there's the little dots. Yep, that's green asteroid. And it makes more sense now. God, I sat there, you go back to any of the old shows and I went, for the life of me, I can't tell you why it looks the way it does, because it sure looks weird to me. And it's not, not like any of the other asteroids. And finally, this year we got it close enough that we can actually tell that it's a whole bunch of micro asteroids around it. Awesome. Who knew?
All right. Yes, Nicole, we did. I played a. Hey, let me fix it a second, because I did play a screenshot of your video, but let me change one thing on it and we'll show it again. Okay. She missed getting to see it. So, but here is the orb from Tara. Sending it to the computer, and I have a feeling Sam's gonna say it's an asteroid. But we'll see. I don't know. I'm not the expert. I'm not an orb expert.
Well, I'm not
I have no idea
expert either, but I mean, we've been staring at this stuff for so many years now. And the trick is to break it down logically, talk to yourself out loud. Even if you guys weren't here on the microphone, I'd be saying this stuff out loud to me. Well, it doesn't look like this, but it does look like this, and it could be this, and it could be that. And if you talk for about 2.5 minutes, you'll probably come to a conclusion that's viable. Although, boy, look at that. This one does not have the same facial. There's no central blip.
How did you even see that, Tara?
Wow.
And there's nobody else around it.
Did it look like it was moving any certain direction, or was it idle? Tara. Yeah. Let's see.
Well, it doesn't have the it's not big enough to be the Empire orb. It doesn't have this. Okay, now we got a house edge. Okay, look at that. That shows us how elevated it is off the deck. At that angle, this could easily be the spiral asteroid. And that little back trail white illuminated eddy behind it could be the secondary object behind the spiral. Because at the angle, if this is the house Eve, and she's standing on the street, she's filming, then that angle of up angle view is only 14-15%, which shows us this is close off the horizon. So this could easily be the spiral asteroid. It's interesting that was that white square that just went by there a couple of weeks ago.
Asteroid. Okay.
Sweet. Yeah, asteroid. I don't see craft markings. I don't see.
It looks like it's moving. Did she say? Oh, it moved.
It did. Did it move from right to left or left to right?
It looks like it's going to her left.
If it went to the left, that would not be the spiral asteroid, because the spiral asteroid comes from her left to right.
Let's put it back. See how
and this could be a very distant Empire orb or a regular space flying ship orb.
It's going behind the building.
Yeah, okay, an attack drone orb maybe. They have
to the left
in them.
From the right to the left. Mm-hmm.
Right to left. Okay, yeah, then that's a techno orb, because asteroids go from left to right.
What is that? Oh, just
a techno orb, a recon. It's a larger orb. It's about the size of your desk. A very large ball.
Yeah.
And some of them have machinery, and some of them have different cameras and all kinds of tech gear.
I was getting ready to say,
they're not driven by anybody. They're robotic. That's how they can turn a corner at 7 feet and not kill the occupant inside, because there's no occupant inside. They're drones. They're mechanical robot drones. There's big ones and there's small ones. Small ones are mainly recon, but the big one could actually, if they wanted to, they could probably shoot a ship out of the sky or an airplane or whatever if they wanted to.
Wow.
I'm sure they have the tech. They have unbelievable tech that's way advanced compared to ours.
Okay, here's the video.
Good time.
I forgot it was me. Okay, but this is the video of the coal that she sent in.
Right, and that looks like a lander. See the top and see the bottom. There's a warble in color. That blue. It's not a tube. That's like a disc.
Right.
But with a little, ET, normal little green guys inside picture. Yeah, that looks like a disc. And the discs are landers. They come out of the big Star Wars craft, and there's a couple of them in the overall secondary picture. They're back there. And it's, of course, a hard call because this is blurry. But that is generically, this is your better example of this.
Yeah.
You have a disc and then 2 Star Destroyers. Because if you blow those up, those are actually triangular. And the one in the middle is disc-shaped with a top and a bottom in the middle. And not a space tube, because the ends of the tube are way more defined as well in the space tube. Both ends are usually defined, and this is not. This is blurry on both ends.
So just a very, very distant flying saucer.
Right, flying saucer. That was the word I was looking for. So,
Yeah.
And those are landers. Those are small things. That way they can park them and get out of them. And I've been on one of those.
I'd go inside.
Yep.
Oh man.
The one I was on had 2 decks. The lower one was, of course, the medical deck, and then where they kept the prisoners, and then the upper deck is the control and
Crisco. Here he is. There he is.
Control room and all the gear.
There was a lady on TikTok who was showing on her back, like in the middle of her back, sort of, was just a little hole, like the size of a tip of a pencil, maybe, like, but it was just no redness or nothing, but just a tiny hole in her back. I don't know. For some reason, I got to thinking, like, could that be some, remainder of a test?
Well, what they do
they leave marks and stuff on people?
They can open you from stem to stern and then seal your skin back up with like spray dermaskin or whatever. Yeah. No scar. There's a minor scar. If I take a shower, and see, I have a pretty mostly hairy chest. I apologize, ladies. If I take a shower and my stomach hair and chest hair is still wet, and you get that little straight line down your, your chest and your belly, just to the right of mine, it's this big white area where no hair grows, from neck to belly button.
That's from an incision for sure.
Yeah.
Implant.
Now those small micro holes, when they jam, if they're trying to tag you, they're trying to put a foreign body inside your body, and the body will reject it and pump it out, or it'll get infected or whatever. So they jam, and while you're on the table, you're laying there, you're not moving, and ET is examining you and taking blood samples and fingernail and hair samples, and looking at your teeth and seeing how healthy you are, and looking at your joints, and if you're seeing if you're arthritic or whatever, judging the age of the patients, blah blah blah. Forensic examination, and they want to tag you. They'll pick up the adapter, and it's about the size of like an electric toothbrush without the actual toothbrush part on it, but the handle, it's about the size of a tube of toothpaste, small tube of toothpaste or whatever. And they jam that thing into your leg. It cauterizes a bite out of your skin, wraps your skin around the metal computer chip, twisted wire locator tag. They got micro high tech rainbow etching with computer diodes and rainbow etching, laser made on micro scale. Anyway, then they insert that in any number of places in your body, behind your ears, up your nose, other places we don't want to mention. And that way, when they insert it, it's already wrapped in your skin. That way your body won't reject it.
Wow. Smart.
And that is a cauterizing grab. It bites out and leaves a teardrop shape, small, a little bit smaller than the head of an eraser, usually on your left leg, that never tans. And it looks like the size of a teardrop. One pointed edge and a rounded edge on the other side. And if you have a never-ending spot on your left leg or right leg or arm or whatever, that absolutely never tans, but yet is always the same shape, then you'll know that's a mark. Now, there are different skin anomalies that will do similar things to that, but it's that one for sure that has an absolute teardrop shape. It's about, smaller than a 1/4 inch. And that's what the mark looks like.
Okay. Well, I don't know what happened to that one lady, but
maybe she had a skin deformity that left a crater, and it's entirely possible if it's teardrop shaped, they could have taken a sample from there, skin sample, wrap around the tag, and then or insert the tag there, or in her ears, or behind her ears, or in her nose, or any other places, armpit orifices, etc.
And sometimes they do reject too, though, I would imagine.
Yeah, I found mine, or one of mine, and this is where I had removed it with an X-Acto knife. And I didn't. Yeah, I didn't do it. I didn't get away with the first time. I had to go after it a few times, and then when you get it sore, and then it gets all sore, and then you rip the scab off, then you have an injury, and that's what I did. And I ended up feeling that because I cut at it, and I thought, what the hell is that thing? It's just there. It's under my skin. What's it mean? It's moving around. And so I started picking at it, and then it got sore. And then I removed the scab, and then I was feeling the metal tip at the end of it. And I thought, what the hell is that? So I went out and got them. I got the tweezers and a mirror so I could see what the hell I was grabbing. And I mean, I had a mirror here, and a mirror here, all trying to see, back behind my own head. And I grabbed hold of it, pulled it out, pulled the mung off of it, and I'm looking at two different colored wires. There was a copper wire and a silver wire, and they were twisted together. And I looked at it with a magnifying glass, and here was all these microscopic laser etching in rainbow, like micro keyboard, microchip board in rainbow microscopic laser etching. And I stared at it for about 4 or 5 minutes. And then while I'm sitting here, looking at it with the tweezers and the magnifying glass, it vaporized right before my very eyes.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's crazy.
It was exposed to oxygen for a period of time.
Okay.
And then went psh, little smoke and gone.
Wow.
Watched it happen.
Wow, that is cool.
Had I not watched it happen, I would have thought I dropped it, but I actually watched it turn bright red, smoke, and then vanish in the tweezers.
That's wild.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. That's awesome. Let's type in that. But I love it. That's my lucky number.
And I try to give you guys these full stories, and yes, it can make me look like a crazy idiot, but and I that's even the ET thing where I even said, yeah, I come off as a nut job, but
no,
these are as honest and factual stories as I can share. I have no reason to create or make up these stories because I'm not selling books currently.
Right.
Maybe go in a good book. I've told that story over and over again anyway to other people on other shows. But I do try to share the truth and not embellish too much. And sometimes I hold stuff back more than handing it out. But anyway, I digress into silliness. Just thank you. Awesome.
Wow, Sam.
888. I love it.
That's incredible.
Well, incredible was hearing from the Pleiadian that I was going to be doing all of this crazy shit. And I said this a couple of shows ago. It's like, I'm the only one doing this. And it's like, I am the only one doing this. And so that matches the information that I was told, 30 years ago, that, because of my abilities, I don't even know what those really are. And you talk about, far seeing and remote viewing and all of that. And to me, it's a normal, natural thing for me to sit down and draw what's in my head. And yet it's not like I sit down and go, oh, okay, shake the beads and light the incense and dance around in circles and do the rain dance and create remote viewing or far seeing abilities. It's just innate and natural. And I sit down, I prepare myself, I relax, I'll have a cup of tea, get calm, pull out the paper, grab my shapes, my bowl, my platter, my dinner plate, and my peanut butter jar lid, and I'll get some smaller stuff like a spice jar lid or something. And then I sit down and draw what I see in my head. And that's how it works. It's just that simple. You get something in your head and you draw it. And I guess, I am focused on it all week long.
Right.
And I do dread every 15th of the month, about 3 days ahead of time. I go, oh God, I got to pay attention. I got to study, got to do my homework, got to do this right. Can't be wrong. Right. And I have made minor mistakes in the last decade, but nothing that I could really say, okay, I have to recall that picture. I have to throw that away and tell everybody, don't look at this. No, I've been mostly accurate all these years. And that's where I go, okay, yeah, nobody can do this but me. Because I've done the time. I know the shapes. I know the patterns. I've studied this in other ways that nobody else could. And I mean, nobody can touch the amount of hours that I've worked on this. I've known about this for 44 years, ever since 1978, and I didn't fully know everything in 1978. I didn't fully know everything in 1980. I didn't fully know everything in 2008. I didn't fully know everything in 2015, or I don't fully know everything today. I don't. But the information that we have gathered, it's priceless, irreplaceable.
Yeah.
It is. It's awesome. It's the coolest show that ever was. And I will keep telling this until the day I die. And you're going to go, oh, that crazy old man laying in his bed, taking his last breath. He's still talking about frickin' Nibiru.
That's just it. That's what I always tell people is how your story has never changed. It's very consistent. It's not like you switch around and add or take away, from the story.
Over here, and I was wrong. Yeah,
on things ever.
Yeah, we haven't had to do any major. I've done minor corrections when I make a mistake, I'll post a correction, but we haven't done any of that really, not in years. Generic. This is the part I love the best is the return of Satum's yellow moon and that ion tail off of the Sat. That's like you can't argue with that, and it's like and it's the only thing in the sky right there doing that. Ever since 2019, and it's on its way back, and it's like, and even when it was going over the sun in 2017, 2018, and all of that crazy crap happened, and everybody's going, oh, it's winged Nibiru the destroyer, and I was going, oh, come on, and we went through hell on earth over Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon, trying to get everybody to listen to the rest.
It catches Sam.
That planet with the wings is the Saturn. Yeah, I clipped out there, I think.
It's okay.
Right.
Yeah, we it was the only thing that fell into place, and everything was, it just all fell into place, and everything was collected, and it fit, and it fit, and it fit, and it fit. And here we are 14 years later, and it still fits, and it's still the most awesome show ever was. There's nothing cooler than this. Although the Hubble telescope pictures and the new telescope pictures are really cool, and we are learning a lot off of that. And Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, oh my God, they're still learning shit, and they're going, oh, maybe we were wrong, because Voyager 2 has seriously left our solar system.
It's incredible.
And they're going past the Oort cloud out there in Iceland. I mean, ice meaning ice crystals at the end of our solar system. There's all these ice crystals. By the way, that's a cell.
Right.
Our solar system is a cell. It's an electric cell, just like a skin cell. I mean, there's so many things to think about.
Right.
I mean, we could be, and that's what they refer to as shirt sleeve syndrome. We could be in the shirt sleeve of a giant is the term behind it. It's an old physics term. But that's basically what the dimensions are. The dimensions, the smaller dimension below us is the building block of our reality. And we are the building block of a larger dimension to a larger reality. And all of the same rules go through all of the 144 dimensions, which is, by the way, my math.
It's quantum physics, basically.
Yeah. I did an equation where I found out that, in my opinion, with my equations, I found out we have 144 dimensions.
Wow.
Yeah, I could go on and on and on about that, but yeah, and then and then 144 variable, and that number alone is a pi number, and all all of that. Pi and electric and oh God, on and on and on.
Okay, so what is in each of the dimensions? Like, how is it different or the same?
I think the rules are the same. I think we're a building block to a building block to a building block. Like the nesting dolls, in Russian nesting dolls. You got the smaller doll inside a bigger doll, inside a bigger doll, inside a bigger doll, inside a bigger doll, inside a bigger doll. We're all connected, and we're all part of the building blocks of the other dimension. Because people think of dimensions as a mirror dimension, but not a larger or smaller dimension. And I believe we are the next dimension below us is smaller than we are in the microcosm. Ant-Man and all of that, the subatomic, and the next dimension above us is the astroatomic that we're the building blocks of. And our soul is
so big.
It's a cell or a compound of metal or whatever, soft metals group, and we're part of a larger connected construction of a larger universe in a larger dimension. And that dimensional diversity would account for why we can't account for the Big Bang Theory or quasars or black holes, because a black hole would be a connection to a larger dimension or to a smaller dimension, or a quasar hole or a quasar connection or a loop into another room. I mean, you could ponder astrophysics forever, and there's no way to come up with the proper answer unless you got some guy, in some scientific think tank going, look at the plaque on the wall. That's mine. I have a degree, and I think this. Other than that, there's no answer for us to be able to prove any of this stuff. And I've always pondered that dimensions are micro, medium, and larger. In size, and yet we're all connected. All that same set of rules. All of those dimensions are connected, which is what holds everything together. Which is why it doesn't dissipate. Which is why it's billions of years old, and keeps getting bigger. And then their science is talking about, well, we don't know why space is moving out. It's moving. We never believed it was before. We thought it was static. No, it's not. It has to do with the one constant in this universe of perpetual motion. The one and only constant is heat and cold exchange. Space is cold. The Big Bang went boom. That heat is going outward and it's moving to the cold. And the cold and the heat are trading places. So our solar system, our universe is always expanding because that heat, that energy will always continue outward. It never quits. And so our universes get bigger and bigger and bigger. And so do our dimensions, because they're all connected. Physics, according to Sam or Hofman or whatever you want to, it's all speculative, and I could go on and on about it, but 144 dimensions.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say there's this video where they took like an iPhone Apple chip, and they get this high-powered microscope, and they zoom in on it, and it shows all the intricate work, and then they zoom in some more, and it's just like one level after the next, just like Sam is saying with these dimensions. It's like, there's one level, then there's another, and if you watch this video, it's crazy how it's just this how did we make this thing and build it like that? And there's all these layers to it. It's pretty neat.
I love sitting down
on my site
and watching computer-generated Fibonacci sequences. If you sit and watch a Fibonacci sequence,
right,
you're looking at dimension. Yeah. It's the same, and it gets bigger and bigger, or smaller and smaller, which depends on which direction you're looking at the Fibonacci sequence. But I view, dimensions like a Fibonacci sequence. It's a repetitive, connected pattern that no matter how deep you go into it, it gets the same, or how far you pull out, it gets the same. And I love watching those, and I haven't seen any of them recently, and I do need to drag up a couple of Fibonacci sequences. They're awesome. And those sound studies and the sand sound harmonic studies. Oh, I love those too.
Cymatics.
Yeah. Just awesome stuff. And that's what the star in physics, sound equals light equals matter. And these patterns are formed from sounds And then we could start talking about the humming of the planet and all the, the trumpet sounds from the planets when the planets first got here and all of that. And we didn't have any of that prior to that. We didn't have any crazy trumpet sounds in 2008 or 2005 or 1997. None of that happened. It happened when the secondary planets got here. And that's when all these harmonics, sound equals light equals matter. All this crazy shit happened. Radioactive decay changed. Our light changed. Our earth tones, our Schumann resonance changed. Our star changed. All our planets tipped. Everything changed. And to ignore it is insane.
Yeah.
It's like, there are so many things that are all connected to. Look at this. Look at this. It's pointing that way. It's pointing that way. It's pointing that way. And I don't know how anybody's missing all of this and not putting it together. It blows me away. It hurts my widow head,
Yeah. It's an incredible responsibility you have to be the only person that has this information. And it's
I'm sure my older brothers,
the biggest information we've ever seen.
I don't see it as a responsibility. I see it as an opinion.
Okay.
It's my duty to share my opinion.
Right.
I was told that I would have an effect on some people, not for the wrong reasons, but for the right reasons. I don't do this to control people or to, start a cult or anything like that. A cult is always the cult leader's number one. In my case, you guys are number one. In my opinion, it's the science and the members that matter. And I have fried my ass. The picture you're looking at up in the upper right-hand corner here is a blonde Samuel Hofman. And I looked in the mirror the other day, and there's not so much blonde going on anymore. I have turned gray. I have this year. I even like 6 months ago, I was very blonde still.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, look, I'm blonde. Wow. I looked in the mirror the other day and went, oh no. What happened? When did this kick in? I turned gray haired recently. So
yeah.
You guys brought me to gray hairs, damn it. It's all your fault. I blame you. No,
yeah. The same here. I have my gray is all right underneath the headphones, like right here above my ears. If I pull my hair back up, it's very white.
I hadn't seen myself from the side recently, and then I got a picture of myself. The camera was on, and the computer wasn't running, and I wasn't trying to post it. And I looked over, and whoa, my hair is gray. Holy cow! And it is, it's way curly on my shoulders now, so I'm growing it back. I'm squeezing as hard as I can. I cut my hair, getting evicted because I thought I had to go to court, and I didn't want to have long hair in front of the judge. And then I didn't need to go to court. I know I cut my hair for no reason.
Yeah.
Disappointing, but you do what you got to do.
Right. Here's a few pictures from Christoper he took today.
Yay!
So
something
let's
else.
wrap it up with that. Just a few pictures.
Perfect philosophies on physics. That's a mouthful.
Oh, this was right after the first time I went outside. I thought maybe right above the building could be like possibly a Star Destroyer or something. That's what it looked like. That was cool though.
There's a lot of there's asteroids there. There are several asteroids right there. Look right above the tower and the little, the antenna. There's a C upside or a flat laying on its back C cloud, and that is an asteroid. And then there's 2 or 3 behind it. Wow, and remember, we talked about this last week and the week before. There's a whole bunch of new asteroids that we've never documented because they were so small before, and now they're chungamunga, man. They're huge. That is the side of Uri with the tan asteroid.
Yeah, that's so good.
It's just just
it was right in your face.
It's right there. You can see him crossing just like Sam draws. It's so cool.
Yeah, tan asteroid and Happy. And then Lorraine is the white up toward the upper right there.
Wow.
Yeah, this is Happy is the middle bottom there. Again, Pappy right there, dead center above the palm trees.
Look at that.
Look, Leandra, there's
those are-
close up of Pappy. Leandra named Pappy, so
Which one?
it's
Wait, I
above
don't
the
see it.
center palm tree.
Uh-huh.
That's Pappy. Tan asteroid is over to the upper middle right. And
Those trails are,
yeah,
they
those
look
are
just like your
asteroid trails.
drawing.
Yeah, they're
Look at that. I'm
asteroid
going to
trails.
make
They're even behind.
a comparison with that. Yes. Because it looks just like the angle is perfect. That slanted. And
Yep.
it's always like that to the left of our sun. That's what I tell people when I'm out live, on TikTok. We're always talking about left of our sun, salamander group. I mention it all the time. And I tell people it's always there, left of our sun, coming in from a slant. It wouldn't be repetitive if it wasn't something significant.
If you look on the right-hand side palm tree, just a little bit above it there looks like this wavy line of gray-black area. Just to the right and headed towards the middle of the picture. Just that bluish, grayish, wavy line with the white base. That's the edge of Uri.
Yeah. Here.
Yeah. So, okay.
That wavy line is the definition between her stripes. Yeah. Here again. Yeah. Tan asteroid. Again, over the left-hand palm tree is Pappy. And over to the top upper is Lorraine. And this is the bottom of Atu's moon.
Yeah. That's,
And the red asteroid is coming in from over the palm tree to the left. That's the red asteroid. And dead center in the front is where the Texas cube and all of that crap is. And if you look, you can kind of see a cube sitting there with a bunch of other stuff around it.
Yeah, this is the other side of the parking lot. And once you get, once you move 20, 30 feet, everything changes, it's just awesome.
Yeah, and that dark blue area in the upper left, the middle in this case, and you can see the blue circle. That is Uri and Atu's moon all in the same. And look at that bent, rounded illumination cutoff there going on there.
I'm going to back it up a little bit because I saw something. Hang on. Yeah, that. Look at the sun. How it's curved like that.
Yeah, that's a cutoff refraction. There's the sun there's an object in the way.
Tara read my mind.
There is a lot. What is that? What is that little square, little white thing over the right-hand palm tree? There's a tiny little square there. What kind of ship is that?
What?
A little hooked right in the middle of the picture on the right-hand side. There's a little hooked cloud going to a little square. Just about 2 inches away from the palm tree to the upper right.
Yeah.
And it looks like all square craft.
Oh, wow. That's really weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a cloud.
We do have Earth. I believe the humans have a spacecraft with I have a picture of it, with a back deck on it that is made for spacewalking, where you can walk off that back deck into spacewalk. And it kind of fits that picture. I don't even know where that picture is. I'll have to look that up again.
Kind of between the light pole and the palm tree.
No, over on the far right.
No,
on the far right.
Right.
Yeah, between the light pole and the palm tree, it looks square and very Texas cubey. That light blue. Yeah, that light blue looks like a Texas cube.
Yeah. And then the dark blue above it is Atu's moon.
It's Atu's moon and Atu, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a lot going on in this. There's a lot there.
Isn't it? And then beside it to the left is asteroids.
It's just, you look up and it's just as far as you can see upward. You can see crap all the way as far as you can see looking upwards. This is wild.
Do you know between the palm tree and the light pole? Go back.
Okay. Sorry,
right there.
let me back it up.
Look at that circular cloud between the palm tree and the light pole. Do you see a pair of eyes in the nose? And there's your Halloween skull asteroid standing dead center, looking right at us. Looking right at us.
Between the light pole and the palm tree.
On the left.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Look at the cloud circle dead center between the palm tree and the light pole. It's the skull asteroid.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Cool.
When you changed pictures, I saw it out of the corner of my eye because I looked over at the microphone, and then I brought my eyes back and I went, "Shit, that's the skull staring at me."
Look at that. That's cool. Okay.
And here, not what half hour, an hour ago, 2 hours ago, I was going, you know what I want for Halloween? I want that big damn skull to be staring at me for Halloween, and there it is.
You definitely saw it when I was out there. You said, "Is that the skull asteroid?" And I'm like, I can't tell because the sun was so bright I couldn't see anything.
This is from
There's
last
so much
week.
there.
We talked about it then, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, then it is. You know, that was 2 sightings. Yeah, that's a skull.
Cool.
Yeah, they're
boy, it's big. It's big. Oh God, can you imagine Halloween night? That sucker becoming illuminated at night over the little trick-or-treaters.
Yeah.
Using, the red from Miss Satham's refractive colors as well, and a little bit of orange and stuff from Saru, and some purple, and yeah, look at it. Look, it's on the left of the light pole. There it is again.
Yeah.
That's the skull asteroid.
Yes. Is it?
Wow.
So, okay, what you're talking about is just above the power lines. With the little lines going sideways.
All the way to the middle of the picture.
All the higher up.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking down. What is that then? Because there's an asteroid for sure just above the power lines. Because it's like those little sideways lines.
Yeah, but that's trail.
I just wondered. It's what?
That's trails. That's eddy trails. The asteroid itself proper. I mean, they're circular, and then don't pay attention to the trails. The big circular ball, just to the left of that light pole. There's a big circle right there to the left of the light pole. I see that too.
Yeah.
And in that, look for 2 eyes and a nose because the front of it is masked by cloud. Go back to the other picture. Go back one picture. It's way clearer on the other picture.
This one.
Yeah. Do you see the skull?
I think I see it.
I see two eyes.
Yeah.
And a nose.
Easier. And the nose.
Right.
I can't believe it. Look at that.
Man. That's crazy how close that is.
Now, do you have a copy of the real NASA release footage for all of our...
Oh, sure. Yeah, I should. Let me get it.
I know right where my copy is.
Oh, I got it.
If you want me to.
I have it.
But
yeah, I have a whole folder.
I follow on Skull Asteroid, but if you have it, go ahead.
Let's get it.
Said it'd be
and of course, it's in the monthly site drawing too. And it's right where I drew it this month on the monthly site drawing also. Except it's bigger than I drew it. Yeah. Happy Halloween, ladies.
Wow.
Yeah, there's this. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Right in time for Halloween.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I thought I saw the skull asteroid in my photos, and it's never it, ever.
Tricky. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Because, it is hiding between Attu and Uri. Yeah, that wasn't the,
So there's it. No. There it is on your drawing. Now let's get the NASA one. Here.
And remember, the mouth is not that predominantly visible. And in the picture on the right, there is an object in front of the jaw. And that was the lead object back years ago.
Wow.
That's why it's black. But it's fully there. But you can't see it because there's another object in front of it that's shadowing it. But the left picture is the NASA released footage. The right picture is also NASA released footage.
Incredible.
And the left eye is bigger than the right eye.
Wow.
On, and then the picture on the left is facing the opposite direction because that is where it was visible in 2018 when Yuri and Atu were on the right-hand side, which is why the illumination is coming from the left. The picture on the right is from 2019, 2020, when Atu and Yuri were visibly overhead and in front of us. And this is when you could see in between them. And there, of course, we've got dozens and dozens of more captures of them.
This one is
like
just
that one.
so weird.
Yeah, that is scary.
Yeah.
And this is kind of how I saw it creep out of the light the first time I saw it by eye in 2015. And it came out.
Got teeth.
Right. And the wispy clouds literally make those teeth.
He's
just
making a. He looks happy.
And we know that the NASA release is probably doctored to less scary. They probably doctored it down.
Wow, look at that.
And I often
haven't
wonder,
seen that yet.
is it carved? Or is it not carved? Is it natural?
Right.
And did somebody actually carve that asteroid to look like that to scare the crap out of us for 1,000 years? Or whatever.
Right. What's the story behind that? I'd love to know.
The story because we talked about it for 4 years before NASA announced it.
Wow.
And then I chuckled. God, that day they said, "Yeah, there is an asteroid," and then they gave the wrong orbit placement and the wrong frequency of return orbit, and I just laughed. Caught them in another lie, and they said it comes by every 3.5 years in Earth's orbit, natural going around, dinner plate scenario. When we knew better, because we knew that it was not in a Earth orbit pattern like Earth and our normal planets, because we knew it was hiding between Uri and Atu in the other solar system that they can't even mention. But the funny thing is, this is the only object that they have mentioned out of the Nibiru system.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's the only one. And I just thought of that for the first time right now. Yeah, there you go. And there's a whole shitload of stuff in behind it.
Wow.
And if you notice, I just kind of drew a tiny little cube in there as well.
Yeah.
To the right of the skull is a tiny little cube. It should be bigger, but I drew it in as a hint rather than if you look, there's that little tiny little cube to the right of the skull. Drawing matches.
Of course it matches.
Yeah, I do it.
Yeah,
I draw what my brain tells me to draw. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't really think about it. I just draw. And it's
Tara, let's see. She's asking, and the mini moon, is that something that was named already by you, Sam?
No, we is way too small. That's micro stuff compared to what we've been watching. If we tried to catalog everything up there, we'd be insane, and then we'd be confusing everybody. Now the picture on the right here is literally one of the oldest sightings of the Skull asteroid, and this was when it was horizontal, just off the horizon. Oh God, I'm gonna say 2016-ish, 17-ish. I do not remember the year. I think the year on the left-hand picture, because of the light angle, would have to be 217, 218. But the oldest one is the one on the right. And that was when we knew. We had a bunch that week, that first week that we started seeing this. This came from Europe, I believe.
Wow.
And we were seeing it and seeing it and seeing it. And I went, no way. It's got to be 3 asteroids. Nah, it can't be. It can't be a skull. And then we started getting close-ups of it for a couple of months. And then we didn't even dare talk about it. And then it just became so prominent. And that and then I saw it by eye about 2:15. And after that, being that I knew that I saw it creep around the backside of Atu in between Uri, and I knew where the placement was in my own mind, then I went, okay, it's real.
Wow.
And for the longest time, this is back, when you were first starting out, Rebecca, and we had a lot of religious folks in some of the early Montana Skywatcher 1, 2, etc. And over the years, we still have them, but they've grown their religion and grown some science too. So, yeah. So it's been a long process to get here, but
yes,
love every second of it.
Has.
Yeah, that one is particularly gruesome, and I believe it is back in the. Now, notice where the light's coming from the left again. So this has got to be literally 2017, 2018 when Yuri was on the right-hand side of the sun. Just as Sarah was backing away and Nibiru was backing away, and then we got to deal with Yuri. Yeah, it almost looks like a big gray alien, which is scarier.
That is so weird.
And the funny thing is, gray aliens do have eyes about that big. Most everybody improperly draws them. They make their eyes too big or too small. And I have seen my share of them. And they've got hauntingly scary big black eyes. And you don't know if they're directly looking at you or not because there's no real pupil. And they're kind of creepy. They can be nice if they want to be. And that's why I always say, about the grays, they need to be supervised.
They look at us like animals, but I would think I'd be nervous looking at them like they're an animal.
They're jealous and they're mad at us that we're destroying our world and how we could dare treat our planet the way we do when they lost theirs.
Well, they're right.
They're a recovering lost race. And they work for the higher races because they can atmospherically handle different atmospheres. So they are the workers. When somebody comes from another planet, they can't function well in our atmosphere, but these guys can.
Wow.
And I don't think that's completely weird. I think that's an over dramatization of reality.
Okay. I don't know.
I think that's the graphic design somebody went nuts on.
Well, yeah.
When it comes to grays, I don't think anybody gives that information out about grays, and they have smart ones and dumb ones, and they, like I talk about the gray. They travel in packs just like velociraptors, or cats or wolves. They travel in groups, and the old saying is, if you see a gray or two in the woods in front of you, do not shoot at them, because there's 7 behind you, just like velociraptors or wolves. Yeah, you got a lot in this shot alone is insane. The amount of objects I'm seeing here. And there's a bunch of little squares there. Near. Maybe there's some new ships we haven't seen before.
I was gonna ask that.
It's entirely possible.
Are there more on the way, or
they're long, they're square, they're smaller. They're different than anything we've seen. It's entirely possible another faction got here. Because those are irregular. They are, absolutely irregular, and they look like crap to me. I've been staring at pictures for 14 years, so if not me qualified to call it, then who? Yeah, right behind the palm tree on the left is where the skull asteroid is.
Okay, that's what that. Mm-hmm.
And right behind it is the skull, and the spiral asteroid is over to the left, above the 2 palm trees on the left. See the spiral?
Yeah, I see that.
Or it's Pappy. I have to take that back. It's not spiral. It's Pappy, because spiral should be lower off to the right and closer.
And
to the sun.
The lead object also stands out. Now that dark spot to the upper right.
Upper right, yeah, dark spot.
Yeah,
way darker than the moon, and the size is right. And also there should be the long box cube should be on the right in that blue as well, and darker. Okay. And maybe that's above the small palm tree in the right.
Yeah.
The smaller one.
He's going to go to bed. Sorry, Sam.
David.
I just telling David good night. It's 4 a.m. for him, so he's.
Oh, David, thank you for lasting so long. My God.
I know.
Happy Halloween in case we don't see you ahead of time. I'm glad
And he
that you're
can't
enjoying
sing.
our show, and it's
I
always
can't either.
David's been around forever. Thank you for your excellent membership, and we love you dearly.
He can't
We'll
sing
see you
either,
next week too. I know that. Me too. I joined the club.
Yeah, you don't want to hear me sing.
Oh man, it's rough. Okay, we're
I
gonna. I
still
lost
can, but
my
it's uncomfortable. It actually hurts to try to sing now since I've had the surgery, and I worry about it.
Sing.
I worry about it because I'm supposed to go in for more, and I don't want more because I need my voice, and don't need any more cutting on me. I don't like surgeries at all.
Nope.
And I'm currently not. I feel a little twinge from time to time, and I'm not uncomfortable, and I'm not in pain, and I am swallowing okay. Where last time that lump got so big so fast, it was spooky. Like I had a walnut underneath my larynx, and I couldn't swallow anything anymore. So I finally went in. And I went, "Oh my God, what is this?" They went, "Well, when were you exposed to great deals of radiation? Not if, but when." And I believe it was Fukushima. So I know. I remember the day that I got rained on.
Exposed to that much radiation. I mean,
well, I remember the day that I was out in that rainstorm. It was a freak rainstorm. I went out chasing my lawn furniture. I was out in the rain for probably 3, maybe 4 minutes, chasing down the table and the chairs and bringing them back to the yard and stacking them so they wouldn't blow away again in an eddy, wind-free area. And then I came back in the house, and I was within about 2.5 to 5 minutes, I was on fire. Everywhere that the rain was on my face, the top of my head, my shoulders, my elbows, my knees, my back, everywhere I was bending over that the rain was on me. And especially my cheeks, where my glasses dropped the water onto my facial cheek areas.
Ouch.
And then I was burning, and I thought, okay, acid rain. So, it was notably burning. And so I immediately took a shower and scrubbed that area. And it was painful just to even touch those areas. And literally for about 5 years, I had really trouble even washing my hair because the top of my head hurt so bad, and my top of my shoulders. And then I got really sick for a very long time and could barely do anything. I had no energy. I felt horrible. I'm trying to raise the kids at the same time, and that was 2011. And then like 5 years later, I had that surgery.
Wow.
And it was, of course, exterior cancer. It wasn't interior thyroid cancer, which is natural cancer. Mine was exterior. I got exposed to radiation. And they told me that directly. So, and what blows me, and I asked the doctor, I said, well, did you report that to the CDC? And she said, no, we don't report that. It's like, well, shouldn't you? And this is going on in Canada and the, Oregon coast or Washington State or California right now. If you go to the beach and you're listening and you go swimming at the beach, stay the hell away from black sand. You know the areas. If you're a beach goer, you know what black sand is. Stay away from it. It's toxic. It's radioactive. The NOAA, National Oceanic Aeronautical Administration, NOAA, years ago, and they only did it once. They warned everybody absolutely to not eat any fish out of the entire Pacific Ocean.
Jesus.
Because it's radioactive with Fukushima waste, which is cesium-214. And by now, in some cases, it might be cesium-212 or 213 or whatever, because it degrades over time and then it changes into other things.
Right.
But, or somebody stuck radioactive material in my house in an effort to kill me. I don't know. And, the Russians do that to spies all the time. They bring isotopes into people's proximity where they get sick and could die. I got really, really ill for a very long time, and I didn't tell anybody. I just tried to struggle through it until I had the surgery. And then when I was told what I was told, then I wanted to share that information with you guys. I think it's still a crime that they're still dumping that radioactive degraded water. Now, it's not as toxic as it used to be, but it's still toxic, and they're dumping it in the ocean every day, and they will be for years to come.
Well,
every day one, the day that happened, every damn major country on this planet should have been flying bombers, airplane bomber drops of cement on top of it from every country on this planet. Day one.
That's what I don't get.
Build a cement mountain out of that.
Yep.
And then dug underneath it, and then cemented underneath it. and they're not, and it's still. I mean, it went China syndrome. Two reactors actually
tried
went.
Building this ice, so they buried these pipes around the reactor vessels into the ground. I don't know how far deep, but it's the groundwater is coming off the mountain to the ocean, and it's going right through the reactors, right? And so they put these pipes in. They ran water through the pipes, and they tried to freeze the ground in an effort to stop the groundwater, and it didn't work.
Oh, they have to build a sarcophagus over the top of it and underneath of it,
and they haven't done it yet. What are they doing? Why aren't other countries saying this is? Why aren't we doing something about it? It is crazy.
It's affecting every country on the planet. I don't know why. I mean, day one, they should have been dropping repetitive bomber loads of cement over the top of that. Within 10 hours, it should have been nonstop until that thing was buried in 80 feet of cement. And then when that dries, you dig underneath it, and then you do a third here, or a fifth, or a sixth of it in this edge, and you bury that, and then you add, and great people or machines going down there would be exposed. And that's the thing. There's, we don't even know how many people are going to die from Fukushima, including the residents. But if you look at Chernobyl and stuff like that, there's some weird shit going on with Chernobyl, where the wolves are doing fine. As a matter of fact, they're getting quite big. There are some noticeable genetic alterations going in some of the animals in that area. It's also not nearly as radioactive as it used to be, which is odd. Of course, whose science do you trust?
All right.
And the same thing with Fukushima already. There's people already wandering back into the Fukushima prefecture, and they're not getting 250 rads. They're getting 100 rads or 75, and lethal is like 125, depending on which series of science you study. But if you go to the beaches on California or in Oregon, and you walk up to the Black Sands with a Geiger counter, you'll read 128, 140, which is lethal dose. If you were to let your kid play in that for an hour, your kid would die within a couple of years. So if you go to the beach, stay the hell away from the Black Sands, because that's metal. Those Black Sands are metal, and they have picked up the radioactive toxic waste, as well as the animals and the sea lions and the whales and everything that's swimming in all of that water. I mean, our ocean life, those poor animals that are eating all our plastic bags, thinking they're squid, whales, etc. I just feel horrible what we're doing. When we developed plastic in 1973 and started going and we started inserting petroleum into ammonia and petroleum into bleach and petroleum into these other chemicals, we're making synthetic chemicals, and synthetics are not natural. And when they decay, they put off a toxic radioactive decay. And those toxins, that radioactive degradation of a synthetic, gets inside of us or anything else, it's not healthy. Now, if it was a natural decay, then it would be naturally absorbed by the human body. This is not. This is a synthetic, and it has consequences. And we should never have gone as crazy as we did with plastic. It's in everything, and now we're making all these kind of crazy plastics. And if you have a bottle or a piece of plastic that breaks in your hand after about 6 months, you know how radioactive that is, or how alteringly toxic the degradation of that plastic is for it to break down that. It's putting, and God, do not keep bottled water in your car.
Yeah,
If you do, it heats up, and you're adding instant toxic PCBs to your water, and you're drinking it. It's like, holding a gun to your head. I mean, stupid. Do not keep. I don't even buy that shit.
All water comes in plastic, though. I mean, I know not keeping it in your car where it's hot and for a long term, but we don't know where it was stored before we bought it at the store.
There's an average time. I think it's like, some water can take up to like 6 months to get from where they package it to the store.
Right.
And then how long
Already
does it
done
sit
by
in
that,
the
yeah.
store?
And then
It's
read the label.
where was it stored? How
If
hot
you read
was
the back
it? Blah,
label
blah,
on
blah.
Walmart water, they say this is recycled water, which means it's full of antibiotics and antidepressants and hormones, and God only knows, because they don't filter that shit out at the sanitation company.
Right.
They don't microscopically filter that. No, they sell water that came out of a water treatment plant in Houston, Texas, and then they add it to
Don't
fresh
flush
water,
medications down the
and
toilet
then
or
Walmart
anything like
sells
that.
it to you. Yeah, right, and that all goes into groundwater. And if you have
I think
massive
Perrier
industrial areas,
is in glass, right? But
yeah. A gallon jug is far safer than those plastic bottles. Now, the big 5-gallon, the blue plastic, they don't break down. So if you got a plastic milk jug for milk, will last about 2.5 years. But those water bottles, they'll last a year, and then they break. And you squeeze them, and then they shatter. So that shows you the breakdown of how fast there's decay and PCBs going into that water. Anyway.
yeah,
Enough about that.
I use borax too, Tara. I do that too. I have borax. I just put a little sprinkle in your water. It has some
borax is
helpful qualities.
Borax was removed from laundry soap because that used back in the 70s. That's what used to cause all the bubbly foam on our ponds and streams, because the water would go into and it would bubble and then you'd see all of this buzz. But if you actually have borax and you throw it into your laundry soap is going to clean way better. But I don't recommend using great deals amount of use, like a couple tablespoons. Don't throw a whole cup in there. Just a couple of tablespoons of borax. That way you're sort of kind of being environmentally friendly. Borax can do, borax is used in the separation of gold. As a matter of fact, anybody who wants to look how to process and make and learn about gold, look up one of my favorite YouTubers, Mount Baker Mining and Metal. I watch most Mount Baker, which is Mount Baker in Washington State, Mount Baker Mining and Metal. And I watch a lot of his videos. Nice guy. I watched him from a younger guy, and he's actually getting gray on his chin now. That's how long I've been watching him. I hope he listens to our show. I doubt it, but MBMM, Mount Baker Mining and Metal. And he has his own gold mines.
Never heard that.
Rock mines, and then he also breaks it down how he processes it and how he separates the copper, and there's a whole bunch of cool chemistry and alchemy going on there. He teaches you all kinds of stuff. So if you want to learn how to make gold out of the side of a mountain into a little bar, he'll show you all of that. And there's a whole bunch of people that do that, like Dan Hurd Prospecting. It's another one that I like to watch. Dan Hurd, Hurd. And he does real good. I like watching him. He's hilarious. He's from Canada. He's a Saskatchewan guy, or maybe anyway. He could be elsewhere, but I think he's up there. I know he's up in Western Canada. And then there's all kinds of other ones. I still like watching the Ghost Town Living. That's another good one. That's a guy who bought a silver mine in Southern California, outside of Los Angeles. Cerro Gordo mine, in case you want to watch those. And those three guys have all gotten together. I think all three of them have. I know that Mount Baker Mining and Metal has gone to Cerro Gordo, and I know that he's also gone over with Dan Hurd, so they all know each other. It's kind of a cool little YouTube environment, and how to process and learn about gold, which is also part of what we're talking about here, and the fact that we Earthlings are on this soft metals planet, mining commodities for the higher races that own us, that nobody wants to hear, that are here now, parked over our heads and going, okay, you puny little humans, give us our stuff, we're back. Tribute to the gods, whether you like it or not. No wonder the queen died. She didn't want to give up all her treasure.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine the mountain of gold that those people have? That Spain and France and Holland and Germany and, the big ocean going guys from the, British East Indies clubs and all of this shit from, the 1500s and the 1400s, and the robbing of the Incans and the Mayans by the Spanish. And can you imagine the amount of gold that those people have amassed? Spooky.
Yeah.
And I bet they have to part with some of it.
I bet. Where'd they keep it all?
In big ass bunkers underground. You don't think Buckingham Palace is all ballrooms and bathrooms, is it? Those cities have been there for 700, 800 a year. Shit. Rome, for instance, 300, 200 AD, and then prior to that was even other kingships and all. I can't even imagine amassing that amount of gold. It would turn you crazy to try and protect all of that shit. I think I'd rather be poor.
More money, more problems.
Yeah. Doesn't it get to a certain point where you don't need any more?
Yeah, but you don't dare leave home because somebody might sneak in and steal it while you're away.
Yeah.
The crown jewels, for God's sakes, could you imagine even owning the crown jewels? You couldn't wear them often enough to make it worthwhile. The Star of Rhodesia, or the great pearl of death, and all these other things that are embedded in crowns and all this crap. And people died over diamonds, the size of a golf ball. Jesus. And all of that has been sequestered by kings. And we, the peasants, who have been usurped into servitude through comfort, like we are. Right now we're a bunch of sissies. Could you imagine your average Joe Facebook trying to survive in Montana in a snowstorm?
Hell no.
No.
I can't imagine trying to survive in a snowstorm.
I did. I've slept in snow caves before. With a tea bag and a raw rabbit sandwich. It's an old joke. I actually did one time eat raw rabbit. It's not fun. Well, it wasn't raw. It was partially cooked. But it's like chewing rubber.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if you're cold enough and you are hungry enough,
we're like, okay.
No.
Hey, I've eaten squirrels, for God's sake.
Why?
Yeah, because you're hungry and you got nothing else. That's what you eat.
Well, I don't know.
Man.
My I guess squirrel and all the gamier meats have lower phosphorus in it. And when my wife has a kidney transplant, right? So when you go into kidney failure, you can't have any food with phosphorus in it. It causes a problem with your thyroid, and then it's a whole cascade of problems. So they literally put in the hospital menu for her, it said squirrel, deer, all this other stuff, and I'm like,
rabbit,
this is weird. Why would they put that in there? And I'm like, are they making this in the hospital cafeteria? Why would that be on the hospital menu? So that's always been pretty funny, actually.
Hey, now what's wrong with a little Hassan pepper? That's German for rabbit, by the way.
Even having that on their menu.
Yeah. Hassan pepper, it's like, where's my Hassan pepper?
Yeah.
From an old Bugs Bunny cartoon. You can learn these things. Back when cartoons used to actually teach you things.
Right.
Did you watch those Beekman's World videos that I posted? Did you enjoy them?
Yeah, they're good. I like the penguins.
Yeah.
They're funny.
See, I told you we should have listened to Montana Skywatchers. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I like the penguins too.
I forgot their names, but they're pretty funny.
Yeah, they are.
The TV catches on fire, and they're
why don't we see the reruns of that? Come on, man! I'll watch the Beekman's World reruns and enjoy every second of it. Way better than Bill Nye the Science Guy. Don't tell him that. Bill would probably get mad at me if he heard me. Yeah, I did enjoy Beekman's World very much, and they teach you science.
Right.
He really does teach some very good
like his jacket.
science. Although, he's talking about rabbit farts and God only knows what, or rat farts, or, Oh, by the way, I've often thought, one of the top, if we really wanted to run a YouTube program where we could get a lot of views, we should run one called Fun with Farts.
Yeah.
And then have everybody submit their daily fart photos from members around the world.
Oh man, yeah, yeah.
That's like you got to do weird, radical stuff to get views. It's really sad.
Yeah,
and we could have a generation of people TikToking pictures of their backsides as they let out the ripper of the day.
Okay, yeah. I see your point, though. I mean, that's where we're at. That would probably be a hit. Probably. And
to this day, my favorite Bud Light commercial. Oh, every time it's about that time, we're going to have it out again this season. It is the Bud Light commercial with the sleigh ride.
Okay.
And the guy takes this girl out on a sleigh ride, and she's sitting there, and they're in a nice winterland. After dark, moon shining, stars are out. She's holding this candle in front of her. They're dressed in all these nice, beautiful, wintry clothes. And he goes, now for the real surprise. So he bends over to grab out these 2 Bud Lights. Meanwhile, she's holding this candle.
Slightly.
The horse lifts up his tail and rips off a fart and literally ignites this woman on fire. And her hair is standing up and all singed in pride. He comes up, the Bud Light. And he goes, whoa. And it's still to this day my favorite Bud Light commercial is the sleigh ride. And no matter how many times I watch it, I still break up in complete laughter. I've watched it 100 times. And Bud Light and sleigh ride. It's a commercial. You can look it up. And my other favorite is Rocket Man. The fart scenes out of the movie Rocket Man. And Commander, I don't feel so good. And they're joined their spacesuits because they have a malfunction. So they're joined, their spacesuits are joined. And they're running off of one air supply. And of course the dweeby guy, he has internal gas, and that's hilarious. And every time I watch that to this day, I still just roll on the floor laughing my butt off. It's hilarious. So that there's my 2 favorite.
I think it's a guy thing. I mean, I've been married a couple of times. I've had 3 boys I've raised. They're men now, but they have a sense of humor on stuff like that. That I'm just sitting there. I can't find the humor in it. I'm just sitting there like, what is so funny? And they're rolling. So I do think it's a guy tendency to think it's funny.
Yeah.
Ladies,
tone angle.
you tell me, do you laugh at farts?
Tone angle and duration, and whether or not you can make it sing. And I think presentation is a good portion, but don't forget smell. You've got to have got to be ghastly. You got to clear the room. And all you have to ever do is go back to one of those old bars where when you used to have neighborhood bars, and these old guys would sit there all day and they'd be eating pig's knuckles out of a jar, or especially pickled eggs.
Oh,
man, the old days back when they used to have neighborhood bars, and oh God, you'd go in there and some old guy in a cowboy hat, he'd be sitting there and he'd lift up, proud as all hell. By the way, Ben Franklin, one of his mottos was "Fart proudly."
Okay.
And so back in the old days, these good old cowboys, they just intentionally let everybody see. They'd lift up one leg and just rip her right there on that vinyl bar seat, and you'd see the crowd actually clear. People would actually get out of the way because they had no choice.
Right.
It was so bad you couldn't breathe it. You gagged. I mean, you immediately enveloped an automatic gag response. They were so bad. But that's the old-fashioned neighborhood bars. Pickled pig's feet and pickled eggs. Whoa.
Eggs.
Oh yeah.
Oh, gross.
I'm sorry, I completely digressed into insanity.
Hey, that's fine. It's funny.
Yeah, I still think that if you really want to have a top website, fun with parts.
Wow. What do you say? I don't even know what to say.
You'll get subscriptions and views from around the world.
Right. I know.
Right.
We're speechless, Sam. We're speechless.
Okay, I mean, I think maybe that was the premise behind all of that was, to be silly and
I know.
Right.
But I do. What I do see though is, on TikTok there be somebody that's literally doing like nothing, like they're just standing there, like they'll dance a little bit, and they'll have hundreds of thousands of views. Like they're not doing anything. I don't understand.
Yeah, we have to work for 500.
It's
so weird. Oh gosh,
we're showing real, incredible images, real life images, and some of the stuff is just like, how did these people?
Hey, we have to find a 23-year-old Latina that lives in Florida that wears some really skimpy tops with no bra, and we'll be just so busy you wouldn't know what to do with it. And unfortunately, if you look at YouTube right now, there's a lot of Asians, and I'm not saying directly just Asians. There's a lot of people, but most of what I have seen is coming from Asian companies or Asian posters, where they're taking thumbnails and they're doing cutoff and they're adding all of these barely dressed women. It's clickbait, and they're adding that, and that's where, of course, they're getting views. Or through the initial animalistic tendencies of most viewers possible, and I'm seeing a lot more of that. Do you remember even a year ago, they started adding all of these conglomerate thumbnail pictures where they would put a disaster and a bunch of people walking through the middle of the water and a car floating away and this house coming down, and they weren't even from the original picture, and they were all decoupaged or combined into one clickbait photograph. And there's a lot more of that, and it's been going on for about a year or 2 years now, where all of a sudden that started, and then now everybody's doing it. It's kind of sad. If you can't shoot your own thumbnail, then there's something wrong. You shouldn't create one to get people in, because I'll watch stuff that I want to see in the video that's on the thumbnail, and it's not till the last 5 seconds of a 15-minute video.
Right. I see what you're saying.
And it's just like, and it irritates the hell out of me. And I'm watching. Well, where's the story on what I clicked on it for? And it's, at the end of something, I get 15 seconds at the end of a history show that's 2 hours long. It's like,
or the video is like, find part, like it'll get all the halfway through the video, and then it's like, find part 2. It's like, and then you can never find part 2. So
right, that too.
I just wasted
a lot of clickbait. Well, the industry's gone. We've gone into a weird world where, everybody's got a camera, everybody's got a YouTube channel, everybody's got an idea, and everybody wants to show you them talking from their car seat, and
we were just talking about that the other day. Why are they all talking from their car seats? I mean, I get it. It's kind of private.
Because their family won't let them do that in the living room.
Yeah, it's a quiet spot. Right. Yeah,
definitely. You want a big YouTube channel? Do it from your car driver's seat.
I watch an awful lot of. Now remember the fake fart spray. Those videos have thousands of views, and millions of views. It's called the fart spray prank. You can type in that to YouTube. Mm-hmm. You'll see 10,000 of those, and they get views. And now, great, they are hilarious. I like watching them. I like laughing that everybody else is freaking out because they're blaming the person for creating a smell that they couldn't humanly create if they tried. And there are a lot of people that don't believe that that's real. How could you pause? Something died inside you. All of that. But I mean, it just blows me away. Here we are trying to do an authentic science citizen report from around the world. All these people are seriously working together to do this. And it's like Halloween costume contests. If you put in a serious costume, when the 8 guys that walk in dressed up as crayons come in, they win. You know, here you spent 6 months working on your outfit, and they went and rented their costume, and they win because they're cute and they're crayons. You know, not the barbarian with the really cool sword. You know, no. So it's a strange world that we live in, where the crazy shit, or you know, here, let me show you how to open a can of soup, or here, why don't you, if you're going to cut this up here, why don't you remove the knife sheath off it and actually use the real blade? You know, I mean, all those crazy things, or the fails, or the like a boss videos and all of that. It's spooky.
Yeah.
Now I like parkour videos, and I like people that do unbelievable stunts and all of that.
Yeah.
Now I watch some of them, and I, you know, like I said, I watch Slapped Ham or what's that guy's name? Can't think of his name, but I watch a few the paranormal videos. I watch a few of the UFO people. I watch somebody that we were talking about earlier asked me if I watched Joe Rogan. I go, no. Oh, yeah, everybody watches him. I go, excuse me, I don't want to scrape off any IQ points. I don't need to do that. Thank you. And you know, there's a lot of people that believe in this man, but he's doing tabloid journalism.
Yeah.
He's not doing journalism.
He's a
Yeah, and
I
don't
watched
think he's
on
doing
a
us
show
any
though.
favor.
That's another story.
Well, there's, you know, I think a lot of these shows out there that are talking about ETs and all of this, they don't have any off-world information. They have supposition. They're idiots that watched YouTube, and they didn't even research. They went and watched 2 videos or 5, and not the 10,
They're
15 years.
mainstream. They're mainstream. They're going to follow whatever the narrative is.
Right.
Seriously.
Right. And then they're all, you know, have the 3 or 4 guys that are all sitting there, you know, from their group in their early 30s or whatever, and they're all just gossiping, and they're, you know, being suppositional, but they're not ever coming to any real science. They're just talking. And yet, you know, they've got the big studios and the big expensive equipment and the microphones and the headphones and the gear and all the money. And
oh man.
yeah, Joe used to be really good. He was a little conspiracy theorist extremist, but now he's really gone because he knows where the money is.
Well, if he's under a contract, you got to say whatever they want you to say.
Right.
You know, you don't have much freedom.
Right. Well, and you have directors, and you have other people come in and you know, and they say, well, this is how we're going to run the show, and this is what we want you to say, and here's your topic. And then he comes in, does a couple hours behind the microphone, does his thing that he got used to doing over the years, and is handed an agenda. And yeah, I can see it. Although it's too easy, unfortunately, for a lot of these people to become too famous. And then those that are really not working at being famous, but want to be popular enough to get out the truth, that's a different story. And I think about that all the time. Like, why have we not taken off? Why haven't we gone viral? Maybe it won't happen till show 96 or 115 or 257. You know, I mean, I don't know.
Oh boy.
Yeah, hi and welcome to show 1586. Nibiru left 3 years ago. But it was there, I swear it was. You youngins ought to listen.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
I hope not. I hope
what we're seeing has just been so incredible. People are gonna have to start waking up to this. There's just no way this is gonna pass us by. Our people just continue to not see this. It's crazy.
Yeah, you know, we only had purple skies for the last decade. There never used to be. I mean, all you have to do is go back and watch a 1970s Western. Go back and watch Dirty Harry in the 70s in LA and look at the skies. Go back and watch a movie from the 80s. Goonies, look at the sky. These are not the same skies by any measure of what we have today. Not even close. And, you know, to my kids, those are ancient movies, like way back in the 40s, Dad. And they're talking about the 90s. You know, and I constantly, I'm watching, you know, Sherlock Holmes that was made in 1937. God, Dad, that's really old. You know, yeah. And these are the, you know, black and whites and stuff. Why are they black and white, Dad? Well, they didn't have colored film back then, you know, and really why? You know, and then could you imagine trying to explain, you know, the rotary dial phone to anyone these days?
It's
and
really
that the phone used to actually be on the wall, and that or even how about what did they used to call those shared lines? What was it? Party lines, yeah. When I was living in Minnesota on Route 2 on our chicken farm, you picked up the phone. You didn't necessarily get to talk. You usually had to wait for the other 3 grandmas that were all talking nonstop to each other, and you'd have to actually fight to get on the phone. Yeah. And pretty vicious arguments happened over, well, you kept it last week and I'm taking my turn, and I'm not giving you that bread I talked about this week, you know. And I mean, people got mad at each other over the stupid party lines. And I don't know how many times we screamed at some of these old women, get off the phone, damn it, we need the phone, you know.
Right.
And you can't even explain that
Those are the days
nowadays. And you take your phone away from somebody and oh my God, they have a fit. If you grab somebody else's phone, watch what happens to them. It's like they can't breathe without it. And I don't have one, so I don't have that issue.
But what's scary is the kids that have these phones that are, you know, they show this one younger kid, maybe, I don't know what grade he's in, elementary school, and the teacher takes his phone away and he freaks out and he's like grabbing her hair and pulling her hair out, and this is in the classroom. They're just going nuts. It's really sad.
It's become more than it should be.
Yeah.
And not only, well, you know, nobody puts a phone up next to the side of their head anymore, fortunately. No. There are a few people. And then they've finally learned that those things do put off radioactive electrical discharging, which is not, and if you carry your phone in your pocket, you're silly, because those batteries can light on fire. Yep. Spooky. Not only that, you're getting the radiation in your leg, and you could end up with a tumor in your leg. Yep. I'd keep one of the, I don't even use them because they're not safe. They really aren't. But then, if you boil it back down, and even Tesla knew this, if you live in a house with electricity and those little plug-in boxes all around you, you're also in a cancer-causing carcinogenic electrical field. And we need to rethink how we're living. And I think a lot of people would be a lot healthier if they didn't live in these electric boxes. Tesla knew this. He warned Edison about it. Edison went around it for the cheapest possible AC/DC because he wanted direct current, and Edison wanted alternate direct current. And the one was safe and the other one's not. And we're living in a society ever since 1898 with these electrical fields that we should not be living in. And I think overall, a lot of people would be healthier if they didn't live. If you lived off grid and you had one wire coming in from your cell collection to your battery, and then instead of having that big circle of plugins around you everywhere, that you're living in an electrified box, you'd be better off with less. And I eventually hope that we do learn that. I hope man smartens up before it's too late. Oh boy. Da 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 da. Final countdown and all of that. My kids are even singing that song regularly. It's hilarious. I played it so many times they've actually become to the like that, the Final Countdown song by, can't remember who made that, or one of the hair bands. Anyway.
Wasn't it Foreigner?
No, it wasn't Foreigner. It was
wasn't.
Well, I can find that out really fast, but
find it out. I'm just Final Countdown.
My Facebook page. Go okay. Final. It's on the. I can see it in my brain.
Europe.
Okay.
Europe. That's who sang it.
And there was for a while. There was a really cool Nibiru version And maybe people in Europe can get it if you type in Final Countdown Nibiru version. And there was a copy out there, and somebody did a really good thing of that, and they were actually showing the planets, which was great.
Yeah,
and
Michelle knows.
There are a bunch of people out there that are doing side videos from our work, even though we don't see it. And thank you. As long as you get the details right, then that's what counts.
You know what? I did find people have shared different things, videos or posts. I find things on Pinterest. I find things just, if you Google or Bing, whatever, Nibiru Followers Anonymous or Sam Hofman, you'll find just, I don't know who they are, but they have, built like free websites, basically, I assume they're free, but anyway, yeah, with pictures and videos in it.
Wow.
People are sharing.
Yeah, and you don't see, some of my videos in my earlier Understanding the Sky series were translated in, I think, about 5 different languages.
Wow.
And we don't see copies of those, but I had a lot of people. I had one guy from South America, one guy from Sweden, one guy from France, a couple other people from around the world asked me if they could translate them into their language. And I said, absolutely, you have my permission, go ahead. And we've never seen those copies, but they're out there.
I wish we had them. That'd be,
Well, they'd be speaking
like
français. Ho ho. With my
yeah, but we have people that have asked for videos to be translated. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and if you're out there and you are from another country and you are bilingual and you would like to take some of our videos and even take excerpts and translate them, contact us, and most likely we will let you do that.
Right. It'd be good. It'd help,
Well, it's like that. Do you have a copy of that ET one that was posted on Nibiru Followers this week, where it's me talking?
Yeah. Yes.
Play that.
Let's get it. Okay. Let's get it. ET is here.
Yeah, I saw that. I watched it a couple of times. Oh, by the way, there's these cube ships that are here with fleets of Star Destroyers and smaller support craft and a space tube and an Empire orb and everything else. And they're freaking here. And they're real. ET is here, boys and girls. By the thousands. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of them up there. I mean, people-wise, or beings on them, these hundreds and hundreds of ships. They're real. They're here. What more do you want to know? Go find out. Just look up. Oh my God. I sound like a nut job coming up here. I know, but we've been talking about.
Oh,
glitch.
Keep going.
We've been talking about it for years. Like Come on! Yeah. Oh my God! Yeah.
I don't know. Sorry.
And it is that crazy to me because we have been talking about them for years with absolute proof that they're here. I mean, from around the world, we get 10, 20 captures a day for I don't know how long. That we, every day somebody sends me either the long box cube, the Texas cube, the Star Destroyers, the support craft, or the tube, or the Empire orb. Every day I get somebody around the world's capture, and we have not been able to not say that hasn't happened for many years now, and this is happening every day, and they're real. This isn't one sporadic sighting here and there. No, every day from around the world. People send me captures absolutely identifiable. The Empire orb has not been lately sighted. Yeah. Not lately. I think now we've been talking about that orb, the big orb behind the moon. Now, is that where they've been parking it to hide it? Or are they back in front of the sun? Because we haven't seen the black dot in quite a while. I remember the black dot with the Empire orb parking in front of the sun.
Right.
And it was intermittent. It wasn't a camera fail like everybody debated, because otherwise we would always see it.
Right.
But it was intermittent, meaning that's when they were there that we could see the black dot in front of the sun. And then when they moved and we had evidence of that, we went, hey, the black dot is not in front of the sun. It's over here. And we did see some evidence. One of my drawings, there was evidence one time of the Empire orb being parked next to the long box cube and the side orb. But I forgot to draw in the side orb in that one drawing where I have it tagged as or as Empire Orb. But when I drew that drawing, it was because we had reports, credible, about 15 of them, where everybody saw the actual Empire Orb with the eye and the light array, which is different than the side orbs. The Empire Orb is bigger, and it has this oculus with a center thing with the blue light, which is also on the startup of our show, but you don't get to see it well enough. The Empire Orb, or the Norway Spiral Orb, or if you wanted to really go crazy, the Death Star, it has a different noticeable absolute array. And we've had, for so many years, we've had sightings, but not recently. We have not seen the Empire Orb in anything.
Play that video. I had a.
Oh, is it that sighting one? Yeah, that one. I mean, look at that. You know, that eye turned on, and I saw that by eye myself. So I immediately knew that this video was legitimate because it did exactly what I saw it do. That light emits out of the central oculus array, and there's 4 other lights around it, 2 above, 2 below, that also can turn on. We've got close-ups of that, and we don't share those pictures very often. Don't want to get in trouble. And the smaller craft, these are orbs or star destroyers or starships. But you can see that definite facial marking is different with that oculus. See that eye? It looks like an eye. It's the eye of Ra. You know, I mean, all of that.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Huh. Okay, that was it. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we haven't seen the Empire Orb
in a few months.
While.
It's been a couple of months since we've actually seen it. But the long box cube and the Texas cube every day. And of course, star destroyers and the landing craft and all of that. And I for the most part, when people send me small stuff that we can't identify, I tell them, excuse me, that's small stuff. We don't pay attention to that. And if I can't identify it, I'll tell you. If I can, I'll tell you that. But we generically don't deal with the small stuff.
Could this be the same thing here that Tara caught that was going left? Remember the...
Well, it does have the facial markings of the eye.
Let's go back. Just double check.
An array of lights around it, then it would be. But there's an asteroid out there with a big hole in it as well, and then people confuse that for the longest time being the Empire Orb, and it wasn't. Just an asteroid with a hole. And I think that was something that somebody snagged off of somewhere off the internet, off of Jupiter, or God only knows where it originally came from. And I do worry sometimes people are taking pictures and intermixing them and telling us, well, this is something I saw, when it could actually be a natural, normal part of our normal solar system. Yeah, it's a hard call, but it fits the criteria for the oculus eye of the Empire Orb. It does have facial markings that do, it's looking up instead of at us. But I saw it where it actually stopped, dropped out of the clouds, changed direction, then turned around, and then turned that blue light on, and I saw it, and it saw me, and it was like, freaky. Wow. And so when we saw that footage that Rebecca showed previous to this, where the light turns on, I mean, I knew immediately that it was real. Wow. And not Photoshop. I will be right back. I'm going to run across the house real quick.
Okay, Sam. Okay. I'm trying to get your video, Tara, and I don't know what I did. It's like showing all my videos out of order. I don't know. I'm like, maybe I like, what did I do? Yeah. I don't know. It's not where it should be. I know. I'm not a computer expert. Just so everybody knows. No. Oh my gosh. I had to it had been years since I touched a laptop, right? I've been on my cell phone for years and years. Right. So I had to go to the YouTube school and teach myself how to operate this thing again.
Yeah, I'm lost when it comes to laptops compared to computers.
Yeah, it's like
and I hate the finger scroll. I like my mini mouse. I like the mouse.
Everything's out of.
I have
Oh,
one
here
with
it
a
is.
mouse.
Okay. I think. Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm way more efficient on my cell phone.
Yeah, I wish that
Okay,
that
here it
nice
is.
person that sent me the laptop would have sent me what I wanted rather than what I didn't need.
There. Here we go again. This is the one from Tara. So it is very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't see that central eye. I just
Right.
don't.
Okay.
And it doesn't have the blip that the blue asteroid has. And it is coming from right to left. So that is what makes me think that it is a craft, a actual larger craft, because it's not leaving a trail either. And asteroids leave trails. You see some sort of vaporization behind their pathway.
Okay.
And I don't see any of that on here.
Yeah.
This looks like it is not putting up any emissions. It's not creating any eddies. It's not leaving any pathways. It is low off the deck, too, because we're looking at the angle. And there again is the crest of the house edge. And that means it's mostly close to us. Therefore, that makes it a smaller object.
Oh, wow.
Small.
That is so close.
Yeah, so I would say this is a drone orb. Yeah, I don't see asteroid in this at all.
Wow.
There's no eddy material at all. There's no pathway. And of course, again, it's coming from right to left.
That's such a cool capture. It really is. That's a good one.
Literally, yeah, it's down to the small stuff where I hate to even guess, but I would say this is a technological drone.
How did you even see that, Tara? Like,
yeah, it's amazing you caught
it.
it. Must
What
have been
time
outside
was
doing
it?
a lot of looking around.
Right. Because I would never catch anything that cool. I don't know. I could be out there every night and probably not see anything.
Yeah,
To me,
your
that's
best
more likely.
sightings are usually something you catch out of the corner of your eye when you weren't looking for it. And then you got to rush to get your damn camera.
11 p.m. 11 p.m. Huh. Well. Hang on a second. Oh, got that one. Yeah, she said she was just outside, just looking up, and there it was. It's destiny.
Nope.
Well, remember, she's new at this, and she's far more devoted to us than us old folks who are getting so, worn down by all of our years of doing this. I'm joking, of course, but
It does get.
Yeah, I don't go out as often as I used to, and I don't look up as
Right.
often as I used to, and I'm, trying to do with other things with the kids, and of course, now that they're higher teenagers, they have other requirements that require more of my time use. And Dad, I want to go here. Dad, I want to do this. Dad, I want to do that. And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Whereas before it was a little easier when they were little.
Understandable.
All we had to do was go to the park back then and play on the swings. But now it's different. Dad, I want to go to the mall and I want to look for merch. Like, but I don't have money for merch. Oh, Dad, if I don't get merch, I'm just going to die. Oh, okay.
Right.
Cha-ching,
What does that mean? I
Merch.
mean, in their world, what does merch mean?
Merch. Well, my daughters are currently into My Hero Academia, which is Japanese anime.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And they're so into it that they've got to have the statue of the guy, and that's so and so, and this guy has got another name, and this guy's a bad guy, and he's got all of these weird attributes, but we love him. I was like, okay, that's why it's $44. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's it called again?
Oh, My Hero Academia.
Okay. My youngest son loves anime. I'll have to ask him.
My daughter Shiloh has quite a few videos that she has put together, and I'm not supposed to tell you that, but she has some of her drawings, and she's putting out videos on her own hand drawings of her My Hero characters, and she's very, very good at it. She's better than anime in some cases. I mean, she's really good at it. I don't know how she's doing it.
Wow.
She's excellent at her Japanese.
Neat.
She's very anime oriented in her drawings. So she's learned how to hand draw anime.
Yeah.
And she has this big fetish for colored pens right now. And I'm buying her cardstock paper for her drawings so that she doesn't draw just on paper. And she drew so much. Shiloh. She drew so much that we would go through bundles of copy paper, and she would just draw and draw and draw. She's a drawaholic. She likes to draw. Now Nova does really good computer art. Her graphic art is insane. It's like, oh my God, you drew that? Oh yeah. Like, how did you do that? Would have taken me 6 months on a paint program. Oh, I just do it, Dad, no problem. And she's got a laptop and she does all of her drawings. She's a really good graphic artist. She has a career if she wanted one. But and that's why I let them go on their computer skills. It's because that's their era right now is computer, and their handwriting is terrible. They don't ever write anything. The other day, Nova was writing on one of these pages, and I was looking at her handwriting going, oh my God. And I'm trying to get them to work on their handwriting. And they said, Dad, nobody writes anymore. I was like, what? Oh, we text or type. It's like, wow.
They don't even teach cursive in school anymore.
Right.
Like
they cannot. And I'm constantly trying to teach them how to read cursive. And they go, Dad, I can't read this. This is in cursive. And I went, what? I taught you this. Oh, yeah, but that was a long time ago, Dad. And it's like, I taught you this. Oh, well, I don't see it very often, so I don't use it. It's like, and they can't get the fact that all it is doing is running the one letter to the other. And it just doesn't sink in. It's like, okay. I took calligraphy.
Right.
I used to do Gothic calligraphy and drafting. I went, I took drafting, with the drafting pens and the arms and perspective and all of that. I did all of that drawing. And I studied. I'm an artist, and I studied. 1 point perspective is all of that, and graphic design, you name it. And my daughters are better artists than I am. And I mean, I can, okay. Andrea says, part your parted, part off, etc. It caught my attention. I read part, and it instantly gathered my attention. See, it worked.
What I mean? See what I mean?
I had Asian Kung Fu movie. Stabilities would always put part you parted, part off, part everyone in the camera was in tears laughing. Okay. Yeah, what a world we live in. Hey, I'm sorry. Farts are funny. I'm sorry, farts are funny. And it is, maybe it's a guy. Shiloh absolutely detests me every time I even bring it up. Oh, Dad, I guess it is a guy thing. But farts are funny. Especially ones that you didn't plan on.
Right.
Okay. Maybe once in a while.
Well, now years ago, Burger King used to make onion rings. Now they're different than what they make them now. But oh my God, if you years ago, if you ate Burger King onion rings, you did not dare go out to the bars. No. You are not allowed.
Oh boy.
You weren't allowed back.
I have a story. I'm not going to share a Burger King onion ring story. I'm not going to share, but it was from the band days.
Here we go again. Yeah.
I'll save that for my memoir so people can chuckle and roll out of the aisle because that's it's one of the best fart stories of the whole world. But anyway, yes, back to the skies and away from farts.
Oh man, that's how do we overcome that?
Well, we got there because we were talking about view counting, and if you really wanted to have the highest rated YouTube channel. Fun with farts. Yeah. Now watch. We'll find somebody who'll take that idea and watch. We'll see what happens. And here's another really gross one. My brain went there.
Oh no.
You know how many people take pictures of turds in toilet?
Oh.
Look at this monster Zeppelin. Oh my God. Horrible, but
Dude.
Oh my gosh. I've never heard of that before.
No.
Hey, look what I did today. Oh my God.
Awful.
Yeah. Or, some guy left this at the restaurant, at the movie theater or whatever in the bathroom. Oh my God, look at this. How did this man survive this? And they take photographs of it. And some of the, I don't know how many over the years in the early internet days, when some drunks would come home and they pass out in somebody else's apartment and they shit themselves, and people would take photographs of that and shame them on the internet. Oh, look what Billy did. And I remember that from years ago in the 2006 and 2007 and 8 early dial-up internet days, that those pictures were going around an awful lot, and they're horrible and they're gross, but they actually get views. You could have one. Oh, this is my cat box. Look, this is the cat box this week. Look what gems they, I know it's horrible.
Oh my God.
Look what Tabby left for you. Sorry, I'm really digressing into insanity here. It's at just before 8 hours of talking. Yeah, I've gone insane. I promise
that
you.
Abnormal, that could be shareable. Like, this is not normal. Maybe we need to share this with somebody.
Yeah, you could call the channel Cow Pie, and look what I created, and barnyard animals did this, and you could have a whole scientific study genre.
We might have to test this out and just make a stupid video and post it on TikTok and see how many new followers we get.
Let's try it. Let's try it.
I don't think so.
I know.
Hi, and welcome to Fun with Mark. This week we have a sighting coming in from Worcester, Massachusetts, where Bill bends over with his striped blue jeans, and here we go. And rip,
Oh my gosh.
They're always posting.
Jermaine, you got here right in time. Hi.
You put a volume meter with it, and see if you peg out to class 5. Well, why, that's a class 5 bender, Bill. You're this week's champion.
Yeah.
I know. I digress.
I know.
I apologize, but
it has.
What 8 hours? We're coming up on 8 hours of talking. Of course, I've gone insane.
It doesn't even feel like 8 hours at all.
Yeah,
not really. No, not really.
I mean,
it went by really fast.
I used to do 12-hour shifts at the hospital, and they would just drag. Yeah. I don't know if it's because I don't have a clock in front of me, or maybe that's it. I don't know.
Or we're just having fun. See, time flies when you're having fun. So I think that's part of it too. It doesn't feel like it's been an 8-hour work day, right? No,
not at all. And I'm not even sore from sitting in this chair. I should be, broken from sitting in the same chair for 8 hours straight.
Yeah.
Or my butt should be the size of Texas, but neither one of those are true.
I think we built endurance. We've built up the endurance to be able to talk for, ever.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah, we have changed, and we have grown with our social skills on the computer, and if you agree with us, you can agree with us. If you disagree with us, let us know on that one too. We'd like to know, as you, the listener out there, if we're doing a good job, if we're doing a mediocre job, if we're doing a terrible job. Tell us. We'd like to know what you want to hear, what you want to see. Is there a genre or a topic or a discussion that you could want to know about? Do you want us to research some parts of Rome? Do you want us to talk about Greece? What information do you want to learn? Because I like going in and studying things, and if you have a question, I'll go look it up. And if I don't know, I will try to find the answer.
Cool.
And the sun, people don't even understand how the sun works. If you have questions, we can look that stuff up. We can share more sun pics. We can. I don't generically talk about the sun, except when we have some major X class players, and we did have an X2 go off, and that's on MSN information right now. And the information's out there. It's just that people have to want to know or go looking for it. And if you're not into it, well, I can understand that. But if you don't understand how things work and you want to know, then we can also go into that.
Great.
Well, let us know. I mean, we need more comments from people on the YouTube videos after post-production. That way we can, because I read them every, like today, before when I got on the computer, I was out in the living room reading the only, unfortunately, 6 comments on last week's show. And there should be far more people. And what's the deal? We're getting 500, 600 views and 50 likes. So if we're only getting that many likes, what are we doing wrong that didn't get us a thumbs up? So be sure to subscribe, hit the notification buttons, and hit a like in the comments, because this is, of course, going to, boost the algorithm for Rebecca, and she needs to go viral. She needs that YouTube plaque behind her, the little silver one to start with. And then up we go.
Yeah, I learned on TikTok, and I think it's probably the same for all the platforms. Everybody any of your followers has to comment on your video. They have to say more than 5 words on the comment, and then they have to watch a certain amount of time of the video. So you should watch like at least 40 seconds of the video before you make a comment, and then do all the other things. Like
I think you have to watch the end of the video as well,
right?
Which would be a hamper to us because we're doing 8-hour-long videos. Nobody wants to scroll that far over to the end. And we're getting about 500, 600 views.
Right. If you just scroll past the video and don't hit the 40-second mark, then it doesn't count as anything. So that's what I learned on TikTok, basically.
I see.
And like when I was trying to figure it all out, that's when I got a whole bunch of followers, and then I stopped adding those kinds of videos, and then the followers dropped off. So I guess I gotta start doing that again and see what happens.
I very much like this week's videos, especially the typing. I like the typeset on it. It gets your attention. People want to read it right away. I still think you should do a catchphrase with your face on it first.
Okay.
And then, hi, this is Chris in Vegas, or whatever your catchphrase is, or Nibiru Skywatch, whatever. And then reuse your logo, and then that way your thumbnail presence, they'll grab hold of, and then you can bait them with what's coming in the video.
Right.
Hey, today I've got a really great capture of this. Why don't you take a look? And then they'll sit down and watch it. Unfortunately, with our shows, we've got 8-hour-long shows, and I noticed today, that the startup intro on Rebecca's is over 2 minutes long. It's 2 minutes 38, something like that. And that's a long intro.
Uh-huh.
And you could use the first intro because you're adding 2 together. You have 2 intros.
Yeah, I know.
And well,
Isn't that weird?
Because I fast forward past even like when I watch Dan Hurd prospecting, and I hear his music come up. I've seen it so many times it's now become annoying to me. So I automatically flip past his opening. So I'll scroll past it because I'm on my smart TV, and so that part of that intro should grab people to gather them in, and then you got to tease them with, hey, in today's episode, which we can't quite do here, but for your short or shorts that you're going to make, you can keep that in mind.
Okay.
Just suggest. I'm not happy with it, but it's a suggestion.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I could incorporate something like that.
That thumbnail grab. Welcome to our show, and then start up the startup.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, this is Rebecca. Today's date is, October 26, 2024. Welcome to the show. And then kick in the startup. Because then you've got you got your thumbnail startup to those people. Because, we've seen a lot of people, they say, oh my God, that video is 3 minutes long. That's too long. I can't watch it. Yeah, I've had actually people tell me that. And yet we're here at 8 hours and 4 minutes.
I'll watch it like 20 times, because I love it.
And that's kind of, why would you shorten your attention span down to below 3 minutes? And that's always bothered me that people say that. I said, excuse me, but I don't do science that way. I don't judge a video by if it's 2 minutes and 15 seconds versus 4 minutes or 4 hours.
How could you even get the information into 3 minutes?
Right.
It would be a weird.
Why would you want to limit yourself by that? If it's a topic on Egypt, I'll spend 4 hours watching it if it's interesting. If you lose me in the first 5 minutes, I'm clicking off.
Right.
If you get boring and you start talking down to me, I'm done. I don't, I'm not a 5th grader and I have a very high education. So hand me the information I want and don't tease me with a bunch of junk. And then there's those guys that are out there, and I've noticed a lot of this where they talk like this and they drag the end of their words down. And it's like, oh my God, who taught you how to talk? And when I hear them talking like that, they can be smart as a whip. But if they're doing the inflection, I can't even copy them. And there's a group of people out there that talk like that. Anyway, shocking. I watch a lot of YouTube. I wish I could see more TikTok, but I don't have the phone, so I don't see TikTok.
You could do TikTok on your computer.
I got a friend request the other day from Elon Musk. I didn't believe that for a second it was the real Elon Musk, but I actually got
of course not.
request
Oh
from Elon Musk.
no.
Well, that other one that remember that one that we thought that was a request from I can't remember his name now. That I'd been trying to contact for all these years, and turned out it wasn't John Moore. Yeah, this was John Moore. It was not John Moore. It was a fake John Moore, and that was kind of sad. And I was actually excited. It's like, hey, I tried to contact John Moore about 8 different times, and he's finally, 8 years later, gotten hold of me. But no, it wasn't the real John Moore. I was partially excited, and of course, lesson learned. I'll never believe it. I'll have to proof check it until they actually talk to me on the phone, before I ever believe it again. It's like when I first started the Radio Wasteland series, I didn't believe that Chauncey was serious. I said, "You really want to interview me?" He says, "Oh yeah, I did my homework and I went and checked out." And then he said, I went and looked around and asked a whole bunch of people, who do I talk to? And of course, that's in Radio Wasteland show number 13. So you can type that in, Radio Wasteland number 13, Samuel Hofman, on YouTube. And that's the first show I did with Radio Wasteland. And I thought Chauncey was an excellent interviewer. And we would pre-plan the show. And then halfway through the show, he would drop some bombs on me and try to really press me and prove me wrong. But it never came off like that. Right. He would actually ask dramatic, important questions that would get me off my center of balance, and yet I came out of my corner of expertise and had a tendency to go way further on the shows with him than I would have normally believed I should. But he was a good interviewer. He pulled information out of me, and it was like, ooh, I didn't want to talk about it, but I did. And so, that was last week. Boy, I said too much last week. So if you didn't see last week's show, go back and watch. I said way too much. I was talking about aliens and off planet and God and you name it. And by the way, there are gods. There are gods up there, and there's demigods below them and gods above them. And wow, you wouldn't believe what's out there. And you wouldn't believe what's in inner space too, and interdimensional shit. Oh God, don't even get me started about Egyptian magic. Wow, that is some spooky stuff. Now, I looked into Egyptian magic long enough to find out it was something I wanted to play with, because I saw adverse reactions from Egyptian magic, which is quite real and quite uncontrollable. So yeah, you don't play with magic. You do not play with it, because it will go boom in your face. Or you could turn one of your friends into an elemental and you never see them again. So, and that is possible as well. Or you can invite things in if you were playing and never, oh my God, never, ever buy or play with a Ouija board. Ever. Don't bring one in your home. Don't touch one. Don't go anywhere near that. You are playing with shit you're not even ready to deal with.
And yes, they sell it. Like they have child versions, even like child Ouija boards.
Yeah, the real Jumanji come out to play.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
are they making this a kid's toy?
That is the one thing that I listened to my mother when my mother was very religious, and she was like, "Oh, you're mortal soul, and you better do your prayers and all of this." And she was very adamant about it. She was quite religious. Well, my whole family was, and that was the one thing that she was absolutely right about, was never allowing a Ouija board into the house. And I wholly, you don't play with those because there's more to them. They're laid out, and granted, they're manufactured, but they're laid out with some things you don't want to mess with. But anyway, we don't need to go into too much detail on that. But there's a lot to spirits. There's a lot to the spirit world. There's a lot to interdimensional beings. There's a lot to mirror magic that you don't want to screw around with. There's a lot to Egyptian magic you don't want to screw around with. There is a lot to a lot of things that for instance, the Sphinx and the pyramids. If you knew the difference in age between them, you wouldn't believe it. The Sphinx is tens of thousands of years older than the pyramids, and modern science isn't giving you that. At one point in time, the Sphinx was underwater up to its neck for long periods of time, not short periods of time, not a flood, but a oceanic period. And so the Great Flood, so that tells you it goes back over 8,000 years. Whereas with the Egyptian dynasties only go roughly 4.5, 5,000, 6,000 years, depending on which part of Egypt you're referring to, which dynasty. And there were 31 pharaohs. People don't even know that. It's like, oh, wow, really? There's a lot to information that has been just, okay, we got pyramids and they're set up and they're like the Orion, but there's so much more to it. And what the pyramids are, what they were. I mean, they're digging up technology now that they're just finally admitting to. And, then the giants and all of that and all of this, previous suppressed Western science suppression. And if you go back to the Arabs, I mean, the Arabs were scientifically advanced beyond even what they're recognized today as. And it's really kind of sad. They don't get the credit they deserve, of course, according to white man. And I'm a white man, so therefore maybe I can say that. But yeah, there is so much more going on around us. Even when you see something flying out of the corner of your eye in your living room, and you could swear that you saw something, because it's real. When you see something in it, and it is quite real. So there's a lot. There's spirits, there's demons, there's beasts, there's shit out in the forest, there's cryptids, there's Bigfoot, there's you name it. There's dog people, you name it. I mean, when all of these sightings are coming in from around the world repetitively, it's real. There's people that are disappearing all the time that get eaten by something and we never hear of them. I saw a video the other day on Slapped Ham again, where they showed this video of these creatures that were attacking, and they looked like cryptids. And the story behind it was this off these people's camera, but the people vanished. But all they found was their camera in the forest. Now, I don't know if that's the whole story, but from what I watched, it looked very authentic. So, and there's areas in the United States on the East Coast where there's cryptids running around like crazy. And people go, we don't go into that forest anymore because, and there's Bigfoot all over the place. I totally believe in Bigfoot. I have been in the forest before where I have come across some of the smelliest things that I ever smelled in my entire life, but it wasn't anywhere on the ground. It kept moving. And we could smell this creature, and it wasn't a bear. Yes, bears like to eat rotten, nasty stuff, but what we were smelling was really bad. So, there's I've been in encounters. I haven't personally seen one. I have friends that are Bigfoot hunters. There's a lot to that. And all of these sightings are for a reason. So you have to realize there is so much more going on than what we even are aware of. And I mean, my God, look at the planets. And they're right there. And yet 90% of the planet does not even know about it. And the long box cube, the Texas cube, the Star Destroyers, the Empire Orb, the long space tube, they're there. But most everyone does not know it. And only if you go look, you get.
Sorry. That reminds me of this video. I sent it to Gillian, but let me show you all. I want to get your opinion on this, Sam, because I thought it might be real. These beings. Oh boy. Hang on.
I have watched a bunch of those videos, and I think I'm pretty good at examining things.
Right. Okay.
I watch
Here we go.
photoshopping and all of that.
Yeah.
The refractive
Looks
eye.
so real. Save it. I don't know. It's like several. They're walking on all fours for one thing.
Skinwalkers.
Oh.
Rakes.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, well we'll see here in a second. I'm saving it. I'm gonna send it to the computer and.
Yeah, I totally believe in rakes. The Skinwalker Ranch, for instance, I would imagine they probably have a collective living under that ranch underground, because I know that there are underground bases at the Texas Mexico border that are not openly talked about, but they're there, and some are owned by us and some are not. And there's I mean, you know, we saw the new pictures of the dark side of the moon, and it wasn't dark. And of course, dead center in the middle of that is that big, huge pile and opening of the main entryway to the dark side of the moon, which is supposedly a gray outpost base, and on the back side of the moon. And when I was involved in the far-seeing group, that's one of the first things that we knew was there. We knew that it was there. And it wasn't the target, but it showed up in our minds. And me and a couple other people talked about it when we weren't supposed to. But yeah, we noticed that there was there's an alien base on the dark side of the moon. And if you look at that picture, and I have that photograph, if you look at the photograph, you can see in dead center in the middle of the planet, there's this big mound where there's a hole in it. And it goes deep inside the moon. So the question is, what was the moon? Was the moon a small Dyson sphere that was placed there that over the millennium, over the last 280 million years or whatever, gathered dust on top of it and a bunch of asteroids hit it? Is Earth a Dyson sphere? Have you ever looked up what a Dyson sphere was? Dyson spheres can come in many different sizes. Some can encase an entire star system. As a matter of fact, recently there's been rumors that the James Webb telescope has discovered Dyson spheres. So, guys, yeah, there is so much going on that we are barely at the surface of.
Okay, here's that video.
Okay,
y'all need some answers.
I'm ready.
What is going on? What are these things? These people are going crazy. Look at this, y'all. There's so much going on in this video. What is this?
Those are skinwalkers.
Holy crap.
Why have they got 4 of them docile?
Does anybody know what these things are? I have never
Those things are
seen
dangerous
these
as
things in my life.
hell.
Why do they look like they're supposed to be walking upright, but they're walking on all fours? And they're yelling. Has anybody seen these type of creatures before?
I've never seen that many in one group.
It's the yelling for me. It looks like this guy has come across these creatures, but the guy on the tractor.
They are blind to the number of participants with the lights.
As soon as he saw them, what is going
They're usually
on?
way faster.
Know what these are?
Whoa, that is weird.
Skinwalkers are dangerous and very quick, very agile. These are slow. I don't get this. I wouldn't let one get that close to me.
It's like a bad cloning experiment or something.
Yeah, right.
I believe that they are a race that does have that has been living here in our forests, or actually has extra has technology to come and go. I believe that this is a creature from another race.
Wow.
And there's a lot of them. They eat some nasty stuff, and they're violent from what I understand. And from everything I've ever seen is they're way faster, way more agile. And these are weird. There's something, granted, you could not put a human in a bodysuit to do that.
Yeah,
so these are not people dressed up, because the hips and the legs are wrong. The hips are way too big and the legs are way too long to be an actual human.
See?
Weird.
Yeah, but you usually skinwalkers are very agile, very quick. They've got nasty claws, and they're usually very violent, and they hiss a lot. These guys are lethargic and lost. This is weird. I've never seen 4 of them in one group. I've seen 2 of them at a time and 3 of them at a time, but I've never seen that many. This is weird. Maybe they're wiped out in the desert and they're thirsty and almost suffering.
Maybe they're sick. Tara said they're sick. Maybe.
Yeah, it's until maybe they have COVID too. Who knows? Whoops, I shouldn't say that. I should say the C virus.
Yikes.
Yeah, they're used.
They look hungry. No, I don't know.
I don't know. It's like it's like they're
usually faster and violent.
Like they
These guys are all
from a lab or something. There's some kind of like experiment gone wrong. What is that?
We've had cryptids. These are what are known as rakes.
Right.
And they of course take different forms depending on who drew them or painted them. But these are way more docile than I've ever seen them. This is weird, strange. This is usually they're violent and they run across the boundary and they cover 50 yards before you can really even see what they are through the night. And like I said, if you want to see a bunch of this stuff, you can look up Slapped Ham on YouTube, and he does a really good job of and he puts out a lot of videos. There's many years of back videos to watch. Yeah, look at that. Look at the body structure. I wouldn't
know what I would do if I saw that.
They can jump 10 feet.
Wow.
Nicole says, Sam, you say race. What do you mean? I'm not sure what she means.
Well,
a race of aliens?
Yeah,
a race
of aliens. They could have had the technology to come down land here. Maybe they do in small groups, and they, these are the guys that harvest the cow lip stew or whatever, or they eat people or what. I don't know, and I'm not trying to cause that fear factor, but it is believed that these guys actually eat people.
Okay, yeah, I could see that. To me, they look like animals.
No, but they're violent, but they're also intelligent because look at the size of their skull. Remember brain size. T-Rexes were giant, but they had the brain the size of your fist.
I see.
Brain size. That's why never discount a horse because a horse has a bigger brain than you do. Never discount an elephant because an elephant has a way bigger brain than you do.
Oh, they're so smart.
Oh yeah, and it's a pity they can't talk. They could probably teach us a lot, like how bad we're screwing things up.
So she's asking, is it a race of cryptids?
Yeah, that's a cryptid.
Okay.
A rake, a cryptid. Now there's wolf. God, I'm trying to think of the term for that. Lycanthropes. All of those legends have a basis to it. Vampires, I think a lot of that comes from vampire bats because there are vampire bats that will sneak up to you or a cow at night, and their spit anesthetizes it so it doesn't feel the wound, and they cut a hole in it and start drinking the blood out of cattle, and they do that in Africa. So perhaps that legend grew out of the book of Shelley's mind, Count Dracula. And of course, the genre has grown from there. Same thing with Lord of the Rings created where, dragons and wizards and guys walking around with pointy hats. So that's, of course, our history has been changed by media and writing skills. But, the rake and all of that, there have been so many sightings that are exactly the same. But those bent over creatures that walk like they should be human walking, but they don't. They crawl on their hands and feet. And there's been millions of sightings over the years. So I truly believe that rakes or cryptids are real. And I mean, an example is Skinwalker Ranch. And they're making a fortune on that, bringing people in and charging money at the gate. Excuse me, I'm going to hit mute and I'm going to blow my nose. You have to pardon me for 2 seconds.
Okay. You're fine. We'll let you pause. Yeah, I don't want to go to Skinwalker Ranch.
Nope.
I don't want to see one. Because then once you see it, you can't forget it.
That's right.
No.
Realization.
I'm not one of those people that.
Realization of ET doesn't need a door. And having, a lizard man walk out of the wall with the red eyes and all of that, that's really creepy.
No.
And being facially slapped front, something grabs you that you can't even see, even when they're grabbing you, and face plants you onto your keyboard, and it cuts a hole in the back of your head, and you bleed all over the house. Once you go through that, yeah, it's freaky and scary and shit like that, but you sometimes forget. And then when you remember, you go, oh my God, I wasn't paying attention. And that can be scary in itself as well. Dry throat. Yeah, I often sit there and remind myself that I am highly lucky that I haven't been face planted in 3 or 4 years. And I, knock on wood, I find myself very lucky that I haven't been abducted that I know of recently. And I consider myself very lucky I haven't been yanked out of bed by some unseen force that is a spirit, or an orb. I mean, all of that is possible. All of that is real. And there's so many sightings over the millennium, that you can't ignore these things. They're real.
Well, you mentioned red eyes. Like, in my 20s, I saw we had a dog. We had 2 beagles, right? And we had a dog door and like a run on the side of the house, and I saw something come in the dog door at real early in the morning. This thing had red eyes, and it scared
raccoons occasionally will have red eyes. Crocodiles have red eyes,
right? I don't know what it was. I don't know. I know I wasn't dreaming. I know it.
Yeah, and animals like cats and stuff, they have the rounded back of the eye, which is what, when you see something, and if you see, if you've ever gone deer shining, not that I'm recommending doing that, but if you've ever gone out into the forest with a flashlight at night, those animals, they look at you and you can see their eye.
Yeah.
And so cryptids have very bright, glowing white eyes, and Dracos have, or lizard men have red, just like alligators. So, if you see if you see a pair of red eyes, I would be very cautious and respectful. Don't shoot at it.
Right. I couldn't move.
If cryptids came at me in the middle of the forest, I might start pulling the trigger. Yeah. I don't recommend it, but I mean, hell, I'd be the hell out of there if I saw one anywhere in the forest around me, because I've always believed them to be very violent and very speedy, and those were docile. I can't believe they may have been blinded by the light of the 4-wheeler to the point where they were, completely, because they are nocturnal. You don't see cryptids during the day.
They look fragile.
I've never seen them that docile or slow moving before. They're usually way fast. It could be we were getting a green screen. I don't know. I doubt it. But I've never seen docile cryptids before. And those guys were slow, like a moving herd of cows, rather than these, monstrously hungry creatures that fly through the forest at 50 miles an hour.
Okay, I have a couple of clips from Tara.
30 miles an hour, but every cryptid I've ever seen is very, very quick and can cover a great deal of ground with those legs, the long back legs and the front legs. The back legs are longer than humans. Their hips are almost double sets of hips. There's a set of hips, and then either another set of rib cage, and then a rib cage, or there's something in between the hips and the rib cage, and they've got this mass that elongates their torso, which is why they're bent over. I mean, maybe they're a version of man we don't know anything about. Because we're not the first version. So we don't know.
Maybe they're a mistake. Surely they have a botched, trials or whatever that doesn't.
Well, let's talk about Madagascar pygmies. I mean, they have tiny, tiny little humans on Madagascar. And the reason that they're so tiny is because they were isolated by the breaking up of Africa. And which is what's going on. And there's another island segmenting off the continent of Africa as we speak. It's about to split apart on the escarpment, and science has been knowing about that for about 5 or 10 years. So you know, these isolated islands. Look at Australia and the platypus and the kangaroo and all of that, and they're completely freakish compared to the rest of the planet. And these isolated populations of the pygmies of Madagascar was insane. And you go into these caves, and they're still finding all these brand new skeletons of micro-sized and they're finally starting to talk about the elongated skulls, and rather than calling them tribal manipulated skulls like the flathead American Indians used to put a rock on the front of their children's faces to give them flat heads.
What is that?
Spotted on a Ring doorbell camera home security system in El Paso, Texas.
Oh.
Recorded by a woman sitting on her couch at 3:30 in the morning.
What?
Noticed something on her phone from a notification telling her that there was some type of movement or activity outside of her
Look
home.
at that eye development.
Now people all over
Whoa.
the internet are saying this is some type of alien creature.
Somebody did not make that in a California lab.
No one seems to know what this
That's one of the
creature
best
is.
puppets
It's
I've
gone
ever
viral
seen.
all
So
over
excuse
the
me, this
internet,
could be
all
of a
over
level of
TikTok.
real. Look at the
People
inner
are
eye.
taking this video and reposting it. Others are
The edges
saying
of the
that
eye
this
wall are
face
weird in depth.
resembles Taylor Green, a political runner. What do you guys think this is? Please comment below.
Got
Don't forget
pupils.
to repost.
Yeah, that is
What was
very
that?
real looking.
Peace, family. I know y'all probably like, what is that? Listen, this is at a home. Not sure exactly where it is, but I had a video up before of a
Whoa.
creature coming to someone's home in Texas. Now, where this
Nope.
home is, not really sure, but as you could tell, whatever this
Mm-mm.
thing is huge, and not only huge, but you could really see it. Now, when I run the video, I'm gonna need you guys to look at the top and the bottom. Now, if this thing had on a costume or anything of that nature, boy, this man or woman that's up in this costume is skinny as hell, right? The body does not match a human body. Now, I'm gonna run the video, but just take a look at the face, the eyes, the legs, the
She's been doing this a
arms,
while.
the body of this thing that's at the door of these people's home. Now, this is a real life home of somebody that
There's another
lives
reason why
there,
you
right?
lock your
Now,
doors.
they going to the
Yeah.
doors of these people. Now, mind you, I'm so happy. Maybe I need to give me a ring door camera too, because these cameras is capturing every single thing. Now, I'm finna run the video. Y'all let me know in the comments what y'all think about this. I'm telling you, I always come with them hitters. Like, follow, for share, follow me for more, because I'm a steady bringer.
Yeah,
Run the
she's
video.
got some practice.
Pay attention, y'all. Look at the eyes.
What?
See how black the eyes is? You can't tell me that that's a human, bro.
Oh my God.
Look at that. Look at the body. Look
I'm
at
out.
the legs, how they don't match. A human can't be that skinny, y'all.
House is
A
for
human
sale.
And
I'm-
that's in
cannot
Texas.
be
That's where Tara is.
Oh, Tara, you gotta
that
go.
skinny.
You gotta move,
Time.
Tara.
It,
Y'all let me know in the comments what y'all think about that. This is somebody's
There's no way
home.
that that's a costume.
This is somebody's home, y'all, that this thing has come up to. That's a camera. Look, they looking in, trying to look in the door type.
Any meat
Y'all let me
puppets
know
in
the
there?
comments what y'all think about this.
oh,
Follow me for more. I'll bring them to
I'm
you
curious,
every day.
like-
Follow me for more.
Where? Okay, was he just walking down the street? Surely other people would see this. How did he arrive to that door? Where did he come from? Is there spacecraft outside? Crawl out of a hole? You know.
Yeah.
I
don't
don't know. I don't want to say it's real.
know.
I
Okay,
don't know
here's
what's
an
going on with
example.
that.
How many people see a stray dog walk through their neighborhood per week? And yet we know those stray dogs do go through our neighborhood every week because there's stray animals running around. How many people see cats walk across the street from your neighbor's yard? And yet it happens every day. So we in our busy world, we're not looking out our front door like we used to. We're not sitting on the front porch like we used to.
What?
We're busy staring at our phone or watching YouTube or, cramming papers or going to our 2 jobs, trying to feed our kids or cook dinner.
Look at those teeth.
Yeah.
And she was talking about, how these Ring doorbells are catching all sorts of, stuff. There was some creepy videos showing all sorts of things that should, just
those eyes move independently. Those are not robotic eyes. Those are eyes that are moving inside the eye.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there's like a 1/4 inch between the main lens and the secondary lens. That is one of the best costumes I've ever seen, or that is quite real. This one, however, looks a little bit less meat real, not slimy. With those eyes on the previous one, that had the body sheen like it could be an oily thing. This doesn't look oily. This looks like a dried skeleton that you pulled out of a closet. It doesn't have any slime to it.
Rob thinks it's AI. Could it just be an AI generated video?
This could be it doesn't have any shine to it.
Could be.
Or a puppet or something, like a marionette or something. It moves kind of weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it moves like a stick movement inside the head, and the neck moves from side to side, not turning. That previous one, there's movement that's muscle movement.
Yeah.
This looks more animated. This one I would probably say, okay, maybe AI, but either that or maybe it's real and we're just blowing it off. But the first one looks far more real than this one does.
I feel like they come out, the timing of releasing the AI, is so perfect because not only do they make all these fake clouds and sky situations, but they're going to make it to where people won't know what's real and what's not.
Well, remember how many times we ran into people that were talking about the fake red flag invasion, that they were going to, and then people said, well, no, it's not really going to happen. And what it's going to be is the government going to put us in camps and all of this. And then they're going to blame a fake alien invasion. And so, we've been hammered with all of that back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And before you know it, people are numb. They're numb to what the possibility was. And they go, oh, okay, it's like AI. It's AI. It's got to be AI. I don't want to believe it's the AI.
Right. We're already there. Yeah. Yep. That's why they told you, Sam, it's not going to matter what you say. Nobody will believe you anyway. If they already, I feel like they already know. They work decades. Whoever, but they do work decades in advance. They have a plan that's planned out far in advance.
Yeah, if
they know the internet's going to be there.
You're putting hundreds of trillions of dollars in a base underground, and you don't want people to know about your base on underground, so that you have your stash and they don't, and they're not going to be banging. And we know that the DUMBs are real, and we know they're all over the country. I've been in one. Okay. I've been in one, and it's a long elevator ride down, and that's spooky in itself. Just knowing how far deep underground you are, they give everybody that's down under medication to deal with it, because it does mess with your head, and they keep you a little bit loopy while you're down there working. And that I remember. And they don't want the people to know that, they're underground with all of everything they ever wanted and all the food supplies they could ever have and all the art treasures and you name it, down underground, stacked away, and trillions of dollars in these open budgets. They're going to come up with an awful lot of money to keep hiding that as information as well, because they expect, this is why they first started making the DUMBs, was because they expected the Nibiru, the destroyer, to actually crash into Earth. I don't think their science was up to par back then. I don't think they had the information. I don't think they had smart enough people to working on it. I don't think they put the puzzle pieces back together or put together in the first place back then. And they've been winging it and trying to get ahead of it. And if you look, I mean, let's talk about Rome has an observatory in Arizona, and it's called Lucifer. So, there's all kinds of shit going on behind our backs, and money
But
that the little guy couldn't even touch.
They know that pushes people's buttons. I mean, they know that that's just going to be like people are going to lose minds.
They
Because
pay
it's
psychologists millions of dollars to run a study on this and run a study on that and run a study on this, and they've got they know how to push buttons on people and how to make them panic and how to make them. And we talked about this many shows before, and I say this regularly. This is a statement from early Rome. The best way to enslave people is through comfort.
Yeah.
Yep.
And back in the period of Greek, in the Parthenon and everything, there was a 3-to-1 slave margin between natural citizens of Greece. There was 3 slaves to every free person. So that economy and how they got things built and all, had this guy carving stone for 6 months on one piece. It's all fits because the whole system is so overly rigged one way or another for those in the haves and the have-nots. And I mean, God, I could do a show on that easy, just on the haves and the have-nots throughout history, and the civilizations and the kings and the kingdoms and all of this, and God, the lost kingdoms and countries that are no longer even there, and including the Aryans. People, when you say Aryans, people think of Nazis. No, there was a group of people known as the Aryans far before the Third Reich or the Second Reich or the First Reich that moved in from the Baltic states down into India at the climate change of the last cycle, and the Aryans moved in, and that's even where the fallacy that exists today in India about the level and the caste systems, literally from the higher ups all the way down to the untouchables, and this is where the fallacy of lighter skin is more valued, because that was through the intermixing of the white Aryan race into the Indian populace from India, and still carried over, 2,000 years later, we're still running on these premises of just mixed prejudices that base our societal outlook. And I mean, it's amazing what we run off of. And I mean, we talk on good, things like that, all these superstitions that we live off of, or even the beginning of where Halloween comes from, or where Christmas comes from, or all of these things.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But people, I mean, they create the whole world to divide people. It's like there's divisions in everything, and that's perfectly planned out. It's so perfect how everything is connected. I don't think it's human, honestly. It's too perfect.
Well, really. What you do if you have an enemy and you can't beat them in their own turf, what you want to do is you want to divide them so they battle each other.
Sure.
And they will weaken their position.
And then you won't look at the real enemy.
Right. So, divide and conquer. Yep. And that, these, Alexander the Great to Rome to, any other cultures or let's even talk about the Mongol hordes. Oh my God. At one point in time, the Mongol hordes and the barbarians and the Goths and all of that did these huge, horrendous changes in history. And it's horrible. And people talk about, how dangerous it is. And it's like, Christ, we have it so lucky. We don't have the Mongol hordes coming in from Asia, and we don't have the Pictish warriors in northern Scotland, and we don't have the Goths coming in from France and wiping out, or the Vikings coming in, or the Rus, or and we forget what what we got here, how we got here, and all of these, kingdoms and oh God, history has been so unfortunately masked and is only written by the victors. And God, the horrors of the millions of people that have been killed throughout the century because of crazy wars and famine. A lot of it has to do with famine. Now, we didn't grow any wheat this year, and they did in the next town. So let's go to the next town and take their wheat. We have to eat. And that's, and prior to the Dark Ages, it was believed that generically there wasn't any major war going on. Modern science, Western science, is starting to believe that there wasn't major Viking invasion or Saxon or Norman invasion. It was actually a lot more of just moving, and they moved in and mixed. And the Dark Ages weren't the Dark Ages. It's just they call it the Dark Ages because we don't have any history. Because when the Romans left England in 400 or 398 AD, after that they called it all the way up to the 10th century. They call that the Dark Ages, and what that was is there was a major populace that didn't have reading and writing skills. And now they didn't have decent paper. Everything was written on vellum. They didn't have the imports that they had from Egypt, which is where papyrus was. And of course, the Romans used a lot of papyrus because of the availability of commodities that were shipped around via Rome or Greece or the Mycenaeans or the Hittites or the Sumerians or any of these previous other major cultures that used to ship products around the world. When the Dark Ages hit and they no longer got imports from Asia all the way to England, they were cut off. And of course, science calls that the Dark Ages. And so people believe that everything was dead, but it wasn't. There were people living there. The Saxons moved in, the Normans moved in, the Pictish warriors blended in down from Scotland, and they came from the Doggerland period, which is, the devastation of Doggerland. And nobody knows where the Picts came from and why do they paint themselves blue. And that was all this prehistory shit from another era. And you talk about Plato and Socrates, and those were carryovers also from the Enlightened Age prior to, and they were young at children at the time of the change of the planetary passing, and then they had knowledge. And I believe Atlantis is another example where the climate change kicked in, and then that was the end of Atlantis because they didn't have their ocean seafaring eye, the eye of the Sahara, that was no longer being filled up with ocean water and rivers because all that changed. Climate change happened, so the Atlanteans had to move, and then they became the sea people, which are accounted for in Egyptian and Roman texts going out throughout history. Of course, the Egyptians talked about the sea people in literally about a 400, 500 year period. So that's a lot of different sea people. And then nobody really knows who they were, but they could have actually been the Atlanteans. And, they could have traveled up and down rivers that are buried under sand right now that we don't even know about. And they can see that from satellites with LiDAR. They can see old past tense underground rivers that still exist. Yeah, LiDAR is an awesome tool. And I love what they're doing in South America and discovering how vastly large the Mayan and Incan civilization was. It's 10 times larger than anything they imagined.
Yeah.
And you go to before the Incans were the Sumac and all these other I can't think of that one group, but they had art that is highly reminiscent of Chinese art. And they had pictures of, they had carvings of African noses on some of these people. And it proves that they had greater contact with the other continents than modern current history even gives any indication. What they all think they were separate, but they wasn't. And, like the Mayans and the Incans had direct contact with other races as well. Because we know that for a fact because they had math skills, the Mayan calendars and equations in astrophysics that we don't average people as humans on Earth today even know how to do. Only a few really, really smart guys know how to do all this crap. And so they had to have direct relationship with aliens. Otherwise, they would never have all the information of astrology and these math equations that are absolutely accurate. And we still can't do that same math. They have to have supercomputers to do it. And they had to do a supercomputer to find out where, this star was way back, 18 centuries ago. Where was this star? And they have computers to do that now. But those people back then did it on paper or on a, abacus or whatever. And maybe they had computer technology. We know that there was some machine that they found that one hand turned underwater computer that you'd spin it, show you planetary alignments going up in the future. So maybe they had those calculating machines. Look at the first Chinese water clocks. I mean, they were huge, and they do some unbelievable things. And this was 500 BC. And we look at this mechanism. Oh, how did they even invent that? How did they know? These people were way smarter than we give them credit for. Like I said, there's so much more going on than we realize, and where we've been manipulated to believe. And here we are, just workers going to work every day and filling 8 to 10 hours or 12 hours of our time and giving it for not even a living wage in some cases.
Right.
We have to examine why we are where we are and how we got here. I think something's wrong. I think there's something really wrong here.
Yeah,
I have to live here worrying about feeding my kids and if we're ever going to even, be able to repair the front porch or the roof or this or that, or I'm still disappointed about my damn lawnmower. I bought a lawnmower and the piece of shit only worked 3 times. Now I can't get it to work. It's dead. And so I threw $600 out the window for nothing because I can't even get the guy to honor to come back and fix it or return my calls.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a weird world. I mean, I can't believe that we're living in the world that we're living in. I watch shit on TikTok and I wonder, why did they do this?
Right.
I watch, the commercials on YouTube, and I watch 30 seconds of the video and I don't even have any idea what they were trying to sell me. It's like, what was that about? I don't know. A bunch of crazy people with really funny costumes and odd makeup, and they were jumping around, but I don't know what product they were trying to sell.
It's like subliminal messages and frequencies they're putting in our faces, and
yeah, we're getting slapped with a bunch of disinformation and misinformation and confusion. And I kind of have, I am kind of in the old world going, some of this crazy shit that is acceptable today, we would never behave like in the 50s or 60s or 70s. We would never do that publicly, and yet that makes it acceptable now. It's scary. And I mean, I look at some of the outfits that women are wearing in public right now. It's like, wow. Did you just come out of a strip club? What? And that's normal to them. It's like, whoa, my daughter wouldn't go out the front door looking like that.
Nope, not happening.
Yeah, well, we're living in a weird world. Weird world.
Mm-hmm.
I can almost talk. Oh. Okay, my back, my chair is telling me I've been sitting here too long.
It's fine.
And Rebecca's playing with the kitties. Yeah, she even got bored. Now she's playing with the cats.
It's fine.
Little does she know we're all paying attention to her.
Yeah.
Oh, Rebecca, we're watching you. We're listening to your background sounds. Yeah, we're at almost 9 hours, and
oh my gosh, I can't believe we went 9 hours today.
Yeah, and I am definitely feeling it, and
yeah,
get out of this chair here.
Don't make us make weird sounds, Rebecca.
All right.
I'm not sure she has her headphones on.
Yeah.
Do 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 do.
Maybe she finally has some clouds.
Jeopardy song, yeah. Black leggings, crop top.
Sorry.
Oh, we were just teasing and making fun that you were petting the cat.
Well, I got up to get a drink, and then all my cats were looking at me. They haven't eaten like in a long time since the show started, I guess. So I started
It's been
opening
a
a
whole
bunch of
shift,
cans of
Mom.
food, and
Yeah.
it's
Well,
like a little
I'm
buffet in
definitely,
there.
I'm of course talking about gibberish by now, and we're talking about spinning
I could
circles.
hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I kept saying, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" No, you couldn't hear me. So I was just in the kitchen.
Sarah says, I love it when you all run long, but can understand y'all get tired.
Okay,
No,
so I
but
know it's because I start at 8:30 this morning. I wake up and I'm like already starting to post and put stuff together. Anyway, so it's been a long,
that
full
time
day.
between, with the time you wake up to the time the show starts goes real quick,
yeah, I've been sitting in front of the
It's
computer for
my show.
almost 12 hours
My show
myself.
starts at 8:30.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I was going to say our longest show was 10 hours and 8 minutes. It was 6 months ago. 10 hours, 8 minutes. I think that was the one. I think Nicole was on that show.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was the show that she was with us on.
And some of
Yeah.
our newer
So,
viewers are probably
and
going,
then
these guys are crazy.
after that, it was 9 hours and 51 minutes. Okay. And then 9:19, 9:03, 9:01. Those are the top 5. So
Yeah,
so we're
I think
almost we're at number 6, 7,
let's
somewhere in
finish
there.
up somewhere around 9 hours. We got 3.5 minutes, and yeah, I'm actually feeling kind of warm and sweaty, and I don't think the house is warm, so me been sitting in this chair too long.
I know. It feels good to walk around.
Yeah, I try that. Yeah.
Man, we just torture ourselves. Yeah.
Oh, and I've digressed off a topic 5 times easy. So, and
That's funny.
the crazy ramblings of Sam. Sam, shut up. And I chuckle every time I bring that back up.
I don't know. My legs hurt from walking all day.
Yeah.
The things we put our bodies through to get this information out.
I know. We got to take advantage of our time.
Right.
Together. We wait all week for this moment, right?
Yeah, I do like walking up the hill though. It gives me a better vantage point of everything. And it's just when I look up the street and realize I gotta walk uphill, it's not I turn the other way and just walk down the block to the church parking lot. So I finally did it today.
Right.
I need to get one of those electric bikes that Gillian has or something.
Right.
Yeah,
That'd be
smart.
handy.
Right?
Just
get up there real quick.
But the view is perfect. I mean, is it a full 360 view or is it just the west?
Well, it's that
it's
you see there much from the southeast all the way to the northeast, and then that mountain is behind me. So
okay,
yeah, you can pretty much get everything.
Neat,
but it's
that's
just
cool.
I don't know if you can hear me.
All the way up against the mountain. That's the edge of town.
We can.
Right,
yeah,
it's like the last street.
Okay,
and then the mountain, and that's it.
I'm getting connection warnings.
Oh.
Chris, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm having trouble connecting issues. So remember that last time they booted me off the show when we started talking about it 4 minutes early. So I'm having connection troubles. So I'll stay as long as they let me. But I just figured I'd let you know. I've got the big X screen in front of me right here, saying having trouble connecting this often can be caused by unstable internet connection. Yeah, duh.
Yeah.
My Wi-Fi is try plugging it into your router. Yeah, well, okay.
Wow.
I know.
So I'm having Wi-Fi issues, and it's still up.
Yeah,
it's
we can hear you.
And I don't see Rebecca at all, and she's
Really?
gone.
Huh.
Maybe they got her booted too. They're going. You guys are boring. We're gonna boot you.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Michelle.
I can see everybody. I can see and hear everybody. Mm-hmm. Andrea.
That's loud. Yes. Yeah. I'm unfortunately sometimes too close to my microphone. especially when I get concerned that I've got bumped off again. And I was thinking, okay, they're going to boot me at the end of the show again, like they did a couple of shows ago. So anyway, I can't even see the clock because I've got that trouble.
They're messing with us. That's right.
It's freaky knowing that they are potentially doing. You know, I don't want to believe that there's.
Yeah.
You know.
Listen.
Yeah. Either.
We definitely have to be
the big they are messing. They're messing with you. They.
Well,
and every time I hear somebody say that, I always have to go. Who is they?
Yeah.
It's not just here, but it's also on TikTok. It's the
same
and
standard
Facebook.
Argument about somebody. I'm not even going to go into sovereign citizenship again, but
I don't know.
I watch a bunch of that stuff on TV, and it's just like, oh my God, somebody told you that there's this private account with $1 billion in your name, and just because somebody told you that, you're going to believe it, and then you're going to walk into the court system, and they're going to lap you out of there. And God, it's scary what people don't know. And anyway, you guys got to find out about these crazy ass passing planets that nobody knows about that are here for a decade now. And this is, of course, why I always bring up Beekman's World, because I have that one picture that says, duh, Nibiru has been here for over 10 years. And it's just, it amazes me that we've been watching this damn group of planets in the second star for going on 14, 15 years now. And it's still not mainstream. You've got to be kidding me. And then we're seeing brand new spacecraft we've never seen before. So, God, those pictures, Chris, they are. I'm pretty sure you got some unusual new spacecraft in that shot. And, we need to investigate that and keep our eyes open. Yeah. And I will try to find that one picture for.
I really didn't see much when I was outside, so I'm really excited to look at the pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was just so damn bright.
Yeah, there was a NASA release where they actually, off the space station, they released a picture of a ship, and it went viral immediately. And of course, nobody has, and I saved a copy of it. But there's a ship with a back deck, like a platform, like you were on a boat. And so to me, it just screamed that, okay, this is for spacewalks. This is a deck that you can, take your spacesuit and then leap off that thing and leap back onto it according to, these suits. And they don't have to be tethered anymore because they got, they have independent jet suits and stuff now. And I'm sure their suits are far better. I mean, they have 11 layers and the damn things weigh 80 pounds. So, I was watching a thing on spacesuits the other day, so you can tell I do some crazy homework sometimes. And looks like we've lost Rebecca altogether. It's weird. Maybe she was having the same. I still have the trouble warning up. It hasn't dropped. And I shouldn't be able to talk, but I apparently can.
Can you all see me?
Try using Chrome if this continues. Okay. Yeah.
I was like,
Chrome, and I don't use Chrome.
A ghost.
I use MSN and Bing.
Yeah, I don't like Google either.
So, and that could be part of maybe that's why I can't use camera and microphone at the same time. Because I'm not running off of Chrome. Chrome is more of a laptop than
what is it?
PC, and so it's an average use in laptop use. And if I would go to Chrome, it would be a pain in the butt to switch everything over. Oh my God, I spent a couple of weeks just trying to re-get my links back together, so I don't do that.
Yeah,
I already had enough trouble just trying to get every day done, let alone I'm terrible about learning new computer crap. I wish I still had Windows 8. Windows 8 worked great. Now I'm at Windows 11, and I'm not happy with it.
I don't like it either.
It's more laid out for phones, and it doesn't it does not serve a computer, PC. It may work on laptops, I don't know, but for the PC, Windows 11 is far less usable. Windows 8 was great. You could do all kinds of things. And Windows 9, I was, oh God, do I have to? And Windows 10 is, oh God, do I have to do it again? And Windows 11, it came mandatory, and everything they were putting out in HP is like, oh shit, I get no choice. I can't buy a computer with Windows 8. I can only buy a computer with Windows 11. And I'm on my 15th computer. Yeah, 15 years and 14 years. One year I replaced 3 computers in 1 year because I bought 2 cheap ones and 1 good one. And then the next year, and the next one went out, and then another year, 2 of them went out. So I'm way ahead on the curve. And when you buy a cheap computer, they're only going to last 2 years if you're lucky. So this is why I always recommend HP, because HP actually lasts, 3 to 5 years. And I had my computer tech guy come in and he says, "Oh yeah, all your computers are only going to last 3 years." I went, "Christ, what am I paying this money for?" And I guess everybody else has money and I don't. So to them, it's no biggie. I'm amazed that I'm still here because the connection signal, having trouble connecting, is still up. It has not gone down. Weird. Wonder if I shut Facebook down and the tab, the MSM tab window, close that down. Maybe it'll clear up. Anyway, I just closed Facebook and I should type to Rebecca to see what she's up to.
Huh?
Maybe she.
Wow, he really can't see me. I'm here.
She might be having troubles that I did.
This is weird. Okay.
Okay, I'm on
gonna take a
Facebook. It
picture.
opened. No, it's not. Chats are not opening, so I'm having bad internet service. Obviously. Okay, there it is.
I see all of you.
I know. It's you, Sam.
I don't see
It's
Rebecca
not
at
me.
all.
It's weird.
I see
She's
you
blank.
fine.
I only see you and me.
Fine.
And she's not there on. Okay.
I
sent the
I messaged
photo
him.
to me
I said,
on Facebook.
I see you fine.
Oh, she says, "I see you fine." Oh,
I
weird.
hear you fine.
Okay, yeah, she sent me a screenshot and big flare in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And all 3 of us. And I do not see Rebecca on my StreamYard at all. Weird.
Huh. Yeah.
Anyway, so since you see me fine, and we are at the end of the show, and we've gone, I can't even see the clock anymore because this symbol's in
this
front
is
of
the
it.
4th longest show.
So we'll just wind up the show, and to everybody, good night, and then we'll see you again next week. Same, bat time, same bat channel, and please, drop us a line. Go to YouTube, watch this video, leave a comment tomorrow. Please, we want to hear from you. We want to hear your opinion. If you think we can do something better, I want to hear it. If you can, if you think we're doing bad, let me know. I don't take it personally. I'll take it as important, but I won't take it personally. And I guess we'll just wind down.
We're open to
We're babbling about
suggestions.
internet connections. So,
right.
And then I'll go play Star Wars. So,
sounds like fun.
Okay, I
Love
heard a
you too,
laugh.
Michelle.
That sounded like Rebecca in the
Thank
background.
you for me. Oh my!
I heard you. I don't hear you now. I don't know if she's talking or not.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm going to go, everybody. We will
All
talk
right,
to you
Sam.
really soon.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
all right. Good
All
night.
right, Sam. All right. Good night. All right. Bye, Chris. Thank
All right,
you. And we'll see
Rebecca.
you all
Thank you,
next
everybody, for showing up,
Saturday.
and we'll see you next week.
All right. Already
Good
looking
night.
forward to it. Bye bye.
That was fun.